All right. We will now call this meeting to order at 10:03 a.m. We will start with roll call for the record. I am the chair, Carmen Sultan, and I am present. When I call your name, please indicate if you are present. Vice Chair Utz?
Present.
Board Member Anderson?
Present.
Board Member Herndon?
Present.
Board Member Lorraine Iriere? Not present. Thank you. The first item on the agenda is executive session. Do I have a motion to move into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel and legal matters?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to move into executive session. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon.
Aye.
Board Member Iriere.
You let me know what the vote is for.
If she's roll call as not present, do we have to reset roll call, or do we just?
No, I think she is.
I just recorded the time that she arrived, which was 10:04.
Okay. So I think she is abstained. We're not present.
To go to exec. Okay.
So the tally stands at?
The tally stands at 4 ayes and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and we will move into executive session. We will now call this pre-work session to order at 11:45 a.m. Thank you for joining us.
Close it.
Close it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Do I have a motion to move to exit executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel, legal, where no votes were taken?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of a motion to exit executive session. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon.
Aye.
Board Member Iriere. Chair Sultan, the tally stands with 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. Now, we will call the pre-work session to order at 11:46 a.m. Thank you for joining us today for our Board of Education pre-work session. Our board meeting cadence allows for board members to prepare for upcoming regular board meetings through pre-work sessions. These sessions are typically more casual and are primarily for information gathering. No formal votes will be taken. Counsel from Wilson, Morton, and Downs is parliamentarian for this meeting to advise on parliamentary procedure as needed. Before we begin our business, I invite Mr. James Brown, Director of Safety and Security, to share our safety briefing.
Morning.
Good morning.
Before we begin, I will conduct a brief safety orientation. Safety is our top priority. CSD follow a standard response protocol, which we call the SRP. If a response protocol is announced by staff or over the PA, please respond as to the following. If we must hold, we will remain in this room and continue business. The doors will be closed to keep the hallways clear for staff and emergency responders. If we must secure, due to a possible threat outside the building, we will continue our meeting, but no one is permitted to enter or leave the building. If we must lock down due to a threat inside the building, we will move doors and windows, turn off the lights, and remain silent. follow additional directions from security staff. If you must evacuate, leave your things behind and proceed out the exit behind me to Electric Avenue. And you're going to exit to the right of me. If that exit is not available, an emergency exit is through the doors to my right. If we must shelter due to severe weather, follow staff direction to a safe zone downstairs. Please keep the aisles and doorways clear. If you see something that concerns you, say something to security or another district staff member. Thank you for helping us maintain a safe environment.
Thank you. Board, our first item is the board meeting preparation and protocol section of the board communication norms. We will now review sections E, F, and J on pages 6 through 7. And we will start with section E. Which is, I'll read it for you, and then people can provide comments or feedback. The superintendent will develop a calendar of dates for all board agenda preparation activities that includes deadlines for agenda items, chairperson agenda preparation, the date the agenda is finalized for the board, and the date the agenda is made available to the public. That is subsection E.
Do we want to be specific about in advance of meetings, times that it gets made available? The agenda, that is? Meaning that if we say, for example, it's Friday, the Friday prior to the meeting is when it's public, it's made public. Board members have access to it after the agenda is finalized, usually that Tuesday prior, the week prior, but I think being specific about when board members and when the public are going to have access to the information is something that we should consider.
Reasonable.
I agree. I think that would help with the time frame, so board members have a chance to add items once they see the agenda before it becomes finalized.
Good.
And I would want to ensure that this is for regularly scheduled meetings, because if you do a special called meeting, which would be on any other day of the week, it can't be that
That makes sense.
that it's always going to be made the Friday before. I think it's more so maybe in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Is that how that
You
would
mean
be?
for special called meetings or for the normal board meeting?
I think
I
the
would
rules
draw from-
include,
Yeah.
I think the rules include notice of the meeting.
The special called meetings, I think, are, done in response to something, and I think generally the board is aware of when a special called meeting and what the agenda for that special called meeting needs to be. So I would say for our purposes here, we should be explicit that E is referencing our standard regularly scheduled board meetings. And if we could adapt the language so that it references public release the Friday prior to the board meeting, release to the fellow members of the board that Tuesday the week prior when the agenda gets set, so the board members have that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday to make suggestions or edits or requests prior to the public release of the agenda on that following Friday.
One thing I think that needs to be clarified, so if we're looking at this E and then F regarding agenda, but if you go to letter B and A, so A describes a work session. B describes the board meeting, capital letters, but if you look at Assembly and our agenda, we divide up the board meeting with pre-work, work session, and regular. And so do we need to change the language of B, since every part of our meeting is part of board meeting? And we're saying in B that the purpose of the board meeting is to vote on business matters, and the purpose of the work session, letter A, is to review matters. But if you go to Assembly or you look at our agenda, so Assembly has meeting type. regular monthly meeting, the meeting type is board meeting. Work session, the meeting type is board meeting. So there seems to need to be an alignment there.
Would it solve it if we're explicit in E that when we are setting the agenda, we're setting it for all of the elements of the meeting, right? So it's not just the regularly scheduled board meeting, it is also the agenda for the work session, also the agenda for the pre-work.
Yeah, but I think that D probably needs to be revised, so the purpose of the regular monthly meeting. I mean, that's the language.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think the purpose of the regularly scheduled board meeting is to da-da-da-da-da.
Because I was looking at our work session and trying to figure out where some materials would fall, and that's when then I saw the board meeting part would be.
Okay, so
Now, I do have another question or possible concern regarding the release of the agenda time-wise, and I understand sometimes agendas are gonna have more documents and pages than other times, but what is the last time by which someone can sign up for public comment? Because if we're only releasing the agenda to the public, which we don't have to wait until Friday, right? That's what we choose to do. And I think, what is the law? Is it 48 hours?
So the agenda just has to be published within 2 weeks prior to.
Right, okay. So we've got a 2-week window, but we wait until Friday. I think this past Friday, it was like 4:45. It was between like 4:30 and 5 that it went out. So what is the last time by which someone can sign up to offer comments for public comment?
it's like 5:30 the day of the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we're satisfied that by waiting until, or releasing on sometime Friday, then we're giving the public enough. I understand we get points of information and we might be more prepared for board meetings, but the public is really the consumer of what we put on the website. And so releasing it Friday gives the public time to look on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Yeah, I think that's probably sufficient. It gives
I personally
us.
think more time would be more helpful, because as a board member, then when people are contacting over the week, like, I get it, right? I signed up for this gig, but so if people are getting this Friday afternoon or evening, and then they're looking on Saturday or Sunday, and I think we've also talked about the fact that obviously CSD staff isn't working on the weekend. So the cadence, and maybe it's something to pursue later and ask the public. I know that when we started this school year, I think we had a public comment survey.
The only issue, I think, with going sooner, well, I mean, a couple of issues. One, I think giving us the time to be able to respond to it is necessary, but I also know that when the agenda is finalized, those couple of days between us setting the agenda and it being published to the public, the administration and the cabinet in particular is doing a pretty significant amount of work finalizing materials and prepping everything that's going to be published with the agenda. So if we want to publish an agenda for the public sooner, it should be without any supporting materials, because I want to give cabinet administration enough time to actually have those. And so there's a little bit of a trade-off there, right? Like, so if we are moving it forward, we're moving it forward under the assumption that, one, it might change because the board members may still have adjustments, and two, it's not going to be until Friday that the supporting data and materials is all published anyway. So I do, at that point, I just wonder whether we might be sowing a little bit more confusion by publishing something that isn't quite final and isn't really supported with all of the data.
I mean, we have a BMOP though, so again, maybe this is something to look at a later time and then come back to the norms, but the BMOP already announces that this will be discussed at this meeting and this will be discussed at this meeting. So from an administration end as well as a public end, there's that kind of knowledge already. I think it's more of the information that people might have questions about and figuring out if that is something that's important to us, or do we even know if that's a factor? Again, I'm just going back to the survey we had at the beginning of the school year about public comments, and then just thinking of the release on Friday afternoons as a possible, and I say just possible issue.
I think we're
Is that it?
done with E, yeah.
you're gonna say dates, I think it should say no later than.
Or
So like if the
section.
release is on Friday, if it's spring break, maybe you want it earlier in the week, I just think it should say, to be made available to the public no later than Friday, as opposed to just should be made available no later than Tuesday.
Okay.
That's a good
I
answer.
don't want to create a expectation that may be untenable given the realities of the calendar.
Okay. All right, we talked about B. All right, we'll move on to section F. The date that agenda is finalized for the board will also serve as the final day that the agenda can be modified, with the exception of critical hire positions and legal matters. Subsection.
In that, just to purposes of clarity, when we say the date is the agenda is finalized, are we referencing that Friday is what we're saying is
Well,
finalized?
we probably should crystallize that.
Then we should just make that explicit, yeah.
Mhm. Anything else for subsection, for F? Okay, I'm sorry?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. J, use of consent agenda. The purpose of the consent agenda is to efficiently address routine or non-controversial items. Items are expected to receive unanimous approval and for which no debate is expected are appropriate for placement on the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered as a group without debate or amendment. If a member objects to a matter that is placed on the consent agenda, the member is encouraged to make such objection at least prior to the meeting. However, prior to voting on the consent agenda, any member may request to remove an item, regular agenda, to be placed, and it will be placed on the regular agenda for discussion and vote in its proper order. That's J.
I think that's pretty clear. I don't,
Can I go back to G? Sorry, I missed,
Any other comments on J before we move on?
J was an addition. J is the addition based upon the conversation from last month. So this is what is being presented as the modification, so.
That's good. I just want to say for consent agenda, it shouldn't be used for significant matters like charter amendment. You know, it's on us as board members to make sure that the public can see and understand what's going on.
so
Thank
you're
you.
suggesting that we make it, is there language that you would add to J?
I'm just reiterating like a charter amendment, because I think have noticed that in the past. That seems significant to me. It should be done in a regular meeting, not, and voted on, not in consent agenda.
Okay.
Anything else on J? All right.
I think I see a discrepancy between G and I. So, as board members, I believe it says something to the effect of use all available information when making decisions. So, the way G is written, it seems to create a problem with limiting that information available. And yet at I, as long as one board member supports another board member's request for some, so G requires a majority, it's not a vote. So a board member asks for information and three other board members are like, I don't want to see it, I don't need it, and you don't get it. But you move to I, and a board member can request an item be placed on the agenda, and that item may very well have to do with the information that was requested. And if you have the information, it may never have needed to be an agenda, but either way, G and I are in conflict.
I think just to kind of flesh out G, the way that I receive this is that asking a small question like, hey, Amanda, can you pull Buford's policy on A, B, and C? Easy question, but you have to make sure that you loop in the superintendent and all your other board members. Easy question. doesn't take much time. If you're asking for something that is a huge information request that may take a lot of the staff's time, or it's questions with multiple parts, or requires a data pull or something like that, then that may be something that the board has to get behind. Is that something the board wants to ask? Is that a direction the board wants to head in, especially if it's something that may take a lot of staff member time? Now, there may be some grayness to it. It can be a little nebulous. Something that may seem very simple to you may seem complicated in my eyes. But I think that's what I'm hearing here, that if it's a big request of the superintendent especially, and Dr. Whitaker may want to chime in from her perspective, then we have to make sure that it's an information ask of the entirety of the board and not just one singular person that's asking for a lot of information.
I think we've talked about this multiple times.
If we could, I think, board member area.
Yeah, I was just, gonna note that, in the past, I've had difficulty accessing records and asking for those records repeatedly over weeks, and having to have, other people request those. And some of those have been, I understand when it can be an overly burdensome, or just asking for a contract that may be several pages. And so I just want to know, understanding that line of when it's an overly burdensome thing that requires maybe compiling data is one thing, but accessing records and contracts shouldn't be that difficult, that you have to request repeatedly over weeks.
Yeah,
I would say,
Dr.
Yes.
Whitaker.
yes, so the request for contracts or really things that would fall below the threshold of approved amount is the guidance that was given by the Georgia School Board Association, and that if the authorization falls below, that is not something that is in the board's purview. If the authorization is above, that is something that is in the board's purview. And so that was what the guidance that was given by the member organization for school board.
That seems to be in conflict with this information request item, saying that it will be provided by the superintendent for, as long as it's not overly burdensome. And I think that's where things have gotten difficult, because in my understanding, it's our fiduciary duty to understand all of the expenses that are happening, which I, totally understand some things are under the threshold for approval matters, but just understanding what, how a contract is set up or what it's for, I disagree that it's not within our purview.
So just pulling a contract is not burdensome, right? So if it's just, you wanted to see the latest, greatest contract on HVAC systems, that shouldn't be burdensome, or is it? That is a total question for you.
No, pulling a contract is not. The approval of said contract that is below the threshold was the point of contention that was specified by Georgia School Board Association.
Okay, so to button that up, if board member Area asks for a contract, and that should fall clearly under, that does not fall under G. You shouldn't need any other,
If it's not overly
because she's
burdensome.
just saying that's not burdensome at all.
Okay. When you're saying it's not in my purview, I guess I understand it's something you have authority over to approve, but I think at the same time, as board members, we have, fiduciary responsibilities to request and ask and understand what it is.
It was, after Raina shared, I think, quite frankly, it's just written too subjectively, and I'm hearing a lot of interjections of interpretations. And so, again, I just want to make sure that I'm doing what I need to, right? And so in that regard, I don't know how we want to clarify this, but unless someone can tell me otherwise, actually, G is in conflict with I right now. Because for I, it only takes one other board member to have something put on the agenda.
Well,
However, with G, it's effectively a vote, but not a vote. So,
different.
Yeah.
I have a-
Very different.
I have a suggestion. Today's board session was to review sections E, F, and G. So let's move these other items to our retreat,
Fair.
because E, F, and J were the items to be discussed, and that's what's in the published agenda.
Do we want to add G? It sounds like Board Member Anderson is wanting to add I as well, since of those two.
E,
We've talked about E.
records, G.
G is what I'm saying, yeah. So G and I are the two that it sounds like, we're talking about G. I think Board Member Anderson made a question about I, so we would add G and I.
Yes.
Is there another?
And do you want to do G, H, and I? Because we did talk about B, and that was not an item on the agenda.
Well, I feel like we've closed the door on B. I think we've got that clear, so I don't know that we need
Okay.
to add that in. H, I'm reading it, I don't see anything from my perspective, I don't see anything controversial in H unless fellow board members feel differently. I think what I'm hearing is G and I are the two that we want to add to the retreat.
Perfect. You may want to look at P. I think we talked about the no later than, or when the packets were coming out. You may want to look at how P fits in there.
Yeah, just to make sure that it's aligned.
Yeah.
Okay.
So G, I, and P. Perfect.
Anything, technically we were on J. Anything else? J, anything else? Okay. All right, Dr. Whitaker, the next item.
Yes, Dr. Sullivan, I would like to invite Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to continue the discussion on policy AB, school attendance zones.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair, esteemed members of the Board, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. The policy portion of the pre-work agenda allows for board discussion and feedback on policies. While individual policies address different strategic accelerators, overall policy development contributes to strategic accelerator 4, organizational effectiveness and excellence. We have one policy on the agenda for pre-work today, a continued discussion on content for developing possible school utilization policies. We have started with policy AD, school attendance zones. Last month, we used other metro area policies to identify content that we might want to include in a CSD policy. In response to a board request, several additional policies from a national scan were also shared with you. Today, you have been provided with an initial draft based on your discussion and on which I would like your feedback. I will highlight aspects one at a time, stopping to hear your responses and direction on each. So first, I heard clearly last month from the board that the policy should state that the superintendent makes a recommendation for the board to approve. This is reflected in the draft policy, paragraph 3. This paragraph also captures the sentiment expressed that would impact the entirety of our small district. Some additional discussion took place about allowing the superintendent to make small changes without board approval, but there was no consensus on what precisely this might include. So in this draft, the idea was incorporated by granting the superintendent the authority to determine attendance zones for newly annexed areas or new residential development, and that's in the final paragraph. So I'm going to pause for a minute and see what feedback you have about the content I just shared relative to the superintendent and board authority in the policy.
My first question is, where does the tuition paying student fall in this?
So that was,
We've got, beginning, the attendance zone is determined by the student's residential address, and then we've got a set of criteria, the building utilization, the ratio of available core classroom capacity to projected enrollment. So it seems like indirectly tuition paying through enrollment is here, and so it just would like to understand how that would factor into this.
Yeah, so right now that lives in the separate kind of non-resident policy, the allowance behind it. What I can do is, just like last time, I'm gonna write down a note about like how this might fit in and whether it fits here or more at the regulation level about making determinations of non-resident students and where they might go.
I don't have an answer here, right? So I'm raising a problem without a solution, and I hate doing that, but that's, I'm gonna do it anyway. The section around the process for community engagement, I recognize that there is some flexibility that's needed there, and that there are gonna be elements of that are probably at a regulation level. But I would like to see us put some harder lines around what we mean by that in actual policy, and some expectations around how that engagement looks and how that process looks.
Perfect. Can I put a pin in that for just a second? Because I have a little spiel about that in a minute.
All right.
But noted.
I was gonna, I put there was time frame seems crucial, like some element of the time or times at which these things take place. I don't know if that's part of your pin.
Yeah, so, yeah, is there anything else first? And if we want to do this more organically, that's perfectly fine as well. I was trying to enumerate kind of where I heard some things and where I wasn't clear from last month.
Sure.
So if there's anything else that kind of jumps out kind of about the superintendent bringing to the board for approval, or that kind of additional authority at the bottom, any feedback specifically on that?
I've got two other things here. So in the fourth paragraph, oh, did I cut someone off?
No.
Oh, sorry. The district will consider the following primary criteria. So is utilization at this point solely classroom use? Because I know, like, the proposed new ECLC has multi-purpose space, right? The DHS expansion, and so are we limiting building utilization for school attendance zones solely to classrooms with students?
So the way it's defined here is the ratio of available core classroom capacity to the projected enrollment. So if we wanted to add an additional criteria, I would need based on that. And based on this conversation, I'm going to go ahead and maybe jump into this part right here, which was my next part to bring up. So I was trying to chunk it into little decisions so I could receive clear guidance. Right now, is there anything that you would want changed based on the superintendent making the recommendation or that final paragraph?
Yeah, so the second to last paragraph, when attendance lines are altered.
So hold on that, about the, you're getting ahead of me.
Superintendent recommendation,
Okay,
the time to respond to that?
yes.
Okay.
So
You're asking for feedback on the last paragraph.
I'm asking for feedback specifically on the third paragraph and that final paragraph, which has to do with what the superintendent's authority is related to approval for the board.
I think the board has to approve it. I think it's, just something that has such community consequence, and if one of our roles is to kind of be that vehicle communicating with the community. I don't know how it's written. I'm not trying to like supersede, but I do think the board needs more of a role there.
So we have the superintendent would make the recommendation and the board would approve it.
I think that's the last paragraph.
The last paragraph says without board approval.
This is the exception to it. So at the third paragraph, it talks about may make recommendations, grade configurations or feeder patterns for Board of Education approval. And then we also heard loudly that we recognize in our small district, it impacts not just that school, but the whole district. So we put that sentence in there as well. Then at the bottom, the very bottom, and I'm sorry to go out of order here, but this one is the exception in which the superintendent would not need to come to the school board for an approval. And that would, because there was some discussion about, like, when there's minor decisions, we want to be able to keep things moving. So this was the attempt at that to hear based on last month's discussion. So it just says if there's a new area annexed into the city, then the superintendent has the authority without board approval to say, this is going to go into this school zone, right? Because of where we are.
So two things. One, I think we need to take that paragraph, and this is as right now unedited, but we need to take that paragraph and put it underneath the paragraph number 3, because those two paragraphs are tied together, right?
Okay.
Second, so let me just play devil's advocate on that last paragraph, right? A new development might be the 150 40 people at Legacy Park. Or if we annex, it might be 5 or 6 neighborhoods. Like, it might be a substantial amount, and we don't necessarily control annexation, right? So we might be in these exceptions talking about a substantial number of children, and I think that needs to go in front of the board, right? So I think there's some boundaries around, like, if we're talking about an annexation that has 1 additional student, okay, maybe that doesn't come to the board. But I do think there needs to be a threshold there, like, and I think it's, I mean, I'm arbitrarily saying this, but I think anything over 5 students probably needs to come.
That was gonna be my feedback. I think the CABs had a number.
There was one that had 10, and this is where that discussion came from, so we started having discussion around where do we set the limits? And so we said 10 felt like too many last time, but then it was like, how often will things really happen where it'll be 1 or 2, and if we say or those types of things. But if you give me the threshold, and we can work it in.
It seems like it should be households, not, because one family might have less than 10, so maybe.
I heard 5, is
5
that
households?
the consensus?
I think 5 is reasonable. I don't think coming before the board for, I think the superintendent should be able to have the authority to manage 3 students, because to board member Arias' point, they could all be from the same home. So.
Yeah, okay, so let me throw out a problem for us to discuss, right? So let's say there's an annexation, and that annexation is under the 5 household threshold, right? Maybe there's 7 students, but that 7 students, if it goes to school X, now puts that school at full capacity, or even potentially over full capacity. So some other shuffling because of those students is required. Or the superintendent's recommendation in that case, even though it's the closest school, the recommendation is to send them to a different school that has more space. I can see us very quickly getting into a situation where it's complicated, and it probably needs to come in front of the board.
But then it seems like it would kick into the general rule of may make recommendations to attendance. So I hear what you're saying, like, moving so many, maybe 7 kids could then, put us into a bigger question. But then to me, when I'm reading it, the general rule is if it then kicks us into the bigger question, then we would deal with it.
But what is the mechanism that kicks us into the bigger question? So if we can put that mechanism in place, I buy that, but what is that mechanism?
So right now, the mechanism based on this discussion would be when it impacts more than 5 households, only in the circumstances of annexation or new residential development. So what this would do, it would allow exactly what you're saying, right? So if there's a new area, it's closest to school A, but it's not whatever reason to put in A, the superintendent would have the authority, if it was less than 5 households, to say you go to school B, transportation, all that would still be provided, right, like we normally would. But if it was anything more than those 5 households, or is outside of annexation or outside of new residential development, it would have to come to the board anyway. That's the default.
So are we going to talk about timeframes of when this will?
Yeah, so right now I was just trying to get the part about the board approval and the.
So if I could just kind of follow up with what Hans was saying, I guess, please, someone inform me if I'm wrong here. This just doesn't seem like something's going to happen every month, so I just don't know why we wouldn't just have the board approval just so that all things are kind of moving in the same body of knowledge, because I'm not trying to conflate the two, but as we have tuition paying, I don't want to bring in something that may not be relevant right now, but we were talking about pre-K. I don't know what that's going to look like in a year, so I just think it's easier to just have the board approve all of it, unless I'm wrong and this is something that happens weekly or monthly.
I kind of agree. Annexation is such a giant thing. I mean, we're using the word simply and we're talking about small numbers, and it might be, but annexation is just everything. There's whole cans of worms around annexation, and all of that, I think, should probably end up in.
So is there an appetite to just scratch the last paragraph?
Yeah, I think my index would be let's lose the last paragraph, and if we find ourselves in situations where this is a routine thing that we have to think about and it's annoying, then maybe we have the thinking about adding it back in. But right now, I tend to agree with Board Member Anderson. I think this is a rare event, and it's probably going to be okay to come in front of.
All right, we're gonna, I'll,
I mean, that's just Board Member Anderson and I talked about.
Yeah.
I wanted the fellow board members to see if, like I
And
said,
individual home annexation can happen at any time. I'd be interested.
It's like one or two, I don't wanna, you know.
2 a
something
year,
done
that's
either.
our average. Fine.
Yeah, I also feel like if it was 3 children from the same household, I don't think that needs to come before the board at all. You know, even if it was 2 households that totaled 5 children, I don't think that needs to come before the board.
but how often has it happened? I mean, like, the core question is how,
Probably extraordinarily rare circumstances.
that's what I mean, yeah. And so maybe we do just, for the time being, rather than being more lax about it, being tighter about it, meaning it comes in front of us in those extremely rare circumstances. And if we see it happening enough that we need to build more flexibility into the policy, then at that point, we add flexibility into the policy.
I would say, in the past 3 years, there was 2 conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Board Member Huggins, yeah.
How
It's
often?
2. In the past 3 years, 2 conversations.
Okay, but, Dr. Whitaker, how often in the past 2 years you've been here, have you had to maybe adjust? Never, okay.
Yeah.
So that's where
Okay, that's helpful.
I can only speak to the past 3 years.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I think that my index is to say, have more control over it and back off of it if we need to. And so I would take that off. For fellow board members, is that?
I agree.
That's fine.
This seems like it's a rare thing.
all right.
All right.
So now, I also heard clearly from the board that the criteria for changing school attendance zones should be specified. Walkability was one criterion that was explicitly named, but the other criteria were not as clearly defined in the discussion. Therefore, I would like board direction on the criteria proposed in this draft. So these are your bulleted areas where it talks about some primary and secondary criteria that can be considered. Right now, we have building utilization, geographic proximity, efficient and economical operations, facility condition, so on and so forth. You have it in front of you. So feedback on the criteria, what needs to be removed, kept, added, researched, whatever.
I don't know if this is going to matter, but I just feel strongly I want, after safety and traffic patterns, prioritizing walkability, like this morning in college, whatever construction project is going on, there's fewer cars on the road, even if I can't walk my daughter to school, I think it's better for everyone. So I understand it says safety and traffic patterns, but I personally like articulating the prioritizing of walkability.
That's in bullet 2 on the
Oh, is
first
it?
set, yeah.
So, I'm sorry, so we will consider including max, okay, so then, okay,
But to Board Member Anderson's point, I actually think safety and traffic patterns is a primary criteria, not a secondary criteria. And safety is going to always be a primary criteria, so I would move that one up.
okay. Then, I guess I'm just thinking, and maybe this is as rare as the 1 or 2 families that may or may not be in it, if they're like long-term construction projects, but
It's not going to impact attendance zones, that's just going to impact operations and.
So, I guess the other thing, and I think I know I'm conflating them, but I just want to confirm in case I'm not. So, I understand that underneath the primary criteria and the additional criteria is then a discussion of community engagement. Is it possible to include some element of community engagement in the criteria or stakeholder engagement, whatever it wants to be called? And I guess what I'm thinking is, you know, this is all used, all these criteria descriptions. Now we have a community engagement meeting, and it's possible if there was some stuff from the community earlier in the criteria
So for example, if the community says, we realize you want to have efficient and economical operations, but we're willing to pay a little bit more to keep small schools open, that is the community overriding one of our primary criteria. And so I think maybe there is a way to incorporate into criteria the community's perspective or preferences. I don't know what the language would be, but I think that's a reasonable thing for us to consider when we're looking at criteria.
The other thing I wondered, I think it's addressed in the equity impacts, but academic performance, does that matter? And I realize I can get difficult. So maybe it's addressed in the equity impacts, including access to instructional programs.
I would not recommend that a board policy on attendance zones includes academic performance. That is saying that essentially the board is going to determine the attendance zone based upon student outcomes.
Yeah, no, I understand what you mean by, I would never suggest that they move, because I just wondered, since we are looking at institutions of education, everything we have is kind of more logistic, and is there anything other than preserving the instructional program that needs to, or act? Right now, I see, y'all tell me if I'm wrong, the only thing that really addresses education is an equity in the instructional program. So I just wondered if there needed to be something else, and don't know what that else is. That's why I mentioned academic performance. I don't think it's the best phrase.
I think it assumes that your child will get an excellent education wherever they are zoned. So if they go from one school to the next, the quality of education would be as superior. Equity impact, I think, was built in there, the way I read it from the other policies, was to make sure that if a child was rezoned, they didn't lose their services. So if for some reason they were at Winona Park and they got OT, PT, speech, and then we rezoned them somewhere else, that they didn't lose those services.
Yeah. You know, I think, sorry.
What I was going to say to your point, Board Member Anderson, I think that if you have, I agree with Dr. Sultan, if there are differential performances at certain schools, then other policies should handle how we address that. I think rezoning is the wrong place to address it. I think that opens a can of worms that we don't want to get into. Yeah.
Then one other thing, I don't know if this is in facility condition, and I'm thinking specifically of the K through 2 and the upper elementary, outside space, playground, other things, I guess, where would that fall in this, or does that matter?
Meaning that all of the kids at every school have access to the same quality of
like we talked about, it's
recreational.
Each school has the same, level of excellence educationally. Is there anything in terms of the outdoor? Because I'm also thinking of the legislative stuff we're looking at and prioritizing outdoor space.
Yeah, I don't know if that's school attendance zone.
Okay.
Yeah, if you think about it, Board Member Anderson, that this is telling us when to change where people go to school. And if a playground is subpar, that's not, we need to fix that elsewhere,
All right, so now we're going to talk about the remaining parts that I try to build it into this draft for us, based on what you agreed with or what you argued with or what you wanted to see adjusted last month. So note that it also includes an annual report to the board on school utilization and capacity rates. That was one of the things that you all said you wanted to see. There's also the requirement for community engagement with school attendance zones. Based on the discussion last month, this section includes that community forum should be led by a trained facilitator. That was one of the pieces of language that you pulled out from another policy. And that BOE members may participate as observers. That's something else that you pulled out. So if you have any feedback on that. And then the other piece that is also in here is the grandfathering clause, which allows the ability to establish conditions for exception. So i.e. if there's a student at the entering the terminal grade level at that particular school, potentially allowing them to stay for the year to finish up. So feedback on those pieces. We have, I think, a few minutes left.
I like the grandfather, and I like maintaining that kind of flexibility. And then to my point earlier, I want to maintain that we have in policy that we're going to have community engagement. I would like to see it tightened up around what we mean by that and what that looks like. And there's a balance that we have to strike between too much detail and not enough detail, but I think I would be, I obviously want to hear my fellow board members, but I would like to see a little bit more explicit detail about what that means, right? And the timing, I think Board Member Anderson said, I think a couple of things like that need to be called out.
All right, so timing is one possibility. Other suggestions to tighten that?
Well, now that I'm thinking about it, our charter already identifies, or our governance structure has the SLTs. SCLTs, should that be written into this? Or I guess it's SLTs and one SCLT. Why wouldn't that be included?
Well, SLTs are really providing governance at the local school level, so they're informing local schools. The fact that we have an SCLT is actually not something that's required by the state. It's something that we do above and beyond. If you remember back to the November training with the charter system, they're like, ooh, this is a great practice that you guys have with your SCLT and bringing them together to, share information and that kind of stuff. And so it was one of the things they wanted to highlight that we do. So the SCLT might be a body, but with charter renewals every 5 years and things like that, some things might tweak. I think that is probably a good recommended practice. It might belong at the kind of like regulation or practice level. I don't know. I'm curious.
I mean, wouldn't that be, though, the reason I like it is because it is something that is like codified, right? So as opposed to figuring it out each year, this, at least for the duration of this charter, exists. And then, so otherwise, you're back to like Hans's question of how do you get different, what does this engagement look like?
Let me see if I can maybe say it this way. I recognize that our charter defines what the SLTs do, okay? So we've defined that. We can define it differently if we so choose. Like, we could say SLT's roles are local school governance and on an annualized basis participating as a body or a cross-body group to provide feedback on school utilization, right? I mean, we could expand the scope of what we use SLTs to do to include this. The reason why I think that's interesting is because these are leaders, these are people who have run, engaged parents who have committed time and are knowledgeable about their local schools. It does feel like a source of expertise that we should tap into. And so if we need to, if maybe we use the people that are on the SLT teams in a way outside of the SLT roles. Like, I think we can be creative here, but we have a body of people who are knowledgeable, expert, locally to the system. It feels like we ought to leverage that.
But we did do that, right? Because the SCLT takes one person from each.
But why wouldn't we use all of them is what I'm asking.
Yeah,
I did that.
That's why I was suggesting.
I'm wondering if we can't just incorporate the SLTs into the process for community engagement there explicitly, and then,
And then the second thing I just wanted to bring up is just sequencing and timing, which I think
would be helpful to clarify. I like the annual report, looking at the utilization and capacity rates. I just think that, we need the annual report if we're going to make, if the superintendent's going to make recommendations of changing things, then community meetings, right? That process happens, and then the board decides. So I think, I ran into a little difficulties or, with K-2 utilization, just learning from the past, and having a time frame for the public to be aware of this is how it's going to roll, right? Maybe the annual report comes at the beginning of the year or whatever the superintendent thinks that's the most appropriate, maybe at the end of the year, who knows? Then we have the community meetings, you know, maybe she makes recommendations with the annual report. After the community meetings, then the board decides.
Can I make a suggestion? I think when we talk about recommendations that the superintendent makes, I think we should be explicit that when she provides the annual report, the recommendation is not that we make changes. Because the community hasn't weighed in yet. I think the recommendation at that point is we have to now start a community process to arrive at our answer. And then that process, where our decision is informed by the community as well, is what leads us as a community towards an answer as to what happened.
I think maybe the way to get at that might be that there's an annual report, and then maybe, I need somebody to wordsmith this, that maybe then it's followed by the community engagement, because it may be that there's an annual report and you're still in the report phase. Like, I think the CAB took 2 years just in like the reporting out phase, the data collection phase. So you may be at that report phase like for a year or two before you even arrive at the community engagement phase. And you may be at that for another year before you actually arrive at a decision phase. So maybe it's not the timeline, but the sequence that's more.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I just am wondering, you know, if she's doing the annual report and sees there's an issue, right? And obviously something's got to give or change, right? There's some kind of maybe pre-recommendation, right?
So I just want to remind the board that we're talking about attendance zones. You're not talking about
not closure.
You're not talking about that. You're talking about attendance zones, which sometimes I feel like we're talking about something else.
Yeah, well, just to be very, very clear, it is let me just kind of walk through what might happen, right? So that we have a couple of years where we get an annual report and there really isn't an issue, right? Everything looks fine. And then we start seeing in a particular way, the report comes out and we're below thresholds in a couple of schools and we recognize some action needs to be taken. That is the recommendation that the superintendent provides. Some action needs to be taken. That kicks off a community process where at the end of that community process, we have new attendance zones that have been solicited by, engaged with, and decided upon as a community, not just an individual or not just a consultant, but the entirety of the community. And it isn't related to closure. I want us to be super aware here, while we had trouble because we were talking about closures before.
Right.
Utilization and redistricting is going to be just as difficult a conversation with the community. We shouldn't pretend otherwise, right? When we move kids from one school to another, that is a tough conversation. And so it needs to be, we have identified that the data is trending in a difficult direction. We think we need to take action. That is the recommendation of the superintendent to the community, that we start the process to take that action. And then that is where the community engagement process goes. And the end of that, which we do not know at the beginning, I think that's important, the end of that process is what we adopt in the new attendance zones, if the community wishes to.
Okay, going back to sequencing, it sounds like, make sure I'm getting this. Annual report from the superintendent, she sees maybe some action needs to happen. We let then the community meetings happen. Then she makes recommendations on the specifics, and then the board decides.
I think
That's what I think I'm hearing.
I think the community meetings provide the recommended path forward. It is not just the superintendent, it is not us, it is the output of the community engagement that is the recommendation.
I think that makes sense, yeah. So, but it's that kind of preliminary, the superintendent says, okay, we need to look at this. Let's take some action.
That's the recommendation.
We have to distinguish recommendation to the one she makes after the community, right?
So then it would be like a final recommendation.
Yeah, like, it's for us to look at this.
I think I have like 2 to 3 questions. Going back, one, where is the city in this? So I remember looking up stuff to get kind of caught up to speed the last 10 years of different changes, buildings, whatever. And so I think it was 2015, it could have been 2017, but somewhere in that time frame, I found on Simply a lot of stuff where the district and the city were actually examining things together. You know, I think maybe it's different kind of development. So I do feel like the city should at least be included in some way, because they might be offering that we might not have about changing power in the district.
I would call the city one of the engaged stakeholders that we work with.
Okay, because I don't see that really there, so okay. Then second is to the report, and I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So I know we have this like Wolpert report that looks at just the number of humans, and then like you're looking at school enrollment, but then there's the kind of what your neighbors know. So like, you know, a lot of the kids on my street, you know, remember they all grew up together, right? So are we talking just about an annual report? Or are we looking at like based on the birth data, if you will, and the children in this zone right now? It's not just the enrollment number, right? It's the 2-year-olds or the 3-year-olds. So where does that go into the report?
I don't know. I do feel like the contents of the annual report are probably more at a policy level, but I'm kind of open to changing my opinion on that if the rest of the board feels differently. I feel like we may have to iterate a couple times to arrive at what the final form of that report looks like. And I am not sure that I am prepared now to kind of say, here's line by line what I want to see in the report.
In the interest of time, did you get everything?
Yeah, I think that's helpful. If it's okay with you all, I would propose that I take some of this feedback, work it in, and we bring it back to pre-work next month as well, with the recognition that this is the attendance zone policy, and we know that we might also need to look at developing other policies. If things are specifically related to school closure, for example, that can be something that we put on the policy calendar for the next school year as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. As a result of this discussion, we look forward to next month's engagement with this policy and pre-work. Thank you, Mrs. Lynch. There being no further business, this pre-work session is adjourned at exactly 12:45 p.m. We will move into the legislative lunch, which includes a recap of the legislative session in the PLC room. Anyone watching via Zoom, please remain on the line and give us a moment of transition.
Welcome to our legislators, Representative Mary Margaret Oliver. Please, all, we have lots of people. Thank you so much. For our lobbyists of McGuire Woods and Gilbert Harold, thank you for supporting our luncheon today and also for sponsoring it. I'll now invite everyone to enjoy lunch. Oh, great.
So my daughter is freshman. Starting at 10 o'clock.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I invite you to continue enjoying your lunch as I review CSD's legislative priorities and legislation that passed in accordance with them. Good afternoon, Chair Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, members of the board, student board representatives, our students board apprentice, who is the representative, Zoe, legislators, and Dr. Whitaker. Thank you for joining us today. The recent legislative session, which ran from January 12th through April 2nd, was incredibly busy. Over those 40 days, we monitored more than 180 bills and resolutions, with 32 education-related bills successfully passing. As this was the second year of the biennium, any unfinished legislation must now be reintroduced for the 2027 session. I will quickly remind us of our 2026 legislative priorities and then turn the presentation over to the lobbying team that worked with us this session to share an overview of what happened during the session and what has been happening in the 40 days since signing day. Today, May 12th, marks the 40th day and the last day for the governor to sign or veto legislation. City Schools Educator Board of Education annually adopts legislative priorities to support the mission goals of City Schools Educator and all 4 of our strategic accelerators to improve outcomes for all students. The 2026 legislative priorities were categorized under 4 focus areas: safety and security, mental health, funding, local authority, and governance. The first legislative focus area is safety and security. Our priorities under this focus area included advocating to continue to allocate funding for school safety in the state budget, making this a stable, ongoing priority, require safe and secure firearms storage for all citizens, allocate funding for monitoring, installation, licensing, and maintenance of potential physical and cyber threats, and continuous training for school administrators. Continue to allow local government to operate and enforce school zone speed cameras. The legislature once again reaffirmed its commitment to the safety and security of schools in the state by continuing to fund the school security grants to support local needs and student mental health in the FY27 budget with an appropriation of $16 million. 2 bills were passed regarding school zone speed cameras. House Bill 651 requires that a renewal of the contract for the speed zone cameras shall be voted on in a referendum, and House Bill 1161 states that no permit for school zone cameras will be issued for placement upon a highway with a school zone with 4 lanes on such lanes, so that does not apply to Scott Boulevard. When school zone cameras are authorized to issue citations, proper signage shall include a device that flashes yellow lights and tells the drivers their speed. Our next legislative focus area is mental health. Our priorities under this focus area included continuing to expand mental health care access, particularly for teens and young adults, ensuring the mental health and safety of all students, including those from historically marginalized populations, increase funding for training for mental health professionals and expand student and staff access to services, increase funding for school counselors for students in special education and gifted programs, and lower the student-to-school counselor ratio to 250-1 as recommended by ASCA. The final version of the FY27 budget allows schools to engage part-time or full-time student advocacy specialists as passed in House Bill 268, which was the safety and security bill during the 2025 session. Also, Senate Bill 589 states that schools that require students to wear or have ID badges must now include the 988 You Are Not Alone suicide hotline on the badge. The third legislative focus area is funding. Like most school districts, education organizations, and other supporters, we continue to advocate to fully fund the QBE formula, update QBE to account for inflation, increase state funding for quality early learning programs. In addition to these priorities, we wanted to continue to see the legislature consider increasing funding for student transportation, electric buses, and green infrastructure, continuing to increase funding for literacy and dyslexia programs, reducing barriers to attracting, retaining talent, by funding increases in salaries and the employer portion of non-certified employee health benefits and allowing classified employees to join TRS. House Bill 1193, the Georgia Early Literacy Act of 2026 has been signed by the governor. And the budget, the FY27 budget, what hasn't been signed yet, includes funding for literacy coaches for schools with grades K through 3. The final version of the FY27 budget increases the per member per month employer health insurance contribution from $18.85 to $19.35, which is an increase of $50 per member per month. This amount is less than the original increased proposal of 2028, or $143 per member per month. Our fourth legislative focus area is local authority. We continue to advocate to maintain local control over school governance and operations, maintain local authority over educational and curriculum decisions, instructional resources, local revenue sources, and local exemptions, maintain local control and flexibility in implementing legislative priorities, maintain local authority to determine educational frameworks that provide positive outcomes for all students and staff, and urge local school districts to amplify student voice by adding a student representative to boards of education. Senate Bill 33, which was signed yesterday by the governor, and property tax reform, removes the provision for government entities to opt out of the statewide floating homestead exemption passed in House Bill 581 in 2024. HR 1668 urged local boards to include a student representative. This bill was drafted by our own student representative, Via Batra. This resolution unfortunately didn't make final passage, but it was great to watch her advocate at the Capitol for this. So I will now turn the presentation over to our team that's been working with us at the Capitol, Rob Fortson from Gilbert Harrell, Danica Thompson and Steve Tippins from McGuire Woods Consulting, and they'll walk us through what's happened during the session and after.
Great to be with you all again. Hard to believe it's been 4 or 5 months since we were last here. As Courtney said, yeah, it was a very busy session. We expected it would be because we had statewide elections this year across the map, as I'm sure y'all turn on cable news, you've seen an ad or two. So, you know, I think the big theme, particularly in the Senate, but in both chambers, around tax reform. The Senate prioritized income tax relief, and the House countered with a larger focus on property tax relief. And so Senate did pass an income tax, but it was not the most substantial one they were considering. And then in the House, or the property tax proposal that the House had come forward originally it included a constitutional referendum to essentially eliminate homestead tax over like an 5 or 6 year period. And that they didn't have the votes for that in the House, and so what they ended up with was a much more distilled version, SB 33, which we'll talk more about in a minute. And then on the education front, literacy was obviously the big one, so I'll talk for a minute about that. Or should we go to? So I'll talk about the literacy bill, the Early Literacy Act. So for those who've been following at home, this has been an ongoing effort now for at least 3 years, maybe more, that sort of originated with the realization coming out of COVID that Georgia's literacy scores in 3rd grade were not where they needed to be. We didn't have enough students that were proficient, that were transitioning from learning to read to reading to learn. And they sort of, through an ongoing study committee and some other efforts, have continued to refine how we teach literacy. They've mandated the science of reading, and this was essentially sort of the capstone of that. I'm not saying they won't do more, but it was a huge initiative. You had bills that were dropped simultaneously in the House and Senate by the House Education Chairman and the Senate Education Chairman. So this is sort of a summary of where we landed. We're mandating science of reading, creates a statewide literacy coordinator who actually now sits at the Governor's Office of Student Achievement rather than at the DOE, which is significant. And it establishes the Georgia Literacy Task Force, which will essentially replace the Literacy Council that's been operating for about the last 3 or 4 years. Also, for every local district, you have to have a unified literacy plan along with instructional supports for schools, increased focus on early learning. There's now a first grade readiness assessment that a student has to pass, and if they don't pass, either be retained or, include some intervention measures. Again, revises the reading screener requirements, as many of y'all already know. There are currently 5 approved literacy screeners that can be adopted by the school district. This just reinforces that, says that the DOE will come back, the DOE and GOSA will come back and review that on about, I think it's a 3-year period, along with some additional state reporting requirements. And then there's some, connected to that, there's a review of the educator prep programs, just to make some assurances for that teachers are properly trained in how to teach literacy. The budget components to that, I think there's about $70 million additionally in the budget for the literacy coaches to try to get one in every elementary school in the state, along with some other additional money through the DOE for high-quality instructional materials and professional development. I guess we'll run through this and then we'll answer questions. So, Dan, if you want to go to the next one. Did you want to talk about that?
I'll give the Reader's Digest version. So the property tax reform, as Rob alluded to, was one of the hot-button issues in the legislation this year. It was, in many ways, the House's response to the Senate's endeavor to eradicate income taxes. This is not where they started off. This is a much more modest is a good word, a much more modest property tax reform than what was originally proposed. You were looking at a full homestead exemption by, I think, 2032, and a great loss of a lot of local revenue because of it. It was going to be a phase out of the property taxes until then, and there were going to be several measures by which local governments could replace the lost revenue, but to great disagreement as to how successful those are going to be. For example, local governments are going to be able to have assessments like your homeowners association, but there was great disagreement as to how successful those assessments are going to be. And if you read the fine print, those assessments were greatly limited as to what you could spend the money on, not unlike the East Loss now. So the property tax measure that was sent back to the Senate, surprisingly to many, died on day 40 in the 11th hour. And what was passed instead was there was this SB 33 was originally a THC bill that was laying dormant. Another impasse. The General Assembly is currently what to do about cannabis because of the federal reforms October, going on 2 years ago at this point, and because everybody's waiting to see what the feds do when those reforms are up for renewal later this year. Basically, all the THC and cannabis bills are laying dormant on day 40. Hence, they were fodder to be stripped. So Senate Bill 33 was stripped and replaced with what was essentially Chuck Hustetler's Senate Bill 382, which was the same property tax reform from a few years ago that did have an opt-out. You will recall this gets rid of that opt-out. It requires and mandates a statewide homestead exemption base from which you can't raise property taxes greater than the rate of inflation. So you are capped at how much revenue you can raise at the rate of inflation. There's no opt-out. There is a local homestead option sales tax that can be applied via referendum, a 1 penny sales tax. It is, in theory, meant to do 2 things if you read the bill. It is meant to replace revenue that is lost from the cap at inflation on the homestead taxes. But it is also, in theory, meant to be able to roll that, increase that exemption over time. Obviously, I mean, there's probably great disagreement in this very room. I know there's great disagreement across the state as to how that's ever going to happen. You're going to struggle to actually replace the lost revenue is the prevailing argument. So, and much like 382, this local homestead sales tax can be applied to the current taxable year. Traditionally, you have to wait until the following year to apply the sales tax to increase that exemption. SB 33 would allow that to be used in the current year. There was a great effort to get the bill vetoed because of the origination clause that bills raising revenue have to begin in the House. as a Senate guy, I did always push back against that for many years and to no avail. The governor, as we heard earlier, signed it yesterday, and so far, all public remarks as to the origination clause objection have sort of been sidestepped. So we'll see what happens to that. I'll be shocked if there's not a challenge somewhere on it. Until then, SB 33 is the law of the land. But the footnote is, because this is a more modest reform than what was proposed at the beginning of session, I would note, just for your own edification, that there is a study committee that the speaker has put together to continue to study this issue. So I would obviously expect, once the dust settles from all the statewide races this fall, this to come back full swing next January with either kicking this aside and coming back with something else entirely, or an aggressive expansion of what they started with Senate Bill 33. That's the Reader's Digest version. Like I said, there's a great deal to get into in the weeds, but I think that covers the concept. Yes, ma'am.
May I ask a question?
You can. I can make up an answer if I don't know the.
I'm curious how City Decatur interprets the cap on homesteading assessment rate of inflation. I'm trying to think about all the conflicts. What's it going to cost you if your fair market price of your residence goes up 5%, inflation goes up 1%? How much money are you going to lose? How do you interpret it?
Vice Chairman Newsom. Thank you for saving us.
I have, like, this is gonna dovetail very much to that question. When we say rate of inflation, that's CPI, what is the measurement that we're using?
I think it's,
CPI?
for the purposes of this conversation, at least.
We assume that it's CPI.
What's the CPI today?
It floats around 3%, but I don't know what the exact is. Yeah, it also is generally calculated on a lag. So for purposes of planning, CPI is a year behind, and so there's a lot of, to get to Rep. Oliver's question, I don't think we know. I think we're gonna have to figure that out.
If it's allowed to go forward, it looks to me like a loss of revenue that you otherwise would.
Generally, yes. Generally, the rate of homestead value increases above inflation.
Exactly.
And for that matter, so do our underlying, right? Our health insurance alone is much faster than.
The opt-out provision, it was not retroactively applied.
No. I want to make sure I understood this correctly. It was signed last night.
It was signed yesterday. He signed a bunch of tax bills yesterday.
For the current year, so are we talking about an impact, I don't know when my next house tax bill is, it May, June, or are we talking next year?
I mean, I could be wrong. You're talking next year. So for next year, the property tax, whatever revenue is raised off of the local homestead option sales tax can be applied that year. I think there is a cutoff of July 1, maybe, up in that year. So usually you have to wait until the following year for that revenue to be applied.
Sorry, I don't think I asked it correctly. In terms of this cap on the home assessment, will that be happening ASAP, or we have an entire calendar next year?
Well, I'll be honest, that's a good question. I haven't thought of when that's going to apply. I'd have to look at the bill to see when the effective date is, but yeah, I figured
So it is possible
I can get
that
that.
this would be impacting the revenue in a matter of months.
Go out, yeah.
Okay. Next question on the referendum then for the local homestead option sales tax. So in the event that a municipality chooses to have that referendum?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the soonest that would be, an option would be for this November, correct?
Yes, and then that probably would not go into effect at least.
And then that's also, there's a possibility of a slot, I know that's not part of SB 33, just want to make sure I'm tracking all this. So, more than likely reduced revenue, then, a possible slot or a slot, and then the possibility of two things effectively, the slot and the local homestead option sale.
I mean, in theory, I think that's true. I mean, some jurisdictions are already capped out on the spot. In that case, they don't have the local homestead option available. But in theory, if they haven't capped out on the other, then yes, both measures could be on the ballot.
Swap, though, is specifically constrained to capital.
Correct.
This, as I understand it, is
towards M&F. That's right.
That is one of the things that we've yet to really parse out, but if you look at the language of the bill, that is correct. Okay. In the preceding bill, it's very clear that assessments are going to be used on certain things, much like the ESPOS and IE Capital. That limiting language is not included on this, so as far as I can tell from the language of the bill, the intention is to have it more broad.
If the goal is to, in theory, reduce property taxes, then it does have to be able to.
Sorry, just to confirm though, in terms of immediate, decisions, that are being made, act as if SB 33 will be impacting revenue that would be generated from the next tax bill.
Academic year.
Okay.
Next, tax bill. Yes, correct. Mm-hmm.
So we just don't know how.
But this is effective upon the governor's signature. So,
Yes.
well, you have till July 1.
We definitely have baked it into our budget right now, so we're estimating revenue growth substantially below where property values would be. But if it does take effect July 1 as opposed to January.
I understand it, it's like. That was from my state, huh?
We can look at that. I can't remember if the bill explicitly said something about next. That would make sense to me next.
It would be roughly 8% of revenue.
And maybe I should know this, I'm sorry that I don't. With a local referendum, is it a majority or a number?
Voters to approve?
Yeah.
It's a majority. Right, and we got one more to talk about, the speed camera bill, so I'll turn over to Danny.
All right, I'll make this shorter, it's going a long time. Blue zone cameras, it was something that was, highly, emphasized last year, and we know that the city of Decatur schools went down and spoke to some legislators, so this bill came back again this year, the last week of session. It did pass with a few guardrails, thankfully. So the guardrails were stricter on how cameras can be used. It requires a voter. So just some quick highlights from that legislation. Local governments must obtain voter approval before entering new contracts or renewing. So your current contracts are still good. Until next year. But next year you will have to have a ballot question, which is a yes or no vote authorizing camera use. It requires a simple majority, 50+1 to pass. And if it's rejected, you have to wait 3 years before resubmitting. So most provisions will take place on July 1st, and if signed, everything will come February 1st of next year. So fees collected from school zone cameras can be used for law enforcement and public safety. I'm sorry? It has not.
Today is the last day of the signing period.
It may be, but they don't like announce. Most mills don't have an announcement.
Right. Yes, sir.
So the vote itself, is that orchestrated by the city or orchestrated by us? Like, is it the city? The city, is that because they are the law?
Yeah, they're the enforcer.
It's also important to note, I mean, forgive me if y'all already understand this, but sometimes it's worth remembering that today is indeed the last day to sign bills, but in Georgia, remember, if the governor doesn't sign the bill, then it quietly goes into law. It's not a pocket veto situation, so he doesn't have to sign it, just go into effect.
Yeah.
And does your vendor come in Decatur, or maybe decide or referendum?
Yeah, we were not sure. It'd be a city contract, so I don't know if anyone here would know, but.
It's year to year?
Sorry, just to clarify that, so regarding that local homestead referendum, that would be the city. When we're looking at SB 33 and, okay, a probable loss in revenue, but an opportunity to host a local referendum.
The city decision, but impacts our revenue. That's right, yeah.
Again, it's different from what the original bill had proposed. The original bill had proposed that the school districts can impose a school assessment. That's not what wound up passing the goal line. This is a a broader sales tax like any other local option sales tax, but specifically dedicated to placing lost revenue from the cap, whatever it may be, on the rate of inflation.
Any questions?
I don't remember the name of it, but there was a bill about hunting, but then piloting outdoor.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly, that, SB 148, that is a whole host of things in there. It's not saying that you have to pursue the hunting safety instruction to pilot the outdoor.
They're like separate bills and all that, yeah, stuff together and then pass, yeah.
And then is there, and you may not know this, but is there any funding available, or is?
I'm confident that it's not.
Yeah. So what's, if it's just mostly, you have a neat opportunity to do this, and,
So,
because I love the idea of that.
yeah, it's great. One of my colleagues worked many years.
Okay.
It's actually Bangladesh, and they had a lot of time. You know, yeah. Let me look at it real quick and figure out if we think there's an opportunity to push for a grant, right?
Yes.
But
That's fine.
I'm in agreement with my colleagues that, you know, money's already come by. Like that.
Yeah, it's a pilot program with the DOE.
But you can still do, right, so you can do like a, but I don't know if it comes with money or they've never received. So,
Yeah. And then, I guess, final thing, sorry, it's still under SB 148, because I thought the legislation had changed something last year where if the sick days weren't saying the number of sick days can convert to personal days, but that's just a usage thing, not a financial.
Employees can.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Dr. Sultan, you want to come close this out?
Alrighty, as we wait for the governor's final action on outstanding legislation today, I want to thank our legislative coordinator and lobbyists for their work during this past session. Thank you for your presentations today and for your insights into the impact of current legislation on our work here in CSD, as well as what we might expect during next year's session. Again, we appreciate McGuire, Woods, and Gilbert Harrell for sponsoring today's lunch and for being all in for the students of CSD. We are now adjourned to transition to the work session. Thank you all.
can I say something real quick? So it's been, as many of you know, I'm retiring at the end of this term. It's been such an honor to represent City of Decatur Schools in this amazing system. I'm probably not retiring in the sense of the way people understand the word retirement. Don't have any announcements yet, but and thank y'all for everything that you do, and certainly don't hesitate to reach out. I'm sure I won't be too far away. So it's been lovely, and all of you. Yeah.
All right, we will now call this work session to order at 1:55 p.m. Thank you for joining us today for our monthly work session. Work sessions are designed for in-depth discussion, study, and planning regarding district policies, issues, and upcoming decisions. Many items presented in a work session inform future board meeting agenda items, including the consent agenda. Board members, we have 4 presentations. Please hold questions until the presenter concludes their portion of the presentation. The chair appoints counsel from Wilson Morton Downs as parliamentarian for this meeting to advise on parliamentary procedure as needed. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the first presentation.
Dr. Sultan, I would like to call on Mrs. Jennifer Burton, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, and Mr. Jarvis Adams, Chief of Operations, to provide an update on the new Early Childhood Learning Center and DHS expansion. Additionally, they will address how this innovation is part of the CSD charter contract with the Georgia Department of Education.
All right, good afternoon. Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gima Whitaker. Today, Mr. Adams and I will be presenting on the ECLC. This project falls in the Organizational Effectiveness and Excellence Strategic Accelerator. When you hired Superintendent Whitaker, there was a clear message: literacy, MTSS, and the achievement gap. Here you see our literacy data over the past 3 years, both overall and for our economically disadvantaged subgroup. This growth is not an accident. These are the results of intentional changes in Tier 1 aligned to the science of reading. But we haven't closed the gap. We've done remarkable work, but there's more work to do. And so now it's time to innovate. Our charter innovation says, leverage community partnerships to implement a long-term, eco-friendly facility plan, expanding early learning opportunities. This facility will engage community partnerships, will be LEED Silver certified, and will expand early learning opportunities. And while this project does fall into organizational effectiveness and excellence, I hope you see the very clear alignment with our all-in strategic plan, number 1, which is all scholars will be skilled readers by 3rd grade. The primary and most important beneficiary of the new Early Learning Lab are the 150 children it will serve. First, the lab will support the children of our City Schools of Decatur staff by the Fraser Center. In addition, the lab is intentionally designed to expand access for children of teen parents and families with low incomes, ensuring that those who have historically faced barriers to high-quality early learning are prioritized. And lastly, we will serve the greater City of Decatur community. This investment aligns directly with community needs. In the most recent City of Decatur annual survey, less than half responded that the Decatur community offered affordable, quality childcare or preschool. While the board's responsibility is to CSD students, I appreciate the board's foresight in understanding the entire city's needs. This learning lab is not only an early learning facility, but also holds 1 classroom for high school students, where they will learn early childhood education core content. There are also observation rooms where high school students can observe teachers and children. And there's adequate space for high school students to work in the classrooms with the children. Next year, approximately 185 students will participate in early childhood education coursework. The Early Learning Lab, based on our current design, will also serve as a community amenity. The building placement maximizes contiguous green space adjacent to a community multipurpose room and kitchen available to reserve after school hours and on the weekend. We envision this space being used by the community for families, workshops, community gatherings, and celebrations. Over the past 2 years, we've gotten a lot of feedback on expanding or moving pre-K. It's important that the community knows that we are not moving pre-K for the 26-27 school year. Families who registered for pre-K at College Heights will continue there next year. CFD cannot expand pre-K. We have been allocated 8 pre-K classes and can move them within the school district. If we move 3 pre-K classes from College Heights, it will not open more 0 to 3 spots at College Heights. Right now, we have 3 pre-K classes in learning cottages, or what we would know them to be as portables, and we would not move 3-year-old students into them. There are several considerations for moving pre-K. We need to restructure registration. We can't assume that a family wants their child to be in their zoned pre-K. If they have a sibling at College Heights, the family may prefer 1 drop-off and 1 pickup. Pre-K is not kindergarten, and speaking with our pre-K teachers, this was really important. Our instructional coaches and principals would need training right from the start to appropriately support the program. And House Bill 1123 requires an after-school offering for pre-K students, and the city of Decatur does not currently offer it through Animal Crackers. This has been an ongoing discussion with the city beginning last semester. We've already met this month, and we're meeting again in June. We will notify the community by December 2026 if we are moving pre-K classes into a K-2 school. The purpose of an observation room is to observe classroom instruction and student behavior in a non-intrusive way. And in fact, the Fraser Center has one observation window. That window shown here isn't used. Too small, you can only see 1 classroom, and there's no sound. The design of the observation rooms in the new facility have intentionally accounted for all of those barriers. Another benefit of observation rooms is for parents. So when my daughter was in an early child care center, I wanted to see how she was doing and interacting, but the minute she spotted me, she ran to the door, and I could never see those supposed behaviors that my teacher has been telling me about. Observation rooms give families an opportunity to observe the classroom environment. And next up, I will have Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Mrs. Burton. Good afternoon, board members. This is a familiar slide, and it summarizes the primary differences across the 3 options and the operational implications associated with each path forward. The current design remains the only option that is fully designed, that is fully permitted, and that is aligned to the guaranteed maximum price, and positioned to move forward immediately upon funding authorization. That distinction is important because redesign efforts do not simply reduce square footage. They also introduce additional redesign costs, permitting reviews, schedule delays, and continued exposure to escalation in labor, materials, and construction pricing. As we evaluate this project, it is important to frame this conversation not simply in terms of return on investment, but in terms of return on mission. The City Schools of Decatur vision calls us to cultivate environments that empower students to realize their full potential and create a more just and equitable world. Our mission commits us to a meaningful and engaging learning experience supported by highly qualified and caring educators in safe and inviting environments. This project directly aligns with that mission. While the educators and staff at the Fraser Center provide extraordinary love, care, and commitment to children every single day, the physical differences between the current Fraser Center environment and the facilities available at College Heights are significant. This conversation is not about the quality of educators or the care being provided. It's about ensuring that the children and staff within the same school district experience learning environments that reflect the same commitment to excellence, dignity, safety, and opportunity that city schools educators strive to provide. This project also serves a broader educational purpose. Beyond early childhood access, the new Early Childhood Learning Center will support CTAE Early Childhood Education Pathway from Decatur High School by serving as a hands-on learning lab for future educators. High school students will have opportunities to observe instruction, study child development, and gain authentic experience working alongside educators and young children. In that sense, this project is not only an investment in early learners today, but it also in the future educator workforce our community will need tomorrow. The board has reviewed community survey feedback and responses. While no single preferred design direction was identified, there was a general trend towards reducing the footprint, particularly office space. At the same time, many respondents emphasized the importance of maintaining a high-quality center with full programmatic support for children and families. As we move forward, continued board guidance will help the design team proceed with clarity and efficiency. Ultimately, this moment requires us to decide whether we will continue studying long-standing needs or if we are prepared to move forward in addressing them. As Dr. King reminds us, the time is always right to do what is right. Thank you, board members, for your time. Mrs. Burton and I are available to answer any questions. And at this time, we open the floor for discussion.
Look at slide 5 very quickly. Ms. Burton, this is a question for you. Okay, so when you talk about removing pre-K from College Heights, ECLC, and those considerations, we're saying that the community will be notified in December 2026 if there's a change.
Yes.
I will strongly recommend that we include the community in the process for this decision, and so that they are not informed in December, but that they are a participant in. I think as someone that would have made use of a facility on the north side, as a parent, I would have loved to have been involved or have my opinion asked or to be able to provide input. And so whatever the process is that we follow between now and December when we make that decision, please, at a minimum, certainly the families on the north side that would then have access to the potentially moved programs should be consulted. I frankly think it should be a conversation with the entirety of the community.
Another follow-up question for you, Mr. Burton, is what is the process to get more pre-K? We know it's so important to have early childhood education. About that. Is there steps? I know we can't automatically put them there through decal. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so those are conversations with decal. Typically, there are windows that are twice per year, the fall and the spring, where we have those conversations. And so I've reached out to our Right From the Start partners, both in the fall and spring of this year, about adding additional pre-K, and it's not an option for us right now.
What would the factors be to get it?
So we cannot, they're looking at the entire zip code and area. And so there are other pre-K, private pre-K, classrooms that may not have wait lists. And so they're looking at the totality of all pre-Ks offered. And it's important that we're not competing or taking some of their spots. So we don't have a monopoly, that they really want to honor and have balance.
I'm also just wondering, because I know we are trying to, you know, with the Fraser Center, we offer the majority of those seats are actually CSD staff, which is wonderful. And so is there any consideration with DeKalb in terms of, you know, not necessarily serving this particular zip code, because I'm guessing we have staff from other zip codes, right? And that being a factor for them to understand that we're also trying to serve our staff, our CSD staff in the work here.
Yeah, pre-K, so pre-K isn't at the Fraser Center, so that's the first thing.
Right.
And so, so you're asking, could we expand to offer it at the Fraser Center? I believe so.
Or the ECC. I mean, yeah, playing with that idea, but just getting more pre-K seats, really important.
May I ask a follow-up to that, just so that I'm clear? So I understand there's DeKalb and the state, but it's kind of like the ECLC, right, which is not a state mandated thing, right? We have K through 12. If we chose to create our own pre-K, and I don't know legally if it could be called pre-K, but could we not do that the same way that we're looking at taking funds to do the daycare or early childhood? So is there something that the state specifically says beyond the funding and DeKalb connection that says no school district? Because now I'm really confused, because I believe what I've just heard is effectively there are pre-K spots open in the surrounding area. And I know I checked one day, I think it was after the AJC article about early learning and specifically pre-K. I put in my address and did a 5-mile radius, and I saw openings. So if we are now, this is in a presentation of building the ECLC, and that ECLC is for a few different needs. And then we move to pre-K, which would be the older group. And so one, I don't know where those children are going. So I have a series of questions. So if a staff member gets this benefit, but then you get to pre-K and there's not an opening, the staff member will just have to figure it out. So I don't know what that process is, but I guess I should be clear. Could we not just offer our own pre-K classes without DeKalb funding?
I am not familiar with any public schools that offer a private pre-K. We have, right now we're serving 160. We have 8 classes. That's 160 students. And so, you know, that's a good amount. Where we're really struggling is in those 0 to 3. We're certainly not serving that many.
And Board Member Erie, did you get your question answered?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
I am interested in Board Member Anderson's question, though, right? So just as speaking as personal experience, and I suspect a lot of constituents and fellow parents in the district feel the same way. While having free pre-K at College Heights would have been a great option, which we were on a wait list, so we weren't sure if we were going to be able to get it, we ended up paying for private pre-K. And would have much rather paid for a private pre-K that was offered by city schools in Decatur, right? If that had been proximate or available. And so the fact that no one else has done it sounds like an opportunity for us to innovate. I don't know, there are very possibly legal boundaries or other things that we have to consider, but I think it's worthwhile having an answer to those questions. Yay or nay, whatever the answer is, but let's go find the answers to those questions, because I absolutely would have paid a tuition to send my kids to Decatur, had those spaces been available.
And along those lines, and I don't know if this is the same survey, but I did look up the city, and it's the 2024 survey results, so it, may be slightly different, but what I'm seeing is 49% of the respondents in Decatur, I think it was a 3,000 random, because I know we got the invitation in our household recently, but it says availability of affordable quality childcare / preschool. And so the other concern I have is understanding enough of these actual numbers, because there may be people that do not want to send their children to a daycare or early childhood center, but they do want to send them to pre-K. And even the 49% here, there's no way to know whether people were saying that it's the access to pre-K, which, as Hans just cited, they were on a wait list and couldn't get on. So, you know, I realize the pre-K slide is in this larger discussion of CCLC, which makes me even more questioning of the need we're solving for, if it turns out, just based on this city survey, based on Hans's, the lack of survey that I've seen to understand if more people would actually option or how that would be.
But she's saying that the need, you're saying the need right now, or the larger need is in the 0 to 3.
Right, we don't have a wait list for pre-K. I understand that there's conversation that if it was on the other side of town, that may increase interest. But right now, pre-K is not a deep need. Preschool, which would be in that 0 to 3, just as was referenced in that survey, is different than pre-K.
I want us to be really, really careful about inferring the lack of a wait list as meaning that the need isn't there, right? And so the challenge that we have is there are not a lot of 0 to 3 options in Decatur, which means you go on a wait list because you don't have other alternatives. But by the time it became my choice, my wife's choice about pre-K, we were still waitlisted. I couldn't stay on the wait list. I had to make a decision. I couldn't wait on Decatur to open that slot for me or not. So we went ahead and pulled our kids off the wait list and put them into another pre-K that was proximate to where we were. That does not mean, just because that our kids went off that wait list, that demand went away. I still wanted those slots, but I couldn't wait to have that found out. And I suspect that exact same dynamic happens over and over and over again for parents in the district. And so I understand the issues with DECAL. I understand the evaluations that they do, but I just from personal experience going to press back on the linking between lack of a wait list with lack of demand. I suspect there is a substantial amount of demand.
I think both of you are correct. I'm sure that it is true that people, when they get to like age 4, they can't keep waiting for years. They've probably been on the wait list someplace for 2 or 3 years. But I think what she's saying also is that because there are more pre-K options across the city, just like you're saying, and there are 0 to 3 options, then that dilutes your ability to continue to apply for pre-K classes. So I think both things are both true.
And that's fair. I think that we need additional 0 to 3 spots, and I think we could also easily justify pre-K slots. And because of however the decals works, if we're not able to get those fully funded, I think that there would still be demand within the community for a fully paid option. But I also think we need to ask that of the community.
We will explore if you can have a mixed model of Georgia pre-K and private pre-K in a K-12 public charter school system.
Got it.
We'll find out.
Can we go back to slide 3 for a minute? I just wanted to see something about the numbers here. We do not currently track the CST students reading at level and not reading at level by having gone to early learning 0 through 3, having done pre-K, and having done either or both in CSD. So we're simply extracting reading readiness here, but do we have any data that links our CSD students in the elementary, middle, and high school that did or did not have pre-K, did or did not have 0 to 3 learning?
We definitely would not have middle and high school. So, unfortunately, some of those data systems weren't established there during that time. Just over the last 3 years, there have been strong data systems put into place, but we wouldn't have longitudinal data.
This data represents the CCRPI, College and Career Readiness Performance Index, which is the state accountability for readiness.
And then, oh, sorry.
But to Board Member Anderson's point, we do now have the systems to begin longitudinally tracking that. And so I think there's some appetite on this board to see how is that performance different, right? And I think that students that haven't versus the students that have gone to, like, because we don't want to be calling out individual individual other pre-K programs. But if there is a substantial difference in performance for the students that have gone through our programs versus gone through other programs, I think that is just another data point saying that this is needed.
We can pull whether or not they have had our program or not. We don't track when a child comes in where they've come from. Yeah. And it must be obviously a student that's been with us.
Yeah. Okay.
Board Member Hernan, were you going to say?
Well, I was just saying, we started to see that data in the presentation that the Oprah's Rec Center in Eston walked through us, and we looked at that. So we had it, we're just not using it, or how is that correct? Okay.
I'd love to see it.
Actually, I'd like to clarify that, because I feel like what happened, James, was at a board retreat when I asked about it, you mentioned your daughter's experience, and I thought, how did I miss this? And then I went home and looked, and I think I emailed about it. So I have been asking for it for a while. I think we did a good job in presenting a dashboard. I'm just going to be honest, we're not Clayton County where we have lots of students moving. So I'm having, it would have been so difficult to do in the last year and a half, right? I don't know how much movement we have, but no, this is phenomenal. I grant that. But we have that dashboard, and I know you brought it up before, James. And I thought what happened then was that we could look at our individual children, but that's not what I want to know. I want to know district level wise, what are we looking at with the students who are here as to who had early learning, who had pre-K, who didn't, and who had an indicator.
We have that. It's just that I can't give you specifically those students because that's a CCRPI calculation.
But we could say grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, students that attended College Heights or Fraser Center, students that did not.
Yes.
And the students that did not, we will not know where or if. We just know that they did not attend us. And so we will see what that did. So that's a piece of information that I think we'd like to see.
But maybe not grade 3.
Yeah.
Great.
It's longitudinally, it hasn't been there enough. Yeah.
Yeah, what Doc is saying with that data starts in the 3rd grade. So a kid that was in College Heights a few years ago, if city schools that are catered to that could monitor that, we would just be making stuff up. But now we have a system that started a couple years ago. So before you see it there, you have to give it time to grow into that system.
So for the grade bands that we have had the data for, let's start showing that, and then each year we'll just get an extra cohort. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me look at slide 4. So the 185 plus future educators, that's only early childhood pathway, not early childhood pathway and teaching as a profession pathway.
Correct. That's class enrollment. For ECE for next school year.
For next school year.
Yes.
And the program is just moving from the Fraser Center.
Correct.
Okay, so we looked at the 3 design options with the date. And that's on
The last one.
the last slide, 13, I think. So August 2028 would be the aggressive option, and it would be ready. And then the others are 2027. So those 185 signed up for next year will not be in this learning lab. They'll still be at the high school.
Correct.
And there is no opportunity to let them go to College Heights. So College Heights has always been off the table, like teaching as a profession, for example, the students go to our Decatur elementary schools, right, for their practicum, at least that's my understanding. For early childhood education, though, that's just not an option for those early childhood pathway students to go to college heights.
Some of them do already.
Okay.
So we don't have enough space at Fraser Center to accommodate all of the practicum students, and so some of them do have to go over to College Heights. So we're utilizing both campuses.
Sure. And then from what I understand, the goal of this learning lab is to enhance, not really expand CTAE, if I got the information that I had requested correctly. So I think the other thing I'm kind of struggling with is, from what I can tell, we've got 457 graduates that do these different pathways, right? Early childhood seems like a pretty popular, which may be different from a purposely thought out pathway. So have we actually done anything to distinguish between the students who like that elective better than other electives versus the students who are seeking out the early childhood pathway because that is something that they are pursuing, they think it'll complement them, whether they want to be a doctor or a teacher? Have we done any of that kind of research?
Sure. We know the number of students that have received, completed an ECE pathway.
I want to say, I think, I had the opportunity to visit Rockdale County last week, and their career, academy, which is huge. It's a whole building dedicated to CTAE. And I walked, and I also met their superintendent, who is very hands-on with CTAE pathway, and I think it's worth it for board members periodically to visit other districts, especially with some of these kind of granular things that we're discussing. But I think maybe we might be having the wrong conversation about CTAE, not just saying how many students do we have, who did it last year, how many are enrolled, but here's an opportunity to truly expand it. You know, here we have some space, what more can we offer? They started out as a smaller program, kind of just like Board Member Anderson said, we offered this particular pathway, you know, how many students wanted it, but then when they were able to offer more certifications, and it wasn't an alternative pathway. Some students who were in the IB diploma program picked up, you know, a course in the CTAE department to get exposure. Like if you wanted to be pre-med, then maybe you picked up an EMT class, or you got a work permit and you were able to work in high school. Kind of the thought being that everybody's got a pathway to success, but everybody's looks a little different. So, you know, maybe, you know, it's worth it to dissect the numbers. I'm not pushing back on that. I want to be clear about that. But I think an alternative way to look at this is, you know, we have some work to do with CTAE. Like maybe we need to talk about expanding some opportunities for these kids. You know, some of their thought process was kids that graduate with a number of certifications can go to work, and they can graduate, go to work, they've got no debt. And not all kids are going to go to college if they don't want to, that's fine too. Or some go to college and they don't finish, or they need to go to college, they need to work, and they've got something that allows them to do so in a meaningful fashion. But the more that you offer, the more that it grows. They had automotive, they had nail technician, they had a culinary arts program that was very robust. Our culinary arts program is pretty phenomenal here too as well. But, you know, once you start it, it like ignites. And so, you know, I think this is where we can start, and then, you know, really start to build some of those certifications for some of those students.
Too, at the high school level.
Yeah, no,
There's so many opportunities.
But I think some of it, like I said, there was that they had some space and, you know, they had maximized some space and used space creatively. So I just wanted to put that out there.
And I appreciate that, but I think where I am struggling to connect those dots is I specifically asked if the new ECLP will create new CTAE pathways, because I hear you. I love looking at the charter review and finding out more about workforce development. I think I've read that we have 3 students in Decatur who are now, if not realtors, on their path to realtor. I fully support that. But I've also asked about the flexibility of this building, I think for the very reasons that you just cited. So a building with these observation rooms that has largely been described as a learning lab for early childhood education pathway teachers, seems unlikely to be adapted to, for example, auto mechanics. And so I didn't hear at the outset of this project that we were building a CTAE building.
I didn't say.
Yeah, no, we're
Okay, but I mean, you just talked about,
I was
you know,
just,
auto mechanics and
it was
career
just,
workforce, and so I'm just trying to understand how that aligns with this particular building.
well, I'm happy. I think that there's a lot of ways and that you could use this building creatively. You could use a culinary arts program perhaps to come and help create meals for the kids. And then once you have more space potentially at the high school, then that's where maybe some of those programs ignite. But my main point was that I think we have some room to grow the CTAE pathway. Maybe we just need to use something to help kind of get the ball rolling or get the spark going. I think other school districts have CTAE pathways that are just far more robust or have a lot more certifications. Also to emphasize that you can do CTAE certifications in conjunction with whatever your heart desires. The IB pathway, dual enrollment, all of those things. You can do those things all together. I think we just have to put it out there and, you know, make it as much of an option and as palatable and as desirable as possible.
I have a follow-up question about the programming at the new ECLC, because I've heard, you know, loud and clear and totally believe that we need to make college high and the program that we have at Fraser Center that's going to transfer over equal and, you know, on the same par. But I understand that the new ECLC and months a year, and we're at college high runs year round, so I'm wondering if the new ECLC going to be 10 months, 12 months?
Year round.
It's going to be year round, because I know, I'm just wondering, since, you know, the thought is to, you know, have this as a retention strategy for teachers, and about 50 kids at Fraser Center of the 60 are CSC staff, which is wonderful. And they work in our district. Is there a thought of how that works out for them?
Yeah, one of the beautiful things that we saw in Grand Rapids was the kind of front office staff did a beautiful job of determining the needs of families. Some needed 3 days a week, and some needed year-round. And so that was something that we walked away that visit with. How do we meet the needs of the families with scheduling?
So there might be flexibility of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So now I have another question. So is it correct that Fraser Center is only operating at 10 months?
Yes.
But the new ECLC is going to operate year-round, so then how does the operating cost comparison of Fraser Center, which I believe is, and maybe that's for our later presentation, but I think in our later presentation we see.
We do.
Okay, so I guess we'll talk about the equipment stuff there. Okay, thank you.
Do we have any more, just in the interest of time, do we have any more questions?
Well, I have a final one, because I don't see anywhere on the agenda where we are discussing the feedback that, last I looked, it was 113 people provided to the 3 designs that we didn't look at. I think we went straight to the redesign impact. So are we not discussing the 113 discrete pieces of feedback to the 3 design options?
No, I mean, I think Mr. Adams is asking us to provide a perspective on whether we're going to change from our current design or pursue one of the other 2 options. If we are pursuing one of the 2 other options, it would end up requiring a vote, and I think it's appropriate for us to talk right now about that feedback.
I think we got an AI-generated summary, but I went through and counted each, so I could kind of tally. And I think the general consensus, like the 56 emails we've gotten, because I'm tallying as they keep coming in, is don't do it. I saw more for the aggressive cut from some people because if nothing else, they felt like there's more space. I I think the logical question I saw across the board is one that I asked, and I'm not sure we've had answered yet, which is how we could be losing so much space and material and yet spending largely the same amount of money. So that's my initial thought based on this, and thank you to the 113 people who spent time, especially the people who spent time responding to each design option, because it's kind of seemingly created that way.
The broad feedback that we got that was summarized in AI reflects broad opposition to the new construction. So I just want to say that it was a small minority who expressed, they're gonna do it, keep the original design.
That's what I heard. The question, for the record, the question was, give us feedback on the design. The answer we got broadly was don't do it, but if you dissected that, then it was keep the original design. So, but the question was to get feedback on the
Yeah,
design.
I think it's important to note there's still majority broad opposition to new construction. But if we have to make a choice,
I think we have to look at those numbers. I disagree that when you eliminate the ones that said no, I'm pretty clear or pretty certain that I saw just as many that said if you're gonna do it, then do the aggressive design. So I'm not comfortable telling people that when you eliminate the no, and you get down to the possibly 13 responses that really did address the design options, I did not see that number, which was still considerably small. That's good with.
Any other comments or feedback?
Well, I think we need to know because we're talking about, I know that work session, according to our norms, is a preview of board action, but
Yes.
in the regular meeting, there is an agenda item about funding, so it seems like there needs to be.
Well, this would, if the consensus of the board here is to change, then prior to any conversation about funding, we will have to have a vote to change. So that would have to be added to the agenda.
Which you can do, if that's what you
certainly.
guys would like to do.
I am not inclined to seek a change, just given that there is not a particularly significant, even if these numbers are wrong, and I think we can be more aggressive about these numbers, it's still not that much of a difference. And given everything that we've talked about today and have continued to talk about in terms of the impact of having the entire programming in that building and all of the things that we're looking at doing, as well as some of the complications associated with making the changes, I'm comfortable leaving the design as is.
I think I agree with Board Member Earlier. If you look at the comments, and I did look at them, I opened them and looked at them, the broad feedback was not to build the building, right? That is a different conversation. That is a different agenda item or a different topic. The question was, which of these give us feedback on the design itself? And I think, you know, if you kind of tease out beneath that, I don't know how much, beneath the surface, I feel like the overwhelming sentiment is the cost, and I don't see where any of these alternatives are saving you much in terms of cost, if not potentially costing you more because of having to go through re-permitting and.
yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the AI generated, summary that we got, and of the 3 options, and I know they're still coming in, but there were 12 responses that preferred this, which was the most aggressive cut, as the smallest or least bad construction. Option 3 was 6 responses, or 5%, and the current was 6% preferred this to avoid losing instructional or support space. That's what we had at the time.
So to clarify then, the most number went with the aggressive, is that correct?
Yeah, based on the data we had when this was compiled.
And I'll just
But
say
you're
that
looking at how many people in total?
113.
No,
The
of
ones who were in support, it was 7 for the current, 6 for the phase 3, remove offices, 12 responses for aggressive, the most aggressive cut. So, you know, just if you want to look at the ones who were choosing.
About 25
people.
Yeah,
25.
that's 25, 12 said most aggressive.
And I'll just speak to the people that spent the time to provide your feedback. Thank you. I always read it. This eerily feels a lot like the two-story design that was thrown out, and I think just briefly, or however long, was it in August? So I don't quite understand what's going on with these redesign options that are out there, but then seemingly not really things for consideration. But again, thank you to the 113 people that did provide your time and your mind.
Any other thoughts or feedback?
What's
To
the
other people,
perspective?
what
Yeah.
are the perspectives for how you wish to proceed? If we go as it is, it's the current design. If the will of the board is to modify it, we need to amend the agenda to the regular board meeting to vote on it. I need to know what people's opinions are. If you say nothing, I'll assume that you just want to go with the current design.
Yeah, if it is to be funded, I think the most economic one is the current design.
Okay?
Well, if there are three people that think that, then I think I've been clear about how I feel. I don't think any of these design options are the best version of what Cater deserves and CSE should do.
Remember Erie?
Yeah, I'm conflicted. I mean, this one, we're looking at what the support was, and between the options, it was the most aggressive cut. Because we don't want it, I guess we're putting aside that the majority, the vast majority says no building. So if that's east side option, and I think it should be voted on.
Okay.
To aggressive cuts, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
To aggressive cuts, no change.
No change.
James, no change. Board Member Anderson, you don't want any of these options. That's what I understood.
Got it.
I mean, we had a community meeting, and I think, Hans, you specifically talked about seeing elevations. My recollection is we gave the impression that we would get back to people to kind of find out the finer details that are resulting in costs that are so similar despite buildings, especially between the aggressive cut and the current, that are so different. And I haven't seen those, and I've asked as well, because I can only go by what I know and what I'm told. And so, we have constituents that are continuing to email us asking, effectively, are you allowing the people that are profiting from this to be the ones advising you? And I think that's part of the process. Like when we had our house redone, of course, the person that's doing it is talking to me about the cost. I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, but I'm still not even, we have not gotten clear explanations as to, like, whether it's line item or bucket, looking at those numbers, why they are all so similar when there's so much that's not going to be in the aggressive cut. It just doesn't make sense.
Are you able to shed some light on that, Mr. Adams?
So yes, one is timing. We got the guaranteed maximum price. That was bidded out. If you just look at how much, if you put gas in your car, what has gone to your gas bill to fill your tank up back in November to what it costs now to fill your tank up. And as you look at the news, you see the war escalating more, price of everything increasing, simple economics, as in the final product is going to rise. You have labor shortage, you have rising costs, you have tariffs, you have a lot of uncertainty. So the price of things just are naturally going up. And so what we've done, not only did Paris Construction was our CMAR, and they have a lot of experience building, not just in Georgia, in the southeastern region. GMC, our architect, and our own consultant, Jeff Prine, who has built most of the buildings in the city of Decatur, city schools of Decatur, and also with the city of Decatur. That is our consultant, Jeff Prine, is our That's how we validate. He stands with us. He makes sure that parish and GMC are being honest. He runs his numbers, and he has a team of people he consults with. But that is what we pay him for, to validate.
Thank you. In the interest of time, are we wanting to move this to the regular board meeting to vote, or do we have a consensus with the current design?
It sounds to me like there's a 3 board member consensus to stay on the current design.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams and Ms. Burton. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
I'd like to call on Mrs. Karen Newton-Scott, Deputy Superintendent, to present the talent management follow-up, focusing on staff climate and staff engagement in March. Also, members of the Upbeat staff will join virtually.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sullivan, Vice Chair Utz, other esteemed members of the board, Leah in her absence, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Today's presentation serves as a follow-up to the March Talent Management Update, where we highlighted results from the Fall Teacher Engagement Survey. Today, we will hear directly from Upbeat, which administers both the engagement and exit surveys, and you will hear about our teacher-focused group feedback. We ensure our work aligns with our strategic accelerators. This presentation is primarily focused on cultivating and retaining high-quality professionals through effective engagement and two-way communication. I am pleased to introduce Upbeat representatives, Ms. Samantha Fury and Andrew, yes, Samantha Fury and Andrew Saturno, program managers, to present the teacher engagement data.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to join in and share these results. My name is Andrew Saturno. I'm the program manager for you all from Upbeat. Prior to joining Upbeat, I spent about a decade in Chicago Public Schools as a special education middle school teacher and assistant principal. I'll let Samantha introduce herself really quickly, and then we'll get started.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samantha Fury. I have recently retired from our Georgia K-12 system after more than 30 years of service. I ended my career in Newton County as superintendent of schools. And like most educators, retiring doesn't come easily. So I have stepped into a role as a full-time clinical assistant professor at the University of West Georgia. And Upbeat is very close to my heart, as in Newton County, we used Upbeat because we faced a significant challenge at the time with teacher retention. So I have this wonderful opportunity to have been able to work with Dr. Whitaker and her team, and the braveness and courageous team's effort to grab the bull by the horns to explore exactly what's happening in your school system with respect to your teachers and retention, and also to hear as folks leave the district what's on their minds. So really been a great experience to work with the team.
So what we'll do in our presentation is I'll give a brief overview of Upbeat, and then we'll jump into survey-specific highlights from spring 2025, the partnership timeline, areas of focus and participation rate, and then Samantha will touch on areas of growth that we saw throughout this school year from the fall and the spring survey, and then some areas of strength and opportunity that we pulled out from the data. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what we do at Upbeat is we pair a research design survey specifically on K-12 working conditions with action planning for district leaders and principals. And we see that leads to, over time, improved staff satisfaction and retention. We're really proud of the fact that 98% of principals and district leaders that meet with us say that meeting with an Upbeat leadership coach like Samantha has helped them accomplish their goals as leaders. And on the bottom right is an example of our work, as Samantha mentioned, with Newton County. Next slide, please. This again is just an overview of that process that happens in the fall and the spring. It starts with a survey that we then pair with analysis of the results and a dialogue at the district level, and then it leads to support and at the school level and action at the school level and district level alike. Next slide, please. So looking at the timeline from this year, in the fall, we met with principals to introduce this partnership. And then also, since the engagement survey was new for this school year, and in November, we surveyed teachers following with December reviewing the results, both with the human resources team, executive cabinet, and then also met with a pilot principal one-on-one to meet with Samantha. In the spring, we did the similar cadence, this time the survey occurring in April, and then the results analysis occurring in May, and then the pilot principal meeting occurring later this month. Next slide, please. We also are collecting exit survey feedback ongoing since August 2025 as employees depart. Next slide. Thank you. Our goals and areas of focus for this school year were to have greater than or equal to 70% participation. We achieved that in both survey administrations. This spring, particularly, we were looking at gathering comparative trend data to highlight the areas of strength and areas of opportunity at both the district and school level regarding culture, climate, and working conditions. And then two ongoing goals that we're continuing to look at is that principals are sharing back these results with their staff at their particular campuses. And then there's also an interest in professional development and work-life balance, specifically those perceptions at the school. Our participation rates this spring, 375 teachers completed the survey, an 82% completion rate. That is above, if you hit next real quick, if that is above the fall average of 80%. Both of those are really strong participation rates, and we see that participation in and of itself is a data point into the engagement and into the investment of staff into the culture and climate of their schools and their district. Next slide, please.
So now we'll take a quick look at district areas of growth from fall of 2025's administration of the survey to spring of 2026. It's important to note that of the 21 categories assessed in the survey, Decatur City Schools maintained or grew in 20 of the 21 categories. So we'll kind of drill down and look a little bit closer at the 5 categories you see on the screen. The first being work-life balance, which we all know is a challenge, not just in Georgia, but across the country. So the fact that we are really focusing in on work-life balance is incredibly positive and important. You'll notice that we started the survey with 48% positive when it comes to work-life balance and saw an increase of 9 percentage points to 57% positive. When you look at autonomy, we started at 63% positive and gained 5 percentage points to 68%. Self-efficacy at 84% positive in our fall survey to 89% positive, a gain of 5 percentage points in the spring. Satisfaction and purpose also saw a gain of 5 percentage points from 87% in the fall to 92% in the spring. And appreciation at 64% in the fall, a 4 percentage point gain to 68% in the spring administration. Next slide. Areas of strength. So drilling down from the survey, looking at care and commitment as a category, 93% positive with a 1 percentage point gain from the fall. Looking at question 59, 98% of teachers agreed that teachers at their school care about the well-being of students. Parent-teacher communication, 91% positive, which was 2 percentage points above in the fall administration. With question 3, 93% of teachers agreed that parents at their school have confidence in teachers. And collaboration, 89% positive with a 2% gain from the fall administration. Looking closely at question 21, 91% of teachers agreed that teachers at their school do meaningful work together in teams. Next slide. Areas of opportunity. Again, work-life balance is an area of opportunity in the district with 57% positive, recognizing a 9 percentage point gain from the fall administration. Question 23 specifically, 47% of teachers agreed that the workload expected of teachers at their school is reasonable. Looking at professional development, which sort of tests multiple areas, but specifically 55% positive, which is 1 percentage point above the fall. And digging into question 5, 42% of teachers agreed that professional development organized by their district helps them improve their teaching. And finally, teacher voice and leadership. 70% positive, which demonstrated a 3% improvement from the fall. And looking at question 35, 55% of teachers agreed that administrators at their school actively seek input from teachers when making important decisions.
Alongside the survey, we also held focus groups throughout April with teachers and leaders across all birth through 12 schools to better understand the experiences behind the data. We focused on 2 key areas consistently highlighted in the Upbeat survey and advisory councils: professional learning community and work-life balance. During our visits to each school, we listened to teachers and students, asking what was working well and what changes they would like to see. Our goal was to learn where support is needed and what changes could strengthen the staff experience and student outcomes. We captured nearly 100 teacher voices. Teachers were asked, what changes at the school or system level would improve your ability to maintain a healthy work-life balance? Responses varied. Some participants noted that the survey's timing early in the school year influenced their feedback due to initial high demands and adjustments. Many teachers felt these pressures became more manageable once routines were established and the school year began. Other common themes were more protected time, less paperwork, fewer flexibility. Middle and high school participants specifically desired greater flexibility during the school day to complete grading and planning, as these tasks were not always accomplished during PLC time. Across all groups, teachers stressed the importance of reducing administrative tasks, limiting initiative overload, and creating systems that allow them to focus more intently on students and instruction. When asked in what ways PLCs have helped this year, teachers clearly expressed that they value PLCs as an important component for instruction and collaboration. They noted that PLCs create time to work together, analyze student data, align instruction, and plan student support. PLCs are most effective when focused, collaborative, and directly connected to student needs. Teachers also sought more support in using a range of student data to inform instruction. This feedback confirms that PLCs have created a strong foundation we can continue to build upon. We also asked teachers what was one thing they'd like to change about PLCs. Teachers offered thoughtful feedback on how to make PLC time more impactful. For change centered on protecting PLC time from interruptions, increasing flexibility and teacher voice in process and agenda setting, providing more planning support during the school day, reducing requirements for PLC work, and ensuring that all educators, ESOL, special education specialists, are included in collaborative conversations. Teachers are ultimately asking for PLCs that feel purposeful, practical, and responsive to the realities of their classrooms and students. So our next steps reflect both the survey data and the themes heard directly from staff in the focus groups. Work will focus on refining PLC structures, protecting collaborative planning time, strengthening instructional focus, supporting teachers in their feedback around work-life balance, and continuing to gather feedback along the way. This process reinforced the value of systems impact staff and students, strengthen systems impacting staff and students' daily school experience. So in talking about the action steps in response to teacher feedback, we know that teacher satisfaction and retention remain a critical component of student success. At the same time, understanding retention data is nuanced and influenced by factors such as restructuring, promotions, and internal transfers. CSD retention rates are not among the lowest in the state or among our RESA districts. We anticipate that fiscal year 26 data will show improvement, and fiscal year 27 data will reflect current staffing realities. Retention trends are always contingent on both local and national factors in education. As we gear up for the start of fiscal year 27, you can see teacher separations. Separations have increased from 35 in fiscal year 25 to 53 this fiscal year. However, understanding turnover requires looking beyond the numbers to the reasons behind the separation. The table you see here breaks down the voluntary and involuntary separations. I will close with a staffing readiness update. I'm pleased to share on behalf of Adina Walker that we have filled over 80% of our vacancies, including 7 new hires from our Grow Your Own pathway, and we are on track to be fully staffed for day 1 of the fiscal year 27. As we continue our key staffing initiatives, we are constantly reflecting on our continued commitment to the CSD hire to retire experience. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I think a lot of this data would be helpful with comparative benchmarks. I mean, there were a little bit in there, but taking a look at work-life balance it's hard. Like 40, I forget the exact numbers, 40-something to 50-something. Sounds like a good change, and it sounds like it's moving in the right direction, but if the benchmark is 85% and we're at 57%, then we're in a really terrible spot, right? And so just having some sense of, is it normal that we're at this number? Is it abnormal that we're at this number? Where should we expect to be, and what is our target would help us, I think, have a little more context to evaluate how we're doing on these metrics.
We do have our upbeat representatives that are still on. Do you all want to speak to that at all?
Yeah, I could share. Hi, it's Andrew again. I could share about benchmarking that data specifically with work-life balance. That is 57% positive across that category for questions in that category is below our national average in terms of positivity. That's looking across over 40,000 teacher responses nationwide in spring 2026. So that is below the national average, just to give you an idea of that.
Below the national average.
Yes.
It's below the national average. How, to the extent that you have the information, does it compare to some of our peer districts in the area? Right, so below the national average means we are correct that we need to focus there. How are we doing vis-a-vis proximate districts?
How many districts in the Atlanta region, probably Sam would be able to know that, knowing the RESA, use Upbeat?
It is my understanding that there's no one using Upbeat in the Metro RESA districts, which really speaks to your forward thinking, because this survey and the work that follows the survey really helps to highlight opportunities for improvement. So you kind of are ahead of the game with respect to thinking about work-life balance and going to teachers to ask them specifically what things can we do as a district to impact this in a positive way. So I think the City Schools of Decatur are sort of leading the way with this work.
I've got a
few questions and comments. One, you know, I'd like to see us set a standard that we set for our students. We do a good job of announcing and publicizing just how well our students are doing. So I'd rather not look to the metro to figure out if we are doing when it comes to teacher retention, because we're not doing like the metro when it comes to academic performance and some of the great gains that we've made in reading performance. Just as someone in the classroom, I appreciate these surveys, but I also think there's a point at which teachers say, if you don't know, we have a bigger problem, right? If you're the ones that are assigning the lesson plans and creating the schedule and creating the grade expectations and creating the meetings, then perhaps start there and then come to me to find out kind of how it's working. I want to know a lot more about the survey results in terms of how they were grouped by grade level. Obviously, in elementary school, teachers' work expectations will be different from a middle or high school teacher, so I don't know if that's for Upbeat. Are they grouped at all by elementary, upper elementary, middle, and high school? Because we're just getting...
This is a really great question, and I also share it. I think that we have spent the last couple of years really focused on really K-3 literacy and some of those things, and I know that we're now starting to focus across the entirety of the system, and so I am also very interested in what are particularly the sentiments around our middle and high school teachers.
Can Upbeat answer that? Or?
Can you restate? Are you asking if we have the ability to disaggregate the results by staff type in terms of elementary, middle, and high school? Is that?
Yeah, because I can appreciate that DOE gives just teacher retention in general, but there are different work expectations and just work actions. So, you know, I want to know if the numbers are even worse or better at the middle and high school, where I just logically know there is. I think we already heard that the middle and high school teachers in particular were talking about degrading.
Yes, we have the ability to disaggregate by elementary and secondary schools, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, so I think that we're interested in that information. If it's not available right now, I think that's a follow-up that we would want to see. I very much would like to see effectively these exact same categories disaggregated by elementary, middle, and high school.
I can follow up with Ms. Walker on that.
Let's say elementary, secondary. Only reason why I say that is because you only have one middle school and one high school. So the power of Upbeat is that you're looking at that data against the global cluster. But when you're pinpointing to one specific grade band for Decatur, the difference is you're literally focusing on one specific school. So let's say secondary. Is that possible?
Yes. I mean, so it's not, this isn't like a try to gotcha a particular school or not. It just would be helpful to know, like, you know, on the work-life balance, is the 50, what is it, 57%? Mm-hmm. If it's 90% in elementary schools and it's 10% at the high school, then we don't have a work-life balance problem. We have a high school work-life balance problem. Mm-hmm. And that's, I think, what we're basically saying.
I'd also like to know a little bit more about the differences and the positivity. So, and I think this is maybe for Upbeat, but I'm not sure, because it says 20 to 21 survey categories maintain or grew in positivity. So one didn't, but I'd like to know which one that was. But also in positivity, it just means you had fewer people saying there isn't a work-life balance. Am I right about that definition of positivity here?
So I'll speak one. There's only a 1 percentage point decrease in one category. That would be the category that assesses equal opportunities. And then to answer your other question, the survey is structured on a 4-point Likert scale. So you have to answer strongly agree, disagree, or strongly disagree. So that change in positivity represents a change in the percentage of responses that were agree and strongly agree. So it is a change in the positivity rate in terms of people answering positively about. I'm sorry?
Just to be clear, it could be someone who just this time didn't say strongly disagree, but disagree. Or
No. These would be the change in people who said agree and strongly agree, grouped together.
Okay, thank you. And then, sure, just one final thing on slide 7 to make sure I understand this. So we have a 2% increase in participation in the spring, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I see. But do we know if these were the same survey takers?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's the same roster in terms of it's the folks who are in these roles again, but we do not account if it's the exact same 80%, like the 80% in the fall, if they were the exact same folks as the 80% in the spring. We don't do that type of accounting. The survey is presented anonymously, so we don't track like that.
It is important to note that at 375 respondents, statistically, the variances that are going to be between which individual takes it gets smoothed out. So that's a sufficient N to say that we have statistical significance.
I have a question about the survey. Are there any questions on the survey that relate to salary?
Compensation in general.
Compensation in general?
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
It's like a thing you would want to ask.
I have another question, but not for upbeat. Thank you, upbeat.
Okay, just in the interest of time, just maybe one, I just want to make sure we stay on.
Sure. Slide 10. So the teacher separation information is self-reporting, right? So it's what a teacher chooses to say.
Yes.
And so and this is like CSB or is the standard operating procedure. These are the categories that most school districts use when people are, because I thought Upbeat was doing an exit survey, obviously when, teachers are saying, hey, I'm not going to report or return. So I really have 2 questions on this slide, sorry.
Getting there. I think we were clicking at the same time, so. Can you repeat your question?
Sure. Just, my understanding with these kind of things is self-reporting. So, I could be ticked off, but I'm going to just say I'm leaving for family reasons because I don't want to offend anyone. So am I right about that, though? It's self-reporting. It's not like we're going around tracking to make sure you really are getting married and moving to.
Correct. Okay. Correct.
But are these standard, or is this CSD description for the reasons for leaving?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is Sarah Buck, she's director.
Many times it is self-reported either in their intent form before the contract's run out or during their resignation or with building leaders. It is not a standard, there's just various reasons.
Yes, thank you. And then to grow our own hires, so those would be people working on their certifications or new to teaching.
They're either student teachers that have been with us for the last year, or they are paraprofessionals who are moving into this role.
Okay, so then I'll do the math, because I feel like I read in the charter thing, 44% of our hires last year were grow to own. And then we have 7% here. So we are moving into an arena in which we've got many new grow your own teachers.
We've moved up higher this year.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Board, as shared by Upbeat, many districts do not engage in this sort of survey. However, we recognize that teacher engagement is vital to the hire to retire strategy, and we have work to do in the area of work-life balance. rest assured, we will address it just like we have other areas in the strategic plan.
Thank you, Mrs. Newton-Scott. We acknowledge that we have work to do to continue recruiting and retaining high-quality professionals. Work-life balance is one area of extreme focus. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Mrs. Frances Hall, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services, to provide the second semester update.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Oates, members of the Board, Student Board Representative Batra, and Superintendent Dr. Gina Whitaker. At your request, Student Support Services presents in May to provide an end-of-year report on data. The data represented today demonstrates that the system's culture is increasingly engaging and inclusive, leading to continued student success in all areas for all students. We opened 2026 by auditing our systems to ensure authentic career exploration, student well-being, and engagement. In January, a cohort of counselors and leaders participated in an intensive National Center on Education and the Economy benchmarking lab in partnership with Learning Forward Georgia. By analyzing the world's highest performing school systems, we identified a critical shift. Future-ready districts must move away from the one-size-fits-all model and that leaves students behind. To act on these insights, all 6 to 12 counselors have now completed the College Board AP Counselor Credentialing Program. This training advances our vision to provide a sophisticated, multi-tiered ecosystem of opportunities tailored to individual student needs and goals. By scaling access to advanced placement, international baccalaureate, and dual enrollment, we are directly bridging the equity gap and preparing a diverse student body for post-secondary success. In future rounds of advisement sessions, secondary counselors will be better able to share with students and their families the nuances around how credits transfer, long-term financial considerations, and even how families can decide based on their individualized needs, such as when a student has a heavier extracurricular caseload, for example. And of course, all students being able to actually reach graduation is a priority. Recently, Decatur High School students, alongside Congresswoman Nikema Williams, spotlighted the importance of mental health and nonviolence at a special event where she presented a check to communities in schools of Atlanta to support ongoing efforts. Our students shared their personal stories on how CIS programming has literally changed their lives via the integrated wraparound support. In addition to taking advantage of these opportunities to design and benchmark, initiatives already in progress remain on track. We can now say that we have successfully implemented year 1 of the Future Readiness Skills programming in grades 6 through 12. This means that students are being taught social, emotional, and life skills through a dedicated program available to all students in Tier 1 instruction. We also now have trained all K-5 schools in preparation for the K-12 implementation of this program next year. Additionally, all schools have a trained staff member at the local level to be an FRS ambassador. Selected by their principals, these ambassadors will support the fidelity of implementation by providing ongoing on-site coaching, modeling, and technical assistance. The SEL competencies built into our FRS framework improve academic achievement, build resilience to stress, and communication. These are essential for college and career success. Speaking of college and career, year 1 of the full K-12 Naviance platform implementation is also now completed. School counselors use Naviance to support post-secondary transition planning by providing a centralized, data-driven platform for student college research, career exploration, and academic planning. And finally, to design and strengthen comprehensive and integrated support services, I'm also happy to report that we now have the required pillar teams and leadership structures to to implement a true community school model at the Decatur Student Center. Through the needs assessment and listening sessions with students, families, and staff, we learned that we can best support our community by prioritizing services that help to foster student-teacher connections and equip staff with the best practices to support every student holistically. With external partners like Preventive Measures, Communities in Schools, and Stand Up for Kids, we have already began expanding the wraparound support to serve more students. Now to the data that helps us monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of our school's efforts. Per your request to review student discipline data twice a year, we'll now look at the overview of the discipline trends from this last school year compared to this year. Overall, we've seen a decrease in ISS and OSS incidents from 406 to 306. This 100 incident decrease indicates continued growth in how schools approach and support student behavior. Most ISS and OSS incidents occur at the middle and high school level. It is higher this year than last year, making that a 100 incident reduction all the more noteworthy. This slide highlights one of the most significant indicators of the system's effectiveness, recidivism. This year, 96% of students had 0 referrals, 3% only had 1 referral, and 1% had multiple referrals. 79 students district-wide had 2 or more referrals, resulting in ISS or OSS. When considered across the entire student population, this is a relatively small number and speaks to the effectiveness of our targeted and tiered interventions. In this data, we continue to see that the intentional use of half a day or ISS or less in-school suspension is low, indicating that schools are creating opportunities for reflection, problem solving, and re-engagement. A critical component of our work and a core responsibility of our system is addressing the historical disparities in discipline for Black students and students with disabilities. Building on the trends that you just saw, we now want to take a closer look at the impact of those reductions on our focus population. For Black students, incidents decreased from 336 to 214. More importantly, the incident rate decreased from 3.2 to 2.5 incidents per 100 students. For students with disabilities, incidents decreased from 157 to 120. The incident rate for students with disabilities also decreased from 28.0 to 21.1 incidents per 100 students. It is important to provide context around enrollment as well. While the enrollment for Black students decreased slightly by 18 students, that small change does not account for the reduction in incidents observed across the district. In other words, the decrease in discipline events is not simply the result of fewer students enrolled, but instead reflects continued efforts to strengthen student support, intervention practices, and proactive behavioral strategies. Additionally, in this school year, 105 of the 994 Black students, or 10.5 ISS or OSS, while 49 of 5 disabilities, or 8.6%, received ISS or OSS. Although there was a slight increase in the number of students with disabilities who received ISS or OSS, the overall number of incidents declined, suggesting fewer repeat incidents and continued progress in reducing disciplinary events overall. All in all, this data shows that the progress we are seeing at the system level is also translating to meaningful improvement for students we are intentionally monitoring. And in closing this portion of the presentation, when considering the totality of the end-of-year student discipline data, we see that exclusionary discipline is being reserved for the most serious incidents. This does reflect a fundamental shift in practice from discipline as punishment to discipline as an opportunity for growth. It is a clear example of how the whole child system is in action, where prevention, intervention, and ongoing support work together to reduce occurrences and improve student outcomes. The BACS3 Universal Screener remains a cornerstone of our proactive approach to student well-being. The BEST is a preventive strategy that allows school teams to support and to identify early emotional and behavior risks before they manifest into more serious concerns such as discipline incidents, attendance challenges, or academic decline. Through this universal screening process, the counselors, social workers, school psychologists all work proactively to identify students who are experiencing internal or external challenges and provide timely, targeted support. As appropriate, teachers are also made aware of scores during Tier 2 or Tier 3 level support meetings. This information is discussed during support team meetings. This year, we achieved a 95% participation rate, our highest rate to date, across the largest number of students screened. We started 2 years ago administrating the BEST to students in those key transition years, 3rd, 6th, and 9th grade. Then expanded the BEST to more students last year. This year, we did open the BEST to all upper elementary and secondary students. This strengthens both the reliability of the data and the ability to respond effectively. Results from the fall and the spring align closely with the Georgia MTSS framework, with most students at the Tier 1 level and fewer students at the targeted intervention and intensive intervention levels. Now that the data is integrated, we can focus on continuing to build school-based staff capacity and the importance of building transformational relationships with all students, identifying the risks, and considering well-being data alongside academic and behavior data in decision-making. Next year, we are going to expand the screener in grades pre-K through 2nd. As we think about attendance through a whole child lens and as required by Georgia law, we continue to closely monitor chronic absenteeism. In Georgia, chronic absenteeism is defined as students missing 10% or more of their enrolled school days. And as we look at attendance across the district, we are encouraged that by the overall rate, with all schools maintaining attendance between 95 to 97%. Student attendance is being monitored at all schools and district levels as an early warning indicator, which enables us, again, to provide early intervention and peer support. Both the district teams and the implementation leads teams start with that identification of the root causes and then move on to support such as mental health, family challenges, and instructional disengagement, and sometimes even senioritis as the root cause. Strategies and interventions such as goal setting and referrals can then be applied. In closing, it is important to remember that we are not taking the siloed approach. The impact of my team's effort is strengthened by the continued intentional collaboration between teaching and learning, student support services, and school leadership. While each plays a critical role in our district, it is our collective alignment that creates a stable, responsive system capable of meeting the needs of every student. Thank you for allowing me to share this end of the year update, and if you have any questions or feedback from me.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. On slide 6, when you look at the decrease, especially for students of color, with your rate for 100 for ISS and OSS, that's always been a passion point for me. It's not losing instructional time because of a disciplinary infraction. I'm really happy to see those gains there. I just wonder if you could expound on what you think did the trick, or you still have some ways to go, but because 21% is still a decent number, but what you think is responsible for that, for those gains?
I think it's a combination. A couple of years ago, we started with the intensive revisions of the code of conduct, ensuring that progressive discipline was really embedded, and not just in the paperwork, but in how we do things. So the consultation model that we have with school administrators is really helpful because when those calls come in, we can really walk them through what are you doing, what has been done for this child, and we can help them and guide them if not all things have been considered. So progressive discipline, active consultation, and really trying to educate everyone as to what student support means and how to individualize that. We have some ways to go because now we really want to get also, like the data is saying, like Student Voice is saying, to our teachers and helping that relationship building, even when things are challenging, how to grow that.
And do these numbers have overlap? So within that 30, if you're looking at total incidents, 336, 214, 157, 120, are any of these students double counted? So students of color who also have disabilities, are they double counted there?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
As in much of the other data, I think some benchmarks to understand, like, where are we headed? What does good look like? What do the rest of the students in the district look like? And what do we want to get to with these students, I think would be helpful for future presentations and future conversations.
All right. Our strategic plan includes an objective to create professional development pathways, actually high-quality professional learning. This year, we focused on our counselor development. Based on the feedback that counselors provided in their meeting just today, these engagements were impactful in enhancing their capacity, reinforcing best practices, and boosting their confidence in guiding students towards advanced placement or AP opportunities. That was kind of a subject today, even at lunch when I talked with Zoe. Counselors found that the training valuable as it refreshed their understanding of the AP coursework and provided practical strategies for identifying and supporting students with AP potential. Overall, the experience served as a meaningful refresher and reinforced best practices to expand student access and success in rigorous coursework.
Thank you, Mrs. Holt. It's good to see that the rate of incidence for students of color has been reduced. Let's keep that forward momentum. Dr. Whitaker, the next presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair Salton. I would like to call on Mr. Eston Melton, Chief of Safety and Technology, and Zoe Smith, our Student Board of Education Apprentice, to update the board on artificial intelligence and ed tech.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Zoe Smith. I'm the current Board of Education Student Apprentice. During my apprentice year, I have been working to amplify student voices on the widely opinionated topic of AI. Today, I will share my work with you in hopes of creating strong recommendations for policies for CSE. Mr. Mellon will also be providing some information on our CSE educational technology landscapes and changes. Computers and technology has always been an interest of mine, so I was very motivated to explore this topic at a deeper level and get relevant information understood. This aligns with Strategic Accelerator 2. I will also be sharing some policy recommendations which align to Strategic Accelerator 4. My work on AI began in November of 2025, when I started working with staff members to put together a plan of action. My first task was to start doing in-depth research on the mechanics and uses of AI, as well as current AI policies, both locally and nationally. Through this research, I developed questions for the student body, which led me to create a survey to gather diverse student opinions. From the earnest replies of many students, I have synthesized and developed policy recommendations that reflect the student body's position on artificial intelligence. The survey I created was an invaluable source of information, as 719 middle and high school students completed it. 70% of students reported using AI at least once a week and up to multiple times a day. Among those surveys, 62% of students do not believe that this district is preparing them for AI in the future. This concern emerged through depictions of the school district blocking off all access to AI, versus teaching students how to use it responsibly. Many students argue that AI is rapidly becoming a tool used in everyday life, and that to be prepared for the world around them, students should be taught to use AI ethically. Not to mention, there's no actual training on AI. Essentially creating a wall between students and AI is adding to the overall fear and nuance. Even with the restrictions of AI on our school Chromebooks, students are still using it for a variety of purposes. The limitations of AI are effectively stopping students from learning about it in a controlled school environment. If this district wants to address the concerns from students teaching and promoting things like unethical uses and AI literacy is how you make sure students are prepared for future opportunities. When asked how they use AI, the most common use came from 45.3% of students saying they use it for brainstorming. They also recognized that AI is helpful in schools for personalized learning and 24-hour support or homework help. Despite using AI in these ways, there were other concerns that frequently arose throughout the survey, including future job prospects, and environmental issues. This again connects to the lack of AI literacy in the district, where students do not know how AI will affect their opportunities in the future and how to use technology in an environmentally conscious way. Moreover, students report that they have seen enough AI to recognize when articles/images are AI generated versus human made. This data suggests that our district's goal must be to make sure humans are always the driving force, which can only happen when teaching students to use AI with critical thinking skills and responsible decisions. Finally, according to students, the immense technology restrictions they experience do not seem to apply to teachers, which is seen as unethical and impersonal by many students at DHS. It is common for teachers to create assignments, tests, or grade essays with AI. When tests are made with AI, we know we put into a class is not actually appreciated. Also, with things as unique things as unique to an individual as essays are, getting AI generated feedback, especially when the same is given to every student, does not help us improve or grow in our writing skills. Students understand that some teachers check over these AI assignments. However, AI typically gives unclear or irrelevant information that can cause confusion in a student's learning experience. I'd like to clarify that this does not apply to all teachers, as plenty of teachers use it responsibly or not at all, and many actually discourage AI usage by creating assignments meant to foster human connection. These types of classes are always my favorite because I know the teacher will support all their students in a personalized way. Even so, promoting AI literacy is not just beneficial for students, but also for the educators who do not see the ethical issue in using AI for what should be human lessons. Ensuring all students receive a personalized and distinct learning experience is what CSU strives to do. And in today's world, AI must be one of the tools we give students to be critical thinkers and exceptional members of society. This brings me to my recommendations. Considering the extensive student input that I have gathered over the past couple of months, I have synthesized that students want humans to always be the driver of all technology use. This means that technology should be used in situations where students could do the work without technology and understand it, but opt to use technology for thoughtful reasons like exploration or enhancing their learning. Furthermore, technology should not undermine educator-student relationships, meaning that students should still be able to have meaningful conversations with their teachers and feel understood and recognized in all learning environments. If we expect students to always put their best foot forward, we should expect educators to give encouraging assistance and helpful feedback. All in all, these requests come down to encouraging AI literacy throughout the district. Students and teachers should be taught the ethical and responsible uses of technology, as well as encouraged to use it in an environmentally conscious manner. Whether that is classes or furthering exploration, it is important to give all people in CSC a chance to learn and develop their own opinions on technology and the ability to make responsible decisions when given access to technology. This is especially important because we know the AI landscape is constantly changing. I will now turn it over to Mr. Mellon, Chief of Staff and Technology, to share some information about our educational technology landscape.
Don't worry, Zoe's coming back up so you can tell what an awesome job she's doing. Thank you, Zoe. Good afternoon, board members and Dr. Whitaker. Our ongoing work around AI has its most critical impact in the classroom. And in that vein, AI and AI-enhanced tools sit alongside other online educational technology resources. Instructional and technology leaders are aware of national, state, local debates and decisions about the role of screens overall and online tools in schools. Many of these discussions are part of a post-pandemic pendulum swing away from screens, often reinforced by research showing the benefits of analog learning. And CSD's decision-making on these topics has been attenuated over the last few months, thanks to broad input from our parents, whose desires range from a much more constrained online environment to one with broader access and autonomy for student online learning. And finding that right balance point in Decatur feels like a worthwhile project. I want to share with the board some recent adjustments Decatur has made within our broader ed tech landscape, plus a few things we're working on for next year. And the we in this conversation, again, is not only technology, but also with the teaching and learning division. So, like every other entity that uses federal E-rate dollars, we have a world-class content filter to help mediate what contents our students can access. This filter is in place regardless of whether a student's CSD-issued device is at home or at school. Our deep dive this year into evaluating some filter practices began when several parents asked to evaluate gamification in their students' online experience, wondering if some distracting sites were appropriate. So we looked at a month's worth of data. About 87% of student traffic to educational games was to partners approved and licensed by CSD to support student independent practice. But we went ahead and blocked the balance of the websites in that category to cut down some of that screen time. We also joined with other customers of Lightspeed, which is our content filter provider, to give us early access to tools that better monitor and identify online activity designed to circumvent the content filter. We've made it more difficult for students to download and execute certain types of programs and web content locally on their computer, leading to distraction. And our alert system's looking for certain certain types of files used to try to bypass the filter have been updated to aid in more timely intervention. One note, though, about our not perfect. Our second largest help desk category is the content filter. For every request we get to block a website that has been missed, that a teacher feels is distracting, we receive 4 requests to unblock some other website because we do have an aggressive stance on our content filter. The categories our websites we filter align with practices not only in the metro, but to your point last month, Mr. Utz, we also looked at some leading edge school districts in the country, and we are in line with their practices too. Additionally, beyond technical measures, CSD has long required staff to supervise how students under their supervision use tech at school. And this year we provided a new tool, Lightspeed Classroom, to help monitor that screen time to assist with our middle school. Next year's budget expands that screen monitoring tool to our upper elementary. And with that expanded Lightspeed Classroom rollout, we're excited that tool will now allow teachers to unblock some websites for students who are there with them in the classroom. This would allow us to maybe default block a broader swath of internet resources and permit students access only when appropriate for that student under adult supervision and learning in the classroom, perhaps with some of these AI tools. It would also help keep controls of some generative AI tools to support supervised student learning. With Principal Glenn's support, we're adjusting email and drive functionality at Beacon Hill. Our data show that students and families over email and drive sharing to support learning, community connectedness, and family communication. However, as is the case with every other school district I've worked at and spoken with, there's also an area where we see the most misuse and opportunities for learning when it comes to these online resources. So starting next year, middle schoolers will no longer be able to send or share email or drive items with folks outside of CSD. And this again brings CSD into closer alignment with practices in the rest of the metro and other high-performing districts we've spoken with. And we'll also be done next year deploying Lightspeed Insights, a product more directly aimed at measuring actual screen time. Our content filter is great at saying when a student landed on a site, but not necessarily how long was at an active tab with their eyeballs. So bringing in the tools to close that data gap to get better insights. And as helpful as the technology tools are, I'm most excited, this is the teacher brain coming out, I'm most excited by the training and expectation setting for staff. So we're working with our partners in teaching and learning on articulating consistent parameters for staff around appropriate educational technology planning going into next year. This includes not using Chromebooks for unstructured time, guides on how staff can appropriately use AI for lesson planning, and look forwards for coaches and administrators to provide feedback on class. You heard Zoe speak to this from the student perspective, I will say too, that classroom technology should substantially modify or redefine what classroom learning looks like, such that the means of learning would not otherwise be possible for want of a Chromebook or some other online connected tool. Unstructured time doesn't lend itself to meeting that threshold, and where technology is merely substituting or slightly augmenting analog learning, it's wise to consider just doing the analog approach. And all of these shifts and resources will be part of our pre-planning cycle. We all know how precious those critical hours are. We hesitate to put district-mandated PL in front of teachers who just want to be in their classrooms and be with their principals, but it's a worthwhile enough investment to have some consistent expectation setting, and those parameters around ed tech use, around instructional use of AI, they are already embedded in the pre-planning calendar going into July. So this is a bit of a compelling, non-exhaustive list of how we're trying to keep students focused and safe online without clamping down so hard as to make a student's computer a source of instruction halting friction for students or their teachers. And we'll have more information on our progress with this after we open school and the January state of report for my division. So now, having zoomed out rather broadly, I'm going to zoom in on Zoe. What you're doing with your summer. Ready? Okay.
Hi. I'm excited to share that I will be attending the 2026 Leadership and Innovation Fellowship along with one of my classmates, Tristan Lewis, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. This event held in Boston this summer is bringing together 50 superintendents and 100 high school age students. We will be the representatives for the state of Georgia. This fellowship is designed to support school leaders and students as we navigate the opportunities and challenges of AI in public education. We know that the AI landscape is continuing to change and evolve. The information learned from this fellowship, along with the input I have gained from students, will be used to help shape our CSD AI policies. Thank you.
And we look at slide 6. I have a question. So I am going to encourage us. I think it's fantastic that third bullet, students and teachers should be taught responsible and ethical ways to use the technology. I would add administrators. It's a pretty critical component of it. The folks that are actually managing the system also need to know. I don't know anything really about AI, so I'm not super qualified to weigh in on it. So frankly, we should be a part of some of that training. And so I think broader is better when it comes to informing us how to appropriately guide a system in this incredibly fungible landscape.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm curious, because you came up with the policy recommendations, right? Anything that intersects with instruction, because I know from my own teaching, I have students write essays now because, like you're finding, what they repeatedly say is they are using AI, and why wouldn't you, right? From a reasonable standpoint, I mean, it's a question beyond, like, I think what you identified, hey, if I'm a student and I'm working, but the material I'm getting from the teachers. So I just wonder, and maybe it's something at your conference, because what I see is there's AI use, but there's also learning, and so those things are kind of happening together versus just AI or just the classroom. And I would encourage, though, if you go back one more slide, I think, to your findings. So did you ask students, or was there a component about the cheating? Because I see that you have it for brainstorming.
So yes, we asked students what they most use AI for. There was an option there for things like essays. However, the likelihood that all of them respond truthfully is not super likely. That being said, even with the cheating aspect, I know me and a lot of my other peers tend to use it for more things like personalized learning support. And I know that using it for essays has kind of become more frowned upon, I think, just around students. I think not everyone, but I think that's where the AI literacy thing comes in, because teaching students the negatives of using AI to write essays and that type of stuff, that's going to have a better impact than just straight up telling them no, especially because from a teenager's perspective, you tell someone no, they're gonna wanna do more.
And, yeah, and I
Doesn't change when
appreciate,
adults show up here, just to be clear.
that focus, because, I've been reading a lot and sharing with my students, like, with, you go to college then, and you're expected to demonstrate your process, which is something that AI wouldn't. So thank you very much for this. I do have a question. I think it's not for you, although you could try to answer it. I believe it's slide 7. So, I personally love anything that gets the screens out and away. On the other hand, and I think I've heard people talk about this, I look at that 12 to 4:30 a.m. Chromebook shutdown. Staff is in another time zone and needs to use it.
This is a great question. Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for asking it. It pays attention to the local time.
Okay, thank you. But still though, I love encouraging students to sleep, but when I see the emails I get, so are we kind of moving into student wellness then? And no matter what time they're working, you're gonna stop at midnight?
So without going too far down the rabbit hole, yes, this seemed like an opportunity. When we were looking at online activity data, we see a very small number of students who were between midnight and 4:30 a.m. We should, we can look up their names. We shared their names with counselors and so on, like, hey, are you healthy? What's going on? But we also saw an opportunity, at least for this block of time. Let's put some constraint. This seems like an easy, low-hanging fruit. Where we have some opportunities next year, like we might be able to calibrate this more to a particular grade band, but also a sensitivity to sometimes you just got to knock out a paper, right? So like finding that point is out there, which is why we kind of kept it relatively small. We certainly don't want our children up at 11:30 or up at 4:45 to do stuff, but let's start here and then we can look at doing a little bit.
Thank you.
You got it.
Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of my concerns with this, and I know there's been, I'm sure Zoe can speak to this as well, but I know that educational filters are deeply, deeply controversial with students, and even like growing up, like I was on the internet a lot, and it taught me to be a digital citizen, but I also had like my own personal laptop at home, which is, Chromebooks, school-provided Chromebooks are a lot of students' like only device with which to like complete, not just like school tasks, but if they have a job, they need to log into like a platform and those kinds of things. Like I will say, I'm up past 12 every night studying for IB exams. Probably the average high school student is most nights. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that. So not necessarily like a wellness issue, but for students that this is their only way of accessing the internet, doing all of those things. All of these restrictions can kind of limit those opportunities. So I wonder what you have to speak to that, and how are we teaching our students to be like digital citizens?
I'll take that one too. So how do I feel about that? I feel like the more constraints you put on a student, the more likely it is that they're going to try to look for ways to get around them. One, and that's just not me. That's me echoing a student at Dr. Whitaker's student advisory council.
Yeah.
I said before, I named here, there are ways to get around any filter. I talked to my old school district in Palo Alto in the heart of Silicon Valley. They have the exact same kids, almost as smart as our kids. We find ways to kind of navigate around these things. So restraints only get you so far. And I totally hear perhaps the frustration when if you're on your CSP device, you have an alternative. Not every student has that alternative. In fact, I don't know how many people were on the board then. I think you three might have been. When we made the decision, when the board endorsed post-pandemic, we're going to give every student, middle and high school, device to take home. That was to ensure a baseline access to learning beyond the classroom. That was the rationale. And I think it's still a compelling rationale. And so every time we put a restriction into place, it feels a little bad because it's an opportunity to create friction with something that should be seen as a learning tool. And at the same time, Ms. Batra, we have parents, some of whom might be in the room, who say that we don't restrict enough. And so calibrating on an appropriate balance point, both between the tools that we have at our disposal, but also some of that squishy human stuff in terms of expectation setting and that personal excellence that every kid and every student, every teacher is capable of, so that just you as a human being are better situated to make the right decision, so that perhaps restrictions are seem less necessary. That continues to be our work. And congratulations to you. Zoe's going to continue that work in the student voice in very short order. That's a response, and there's always I don't have an answer for you, but we're mindful of the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, at least for high school, the more independence, and maybe for high school, making it like 2 to 4:30.
So what I will tell you is going into the summer, coming into next year, we'll have those discussions with Dr. Sproul and the counseling team and get kind of their input, and we can take a look back at perhaps attempted use to log into Turn On Chromebook during those hours, so perfect. We can follow
Okay,
up.
and I trust that we used to go to lecture.
Thank you. I recognize the opportunity to prepare our students for an AI-driven future with a focus on policy, on purpose, and on caution. When meeting with the superintendent's advisory, as far as our students concerned, just last week, all of those points were affirmed. And looking around the room, I see some of those students right now, and they will say, these were the things that they did tell me. Additionally, our commitment to amplifying student voice serves as the perfect prerequisite for the invitation from the National Superintendent Association, which is AASA, for us to join the National Leadership and Innovation Fellowship focused on AI and future of learning. The fellowship invites selected superintendents from every state to receive cutting-edge training, AI training at MIT, and also to bring 2 students for an immersive experience focused on ethical use of AI. So important. System-level leadership and policy. So the Edward M. Kennedy Institute features a full-scale replica of the U.S. Senate chamber. Zoe and Tristan will act as student senators representing Georgia to develop national AI policy. AASA will distribute the results of the student-developed policy nationally to all superintendents. And just note, in February, Atlanta is hosting AASA, so I wouldn't be surprised if Zoe and Tristan would have invitation on the national stage to say what it is that they develop at MIT this summer. So this model holds the potential to be replicated in local districts, providing a framework for governing technology. And I know when talking to Nia, she said she had a little bit of FOMO that she was not able to go. But I believe we are passing the baton to someone who can take it and move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Melton and Zoe, for the presentation. I look forward to continuing discussions of idle screen time and the appropriateness of screens in classrooms. All right. This concludes our work session. As a reminder, the work sessions are designed for in-depth discussion, study, and planning regarding district policies, issues, and upcoming discussions. Many items presented during a work session inform the board meeting agenda, including the consent agenda. We will recess for 10 minutes and return to begin our regular board meeting. The purpose of the board meeting and school governance is to conduct the official business of the school district through discussion and formal voting, ensuring legal and transparent decision-making on policies, budgets, and district priorities. There being no further business, this work session is adjourned at 3:58 p.m. We'll now call this meeting to order at 4:07 p.m. We ask that you silence all cell phones at this time. We will begin with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, I ask that everyone join me in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Now I ask all who are able to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our mission is to inspire and enable student growth through meaningful and engaging learning experiences supported by highly qualified and caring educators in a safe and inviting environment. The chair appoints counsel from Wilson, Morton, and Downs as parliamentarians for this meeting to advise on parliamentary procedures as needed. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Board members, are there any revisions to tonight's agenda?
A motion that I'd like to make to amend the agenda.
Okay.
I would like to remove the new Early Childhood Learning Center financing and fundings item and defer it to a future work session where we will have time to actually review the data and not rush into a decision or be put in a position to have to vote for an item that we're seeing for the first time.
Okay. I'll second. Is there any discussion?
I think I have to understand more of what the future means.
Oh.
Because we have a budget vote tonight and a mill rate on the agenda too, so how would those fit?
Well, I mean, so again, it's not a whole lot of time to review the information, but as I understand from all of the capital conversations, that financing is a splashed conversation, not a general fund conversation. And so future is, there isn't a operating budget impact. There is obviously a splost impact. And I think that an item of that magnitude, this much of a change, warrants us having a robust work session conversation first, and then ultimately a vote, if we decide to move forward.
I agree with robust discussions, ideally, even allowing other people actual input, but to go back to it though, I thought there was like $1.5 million of startup cost of the ECLC in this FY '27 budget, so that alone is a problem.
That's not related to long-term financing. That's just a question about this budget.
And just for clarity, the discussion item is to move the item to the retreat.
I don't. I'm
Or to a future
work. I think a work session is appropriate.
A future work session.
So I'm trying to process this because we are voting on the FY '27 budget today, and we are voting on the mill rate today, but you're recommending we move the financing option for the ECLC to an unspecified time in the future.
We can specify it, but I just want to make sure that we have the time to evaluate it. We should be very clear, there is not, for any capital financing, whether it's this, whether it's piece A, whatever that is, there isn't an operating cost impact, so it's not relevant to today's budget conversation. That's a separate conversation. But I mean, I think if we want to specify when, if we want to talk about the next board meeting, I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure that we have a work session conversation where we can go into the depth that we need to go into prior to us having a vote on it.
The final question I have is, since you and the chair were the ones that set the agenda, why is this now a proposal? Why was it ever put on the agenda to begin with to do tonight and vote on, if now you're proposing we wait?
Well, I think it has to do with getting, the materials, right? I mean, having the different conversations in advance about something to take a look at and have a recommendation versus actually seeing where the numbers are and seeing what it looks like. I do feel like we need more conversation about it.
I'm also wondering if the scope of the conversation is whether we're doing an ECLC and CHA renovations, or is it just putting off this ECLC financing and funding question? Because I think it needs to be broader.
Well,
and just to clarify, we set the agenda, but we get the packets the same time you do.
Yes.
But wouldn't you, I'm sorry.
Board member Arrear's question, I think just being strictly accordance to agenda, we are talking about, in this case, just the financing and fundings for the lend, lease, or whatever COPS is called. If there is the desire to have that larger conversation, then that is a new agenda item that we would then have a conversation about in the future as well, which I'm open to,
Yeah,
but like.
I would prefer, because I know this project came up with the DHS renovations, and so in my mind, they should really come together forward. And, for the record, I think the work session should be all of it.
Okay. Sounds reasonable. All right, are we ready for the question?
No, sorry,
Okay.
because I just want to be clear, and I want to make sure that everyone listening is clear. This is not a proposal to discuss whether to commit the district to the funding of the ECLC, because the FY '27 budget already has operating costs associated with the ECLC. The recommendation is simply to put off a discussion of how we'll pay for it to later. Is that?
Well,
No.
I mean, there was a vote as a part of it as well, which is what I am saying I'm not prepared to engage on, right? Like, I think there's more conversation necessary in an environment like a work session to actually get to ultimately a decision.
And some of those operating costs, which we'll discuss in the budget, are different from SLOSS costs.
I don't disputing the two. I'm simply saying that if this is an apt comparison, we've already bought a lot of the stuff for our vacation operating costs, but we're going to wait until later to figure out if we're going to take the vacation and how we're going to pay for it. Because, again, the budget that we're voting on tonight has line items for the ECLC, but I'm hearing a proposal that we figure out later how we're going to finance the ECLC, and that's why I'm having a problem voting on this particular motion.
Okay.
Ready?
So I'm happy to add to the motion if we want to take the ECLC costs out of the budget for FY '27 for now, and then when we have that work session, absolutely.
I don't think I'm prepared to do that, no, that's not, I think.
Well, in all fairness, she can definitely bring that up when the budget discussion comes up, if that's
Oh,
what she
okay.
wants to do.
Sure.
Definitely, she can.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
Well, then now I need to understand the motion that I would be either agreeing to or not. So this is simply a motion to take the financing of the ECLC off our agenda to talk about at a future date.
A future work session, yes.
But then when we get to the budget discussion, I can make a motion to remove something from it if I want.
You definitely can, or you can ask whatever questions you like.
Well, I know I can ask the questions, I just want to confirm that I can make a motion to have that removed from the budget, because those are two related.
Sure.
But I just want to reiterate, the work session will include a discussion about the Decatur High School renovations and how it works with early childhood learning.
Yeah.
I think that's it,
Okay.
yeah.
Sounds good.
Definitely. All right, so the pending question is to amend the agenda to move the ECLC financing discussion to a future work session. Board members, this requires a roll call vote. When your name is called, please respond with aye if you're in favor, no if you're opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Salton?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Abstain.
Board Member Ariere?
Aye.
The Chair Salton, the tally stands 4 ayes, 0 noes, 1 abstention.
And the motion carries.
I would like to also formally
What?
remove, okay, finish.
One, okay. Okay, thank you. All right. The next agenda item is the approval of the, wait, no, I need to make one more.
I'd like to
Make one
add
more.
something to the
Yeah,
agenda.
Okay.
First step is to move the policy
Yes,
discussion
that's
from
what
the
I
work
need to
session.
do, yes,
Okay.
that's the next thing I need to do, yes. And the next question is to move the policy discussion from work session to the board meeting. I need a motion to adopt the agenda to move the policies AFC and EEE as well as FDC from work session to board meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon, second. Board Member, this is a pending question, is to modify the agenda to move policies AFC, EEE, and FDC from the work session to the regular board meeting. This is a question that requires a roll call vote. Board members, when your name is called, please respond aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed or abstain. If you wish to remain neutral, Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz,
Aye.
Board Member Herndon,
Aye.
Board Member Irier.
Aye.
The Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
All right, that motion carries. Okay.
I
Yes,
would like
ma'am.
to formally renew my request for a governance agenda item during today's board meeting. I've tried to put this on the agenda. I was told that it was in pre-work, but today, but it was not. This exemplifies part of the governance concern that I have.
I'm confused because we added your agenda item in pre-work. What did we not
I did not
cover?
see.
What did we not cover?
We talked about communication norms, but not the governance items that I requested.
What items did we not cover?
I wanted to discuss legal.
Okay, those,
Executive session.
okay,
Records.
those confidential matters did require me to do some work with GSBA. So those things I have to do a little bit of research on to make sure that we handle them properly. Some of them are some confidential matters. I'm willing to discuss them. Some of them are some sensitive legal matters. I have to make sure that I personally get some proper legal guidance as to how to add them to the agenda, what matters can be discussed publicly and in what forum. It's not that we're not trying to add them, but I need some guidance on that.
Do we have a sense when we'll have that guidance
Yeah.
so that we can add the item?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Once I get that, I need to discuss it with our legal team, and then we will definitely get the agenda items.
So is this, is
Next
it like
month.
next month, it's a next month
Absolutely.
board
Mhm.
meeting that we can add? Okay.
Yes, governance concerns involving transparency and the boundaries of executive session, consultant oversight, and legal expenditures and future responsibilities deserve to be an open discussion for the public record.
I think some of those things are, like I said, which I've explained to you directly, are some matters that require some legal expertise. I think some of them require our legal team to provide some insight. So I need some guidance as to how to manage that particular agenda item. I received it. I also explained that to you in writing as well, but that's how I would proceed, that I would discuss it with GSBA as to how to discuss that. Some of those are confidential matters that involve constituents and other open records. I need to make sure that I handle that correctly.
I mean, GSBA is an advisory, I will, but matters are pressing, and I've been bringing them up repeatedly, so I look forward to that discussion at the next meeting.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next agenda item is approval of minutes from previous board meetings. We have many agenda minutes to approve. I'll read them all in one motion. Do I have a motion to approve the executive, pre-work, and regular monthly minutes for April 14th and the special call meeting minutes for April 27th?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Can we pull the executive session meeting minutes out of that grouping?
Okay, can I call for the discussion first? Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. Is there any discussion?
When I reviewed the executive meeting minutes from our last executive session without revealing, the specifics, it's a very narrow legal exception. I am also a bar attorney in the state of Georgia, and I don't believe that we should be conducting public policy out of public view. I also noted that it did not include the complete list of persons who attended executive session, including persons who zoomed in during that session.
Okay.
the meeting minutes were not accurate.
So, may I ask a question, or is that?
So the motion has been made. Board member Area is free to, disagree, not adopt those. She wants to consider them separately so that she doesn't have to, disagree with all the minutes. So she wants to pull them out so that she can vote against those minutes, fine, and that she can vote in favor of all.
Okay.
It's not appropriate to have a discussion of substance of the minutes, which I'm not saying that she's,
So I have a question about minutes too. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask or bring it up. And it relates to the financing, because I listened to the meeting, and I believe the minutes cite like exploring COP funding and other options, but then, you know, I went back and listened to the meeting, and I thought, is that really the accurate way to describe that? My recollection from listening just recently was that we were told what we had been presented COP funding before, and there were others. So is this the appropriate time to both ask how we correct those, or what is the process for that? Maybe it seems pedantic, but I don't think it is, because we do sometimes have a communication issue. So I want to make sure we're very clear as to what we're telling people was discussed in the meeting.
There, if you tell me the meeting minutes that you want to adjust, we can adjust them.
I think it's the special call meeting, which we had on, I believe it was April 27th, and it was a specific description of the financing, and I remember seeing COP and other financing, so just wondering if that was the appropriate time to bring it up in case anyone else thought that possibly prioritizing COP in that description when the discussion was really, hey, you've already been presented COP, now we'll look at other funding. Okay. Sorry,
No, so,
technical terms.
so I'm just wondering,
Yeah,
so
sure.
it says description of costs and other financing, you think it's more accurate if it just said description?
Financing
of
options
instead of
without the emphasis on COP.
Gotcha.
I think-
Okay, that's reasonable, that's fine. We can make that adjustment. Any further discussion? Okay, the pending question to approve the executive pre-work, work, and regular monthly minutes for April 14th and the special called meeting minutes for April 27th. Since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
I don't mean to interrupt. What is the process to adopt the changes that Board Member Anderson just suggested, and so that we are actually making, when we vote to adopt, however we do this, we are adopting it with the suggested changes?
so I think two things. Number one, we need to, remove the session minutes from the block,
Okay.
but separately. But as to the changes that requested, just, to adopt the minutes as per this meeting date as amended by, as amended as requested by the city.
So do I need to call back this motion?
Yes, that would be the clean. Call it back, and then vote block on the ones that have not been changed. The ones that are have been changed, you can vote them.
Okay. So I'm going to call back the motion on the table. Everybody tell me if you consent. Just say yes. Yes, yes. Okay. So I'm going to start by pulling out the executive session minutes. We'll do that separately. I just won't speak that one. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the pre-work, work, and regular monthly meeting minutes for April 14th and the special called meeting minutes for April 22nd?
Just a quick point of order. We need to reference the amended special called meeting minutes
Okay.
per Board Member Anderson's suggestion.
Got it. Do I have a motion to approve the pre-work and regular monthly meeting minutes for April 14th and the amended special called meeting minutes for April 27th? Board Member Anderson makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second?
Board Member Utz seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the pre-work, and regular monthly minutes for April 14th, as well as the amended special called meeting minutes by Board Member Anderson on April 27th. Since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Ariere?
Aye. All right.
And the Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 5 ayes and 0 noes and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Next, right, we will approve the executive meeting minutes for April 14th. Do I have a motion to approve the executive meeting minutes for April 14th?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to note, for ensuring an accurate record, my recollection is that Robert Fortum, the district lobbyist, also participated.
Superior. I've already said we cannot go into substance
I will not say the substance
of those.
noting the person who was there. And I don't believe that's reflected in the minutes. I also continue to have concerns regarding whether portions of this discussion appropriately belong in executive session.
If I can ask the parliamentarian, is it appropriate to amend the minutes to include the individual names by Board Member Urier, or is that not appropriate? Okay, so is there any issue with fellow board members to add the fourth's name? Okay.
All right, so
Got one.
so I'm
I feel it.
gonna bring that motion back.
Okay.
Everybody consent?
Yes.
Yes, yes? Agree. All right. So the motion is to approve the executive session minutes, the amended executive session minutes from April 14th, as amended by Board Member Iriere on April 14th. All right? That is the motion.
Second? No, wait, no.
No.
So moved.
Thank you.
Board Member Iriere makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Utz seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the amended executive session minutes from April 14th, as amended by Board Member Iriere. This is a question that recalls a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson? Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Iriere?
Aye. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
The tally, Chair Sultan stands 5 ayes, 0 noes.
Ayes have it, the motion is carried. All right.
Yes, Stephen.
Okay, Dr. Whitaker, the next item.
Yes, Chair Sultan, I would like to call on the ABACHA, the 2025-2026 Student Board Representative, to conduct the swearing in of our 2026-2027 Student Board Representative, Zoe Smith. Yes.
I, Zoe Smith, duly elected to the position of Student Board of Education Representative.
I, Zoe Smith, have been duly elected to the position of the Student Board of Education Representative.
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will execute the duties of the position to the best of my ability,
that I will execute the duties of the position to the best of my ability,
that I am a resident of the state of Georgia, DeKalb County, and the city of Decatur,
that I'm a resident of the state of Georgia, DeKalb County, and the city of Decatur,
that I am a student enrolled in Decatur High School of the City Schools of Decatur,
that I'm a student enrolled in Decatur High School of the State Schools of Decatur,
that I am otherwise qualified to hold this office according to the Board of Education policies and administrative regulations,
that I'm otherwise qualified to hold this office according to the Board of Education policies and administrative regulations,
that I will do my best to represent the interests of my fellow students at the City Schools of Decatur,
that I will do my best to represent the interests of my fellow students of the State Schools of Decatur,
and that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of Georgia and the laws related thereto.
and that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of Georgia and the laws related thereto.
Board members, Nia is the first. She is the first student to serve on both the apprentice and the representative roles. She is the first to lobby for a student member of the Board of Education in Georgia. She is the first from Georgia to serve as the Southeast Regional Vice President on the National Student Board Member Association. Watching you grow, Nia, and mature over the past 2 years reminds me of being in the classroom. I will never forget that feeling, and I will never forget the fierceness and appropriate candor that you present. Zoe, welcome to the role of student representative. You're starting out in the policy world, and not only the policy world, but the policy world of AI, not only in CSD, but for America. And to Kate, everyone, Kate, please stand. Congratulations, Kate, on your election as the apprentice for the 2026-2027 school year. Board members, do you have any comments to share?
Congratulations.
We're going to miss you tremendously, Nia. And I've said this before, I'm going to say it again with a large audience. You have made it very hard to remember that you're a student up here. Mm-hmm. I think all of us routinely engage with you as a peer, and that speaks of your maturity, your capability, and your passion. So thank you for everything you shared with us. You have big shoes to fill, Zoe, but you're off to a great start. So we're very much looking forward to working.
Congratulations, Zoe. We'll see you soon up here. And Kate, kudos to pursuing this. And Nia, I think you have learned, usually I'm not a loss for words. They may not all be intelligible, but I have just been so grateful to get to work with you and to learn from you. And I just can't wait to hear about and see and read about all the great things you're going to do. I think you've just been a phenomenal asset, so thank you.
Go ahead.
I agree, Nia. It's been such a pleasure to work with you. You are such a wealth of perspective and insight and redirection when needed. So best of luck. I'm sure you're going to do great things. And like I tell everybody who matriculates off, don't forget about us. Come back and visit often. You're going to just do great things.
Nia has gone to the Capitol and been a force. She's advocated for what she believes in. You've been such a good role model for students and for the adults in this community. Thank you absolutely for your service. Amari Crawford and I were discussing you a couple of weeks ago. and the highest compliment, he described you as a fireball and a force, and I thought that was pretty awesome. Zoe, I do not know how you have balanced the day between multiple AP exams and a presentation on AI and getting sworn in. So thank you. I'm looking forward to serving you, and thank you, Kate, for stepping in.
All right. Now I ask the public to take a look at the screen.
Mayor, I'd love to say something. Well, I did want to write a speech, but I was up until 3 a.m. last night, studying for bio this morning. So I have just a variety of lessons and takeaways. The first thing I wanted to say is I know a lot of people have asked me about my college plans. So I was in between Vanderbilt as a Chancellor's Scholar and Georgia Tech, and I decided to follow my heart and go to Georgia Tech. So I hope Vanderbilt will have me back for a master's program or something like that, but, we'll see. And this has been a time of a lot of reflection for me, and I've really been able to think about what I've been able to bring to the board, and I think a lot of that is, grounding you all in what it means to be a student right now and what it means to be a young person right now. And in my advocacy outside of the board, in the board, I just really see this trend of this world around us getting worse, noticeably worse. And, the reaction to AI and surveillance, for AI and cell phones and all of these new challenges that we have to face has been to surveil students more and to give them more restrictions and, just a lot of criminalizing students, and students really deserve to be free, to learn. Those are things that my parents have always taught me to value is, making the world a better place and learning all I can. So, this has been the most unique classroom, this boardroom, this very cold boardroom, has been just the best classroom over 2 years and probably has been the single most transformative part of my high school experience. I've really learned how to articulate myself, and I think also, it's been trial by fire. So it's certainly been a unique time, but I just really learned how much I appreciate this community and care for each and every one of you and how much I care for students. And so I really hope, I'm going to school to study design and technology, but I really ultimately want to be a part of education. So that is how that's influenced me. I wanted to wish Zoe the best. Zoe is just, we've gotten to know each other over a year. She's just an incredible person, a great thinker, and I know I know the students in our district will be in her good hands, and congratulations to Kate. I don't know much about you yet, but I hope I will learn. So a lot of work of this district's cabinet really goes undervalued, I think, or unseen, but I've been able to meet with each cabinet member. I've been accused that Mr. Adams is my dad several times, so that might attest to some of the closeness we've been able to share. But you guys really care about students, and you guys are experts in what you do, and you really show up every day for students. So I'm so grateful, especially to Ms. Lynch, who has just been a fantastic advisor who's answered all of my stupid questions, and who's like my board mom. Sorry, Mom. You're my number one. But I am so grateful for these connections I've been able to make. And then finally, of course, for this board, I really thought that this role would be empty, and I thought it would be symbolic, and I was like, even if they try to push me in a corner, I'm not going to stay in that corner. But I didn't have to do that. I was enabled and empowered and loved in every circumstance, and you guys are just so supportive and really demonstrate what it means to care about a student voice. So then my final thing is just to the community. Again, Charles, I've gotten what it means to be like a citizen, about governance. And I just want you all to continue to demand better, not just from this board and their accountability, but demand better from every elected official in every office. Go and vote. You can vote until May 15th. Election day is May 19th. You have a voice. You have a vote. Use it. Please use it. So I don't have to come to your door and beg you to. And, even on the city level, talk to the city and demand better housing policies so that young people can actually come in here and raise young kids to go to these schools, and advocate for education and all of these things. You have all this energy, and so use it as much as you possibly can. I don't know, I think the thing that brought me here is that I try to be an advocate in everything I do. And I want to make the world a better place, and I am so grateful for these people for enabling me and letting me do that. So thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Chair Sultan. Tonight I have the pleasure of recognizing my 2025-2026 Superintendent Advisory Council. These individuals have advised me monthly, and their feedback and engagement have been extremely beneficial in informing my service to students, the staff, and CSD, and the community. My sincerest appreciation for all members of the advisory councils who accepted my invitation to join this evening for recognition. So please stand. I call the name of your advisory. Members of the Teacher Advisory Council, please stand. Members of the System Charter Leadership Team, otherwise known as the SCLT, please stand. Members of Support Staff Advisory, please stand or come off the wall or wave. I see them around in different places. Members of PTO, PTA, DEF, or Decatur Booster, Decatur Performs, please stand. And members of the 612 as well as K-5 advisories, please stand and also come to the aisle so that everyone can see you. Some of these students have actually served on the advisory in multiple years. I think they just like coming to find out more about our school system. But I want to also thank the parents of the student advisory councils for supporting them in their participation, for picking them up, for staying for the 45 minutes or the hour or however long, because the students are truly engaged. And so at this time, I want to call on Colin and Gerald to share their perspectives as participants in the advisory council and what amplifying their student voices has influenced this year. Colin?
Hi, my name is Colin, and I'm 11 years old at FAVE, and I'm on the Superintendent Elementary Student Advisory Council. Over the course of the school year, we did a variety of activities, including discussing recommendations on district policies and initiatives. I love seeing how our opinions about the school day influence policies and rules. Some of the policies on which we gave feedback were the K-8 use of electronic devices by students and recess unstructured break time policies. Did you know that the state of Georgia actually has a law that protects our recess time? After meetings, we also learned about district safety, how things work at the Wilson Center, tech procedures, budgeting for CSD, and new laws that affect the district. For example, we learned that there is a law requiring Georgia school cafeterias to serve greens, fruit, vegetables, and protein. The next day, when I went to go get school lunch, I noticed the different food groups on my plate, and it made lunch a lot more meaningful knowing I was eating the right things to fuel my body. For the budgeting feedback, our top 3 priorities were ensuring that there was enough funding for operations, safety, and instructional materials. For safety, I remember sharing that not all subs have been wearing their badges around the school. Since that time, I've noticed that they've gotten better about wearing their badges. It's good to know that my feedback was given to the right people so that they could remind the subs about this important safety procedure. My favorite thing we did was learning about the safety systems in place because I love technology, and most of the safety systems are tech-related. Every time I went to one of the meetings, I looked forward to sharing about my school day, and sometimes when something I said at the meeting changed at my school, I felt a sense of pride knowing that I could have been the one who changed it.
Good evening, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, the board members, Student Representative Batra, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. My name is Gerald Winkler, and I'm a senior at Decatur High School. For the past 2 years, I've had the distinct honor of being a member of the Superintendent's Advisory Council. As I prepare to graduate, I wanted to take a moment to reflect on what this experience has meant to me and the impact that we have made together. When I first joined this council, I wanted to be more than just a voice to bring and relate problems. I wanted to be part of the solutions. Being a student leader is about more than just having a seat at the decision table. It's about taking the responsibility to make that table bigger, more representative, and more effective for everyone. During my tenure, I've been proud to have focused my efforts on 2 areas which affect every student's daily lives: safety and dignity. I've had the privilege of being the opening speaker for both of our districts' safety summits, and standing before my peers and administrators to kick off these important conversations has taught me that when we prioritize transparency, we build a stronger and more secure school culture. I also believe that our physical environment reflects much of how we value our students. After noticing persistent issues with broken bathroom doors and non-functioning showers at the high school, I knew we needed a better system than just waiting for someone to notice. Working with administrators, I developed a streamlined reporting process that allows students to flag repairs quickly and efficiently to ensure our facilities remain functional, safe, and respectful. Serving on this council taught me that change doesn't happen by accident. It happens through collaboration, persistence, and a willingness to speak up. I want to thank Superintendent Dr. Whitaker for taking the time to listen to the student perspective. And I want to thank this board for supporting the initiatives which come from our council. I get to leave this position knowing that I've left my mark. I'm very excited to see what the next generation of student representatives will do to continue moving this district forward. With much gratitude, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Gerald. Thank you to all the student representatives. Appreciated our monthly interactions and look forward to meeting your successors in the fall. I think we talked about that last week and how you all can help in that recruitment. I'm also pleased to mention that Gerald will attend Emory University next year. Now, I'd like to call on Deputy Superintendent Karen Newton-Scott to present the results of this year's SAT School Day.
Good evening, Board Chair Dr. Sullivan, Vice Chair Utz, other esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Batra, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Tonight, I am providing an update of our SAT strategy, specifically how we are expanding access, maintaining strong performance, and supporting students through targeted preparation. This work is directly aligned to our strategic accelerator, Student Success for All. At its core, this work ensures that every student has access to post-secondary opportunities and is prepared to take advantage of them. This year, for the first time, we administered the SAT during the school day. Instead of requiring students to register, pay, and attend a Saturday testing session, we brought the SAT directly into the school setting. By doing so, we are increasing participation, normalizing the experience, and ensuring every student has access to this opportunity. Our SAT School Day initiative is grounded in 3 key drivers. First, data-driven instruction, to be able to use assessment data to inform teaching and target supports for students, and help students and counselors plan for post-secondary success. Our second driver is barrier removal. We want to eliminate obstacles such as cost, transportation, and scheduling that often prevent students from accessing the SAT on traditional Saturday test dates. And thirdly, increased representation. We want to ensure that more of our students, particularly those historically underrepresented, are reflecting data. Students often take the SAT multiple times and in different settings, including school day administrations and traditional Saturday testing. The data shown here reflects all SAT scores from August 2025 to date, regardless of when or where the test was taken. This gives us a comprehensive view of student performance across all testing opportunities. With that context, we see that CSD's average SAT score is 1167, which exceeds both the state and national averages. This is significant because it shows that even as we expand access, our students continue to perform at high levels. So now that we've reviewed overall performance across all testing, we narrow our focus specifically to the SAT School Day administration. It is important to note that these results reflect only students who participated in an SAT School Day administration. In other words, this is a direct comparison of how CSD students performed during a school day testing administration compared to students across Georgia and the nation who also tested during the school day. CSD students earned an average score of 1139 compared to 971 for the state and 960 nationally. These results are significant because they demonstrate that expanding access through a school day testing model can produce strong academic outcomes. As participation opportunities increase, CSD students continue to perform well above state and national averages. The results reflect the strength of our students, the support of our staff and families, and the systems we have in place to help students prepare for post-secondary opportunities. While all performance is important, it is equally important that we understand how students across student groups are experiencing success and where opportunities for continued growth remain. This slide provides a breakdown of outcomes by student group and helps us better understand patterns in achievement across our systems. It allows us to celebrate areas of progress while also identifying where additional support, access, or targeted strategies may strengthen these outcomes. As participation expands through SAT School Day, our focus remains not only on increasing access, but also ensuring that every student has the preparation, opportunities, and support needed to. In addition to expanding access, we are intentionally investing in preparation through our partnership with Apple Roof. Apple Roof provides personalized SAT preparation, coaching, and support for students. So this includes the diagnostic practice assessment, small group or individualized in-person instruction, targeted support in reading, writing, and math, and ongoing practice, feedback, and test-taking strategies to build confidence and readiness. Students engage in structured sessions aligned to the SAT format, helping them become more familiar with the assessment while strengthening academic skills. In addition, students enrolled in OneGoal also receive SAT preparation through their coursework. This allows SAT readiness to be embedded into the school day while also connecting students to broader college planning, applications, and post-secondary success support. This layered approach ensures students are not only given access to the SAT, but they are equipped with the preparation, confidence, and support to perform at the highest level. This school year, 111 students were enrolled in Apple Roof, including 59 11th graders and 52 12th graders. And as you will see on this slide, these supports are producing measurable results for students. Students increased their average score from 857 on practice tests to 1021 on the actual SAT, representing a gain of 19%. In addition, 58% of the participating 11th and 12th grade students in Apple Roof took the SAT on the school day, representing 66 students. When disaggregated by grade level, 90% of participating 11th graders completed the assessment, while 25% of participating seniors tested during the March administration. The difference between the juniors and seniors is expected, as many seniors had already completed prior SAT administrations earlier in the year to meet college application timelines. Having 90% of the 11th graders enrolled in SAT prep participate in the assessment and perform above the state average provides strong evidence that this investment is making a meaningful difference for our students. The results suggest that when access to the assessment is paired with intentional preparation and support, students are well positioned for success. It also reinforces the value of continuing to offer this service as part of our broader commitment to college readiness, opportunity, and strong student outcomes. So to summarize, these results reflect a strategy that expands access, strengthens preparation, and supports student outcomes. Students who participated in SAT tutoring improved their scores by 19% from their initial practice assessment. 88 Black students participated in SAT School Day, which exceeds the total number of Black students who tested during the entire 24-25 school year. 90% of participating 11th graders enrolled in the test for SAT Day, demonstrating strong alignment between preparation and access. Overall, SAT participation has increased by 21% during the 2025-26 school year compared to 24-25. Moving forward, CSU will continue to expand access to post-secondary opportunities, strengthen preparation and targeted support, monitor outcomes to ensure both equity and excellence, and refine our systems that prepare students for life beyond high school. This work is creating a system where every student has access to opportunities and support to succeed. Thank you. I will now turn the remarks back over to Dr. Whitaker.
Thank you, Mrs. Newton. In addition to the end of another school year this month, we joined the American Nurses Association in celebrating our incredible school nurses who understand the link between health and learning to make a positive difference for students every day. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, a reminder of a vital role mental health plays in our overall health and well-being. We want to remind our school community that support and resources are available to students and also to staff to help them overcome challenges. In fact, this assistance can begin tomorrow, May 13th at 4:30 at the Decatur Housing Authority Community Resource Center. That's just up the street, where the Division of Student Support Services will host a parent workshop to empower parents and guardians with tools to increase their awareness of mental health and support student wellness. Registration is required and dinner is included. We also celebrated Principals Day, specifically their dedication to leading our schools and their contributions to ensuring all students feel safe, seen, and successful. Teacher Appreciation Week was May 4th through the 8th. CSD proudly joined the state of Georgia in celebrating our teachers, and I want to express my sincere gratitude to all teachers in CSD. You inspire students every day with the new ways you find to engage our youngest learners, as well as our K-5 students and older learners in middle school and also high school. And thank you once again for being all in and committed to student success in all areas. We are just 4 days, and I know a couple people in here are counting those 4 days, away from the culminating event of every school year as we prepare to send the graduates of Decatur High School class of 2026 into their next chapters. We continue to honor our teachers as well as our school administrators, the school and district staff, and their families. Every person who is supporting our graduating seniors for their collective success and nurturing future-focused scholars. And I think we've heard from some of them today. To the 2026 commencement ceremony, it will be held on Saturday, May 16th at Georgia State University. Congratulations to the class of 2026 on this milestone achievement. But first, we look forward to celebrating our 2026 CSD retirees. So as they prepare to enjoy a well-deserved retirement, and I see a couple in here right now, we sincerely thank our retirees for their collective 293 years of dedicated service to our students, staff, and schools. Chair Sultan, that completes my report.
Good evening. On behalf of the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education, I appreciate your in-person and online presence for our May board meeting. It is with immense pride and a mix of emotions that we thank Nia Batra for her leadership and insight and for using her voice to amplify our student voices this year. Nia previously served as our first student board apprentice, helping to write the book for future representatives. After assuming the school board representative role this year, Nia has taken it to new heights. In addition to contributing to during board meetings, Nia has presented at district and statewide conferences and events. She worked with members of our legislative delegation on a state resolution urging all school boards to include a student representative. While that resolution did not pass during this legislative session, NIA successfully led the CSD board in a unanimous passing assisted in drafting that provides student immigration protection. She also was elected as the Southeast Regional Vice President of the National Student Board Member Association. Additionally, we acknowledge this year's student Zoe Smith, who shadowed NIA in preparation for serving as the student board representative next school year. Having a student serve on the Board of Education was an innovation envisioned early in this administration in collaboration with the board. Student representation on the board is an objective that truly advances our strategic accelerator, building and sustaining an engaging and inclusive culture. Engaging the student body and seeking its input and feedback regarding the district's educational programs and activities advances our efforts to amplify student voice and is vital to achieving the vision, mission, and strategic plan. NIA, again, it's been an honor and a pleasure serving with you. We congratulate you on being a graduate of the class of 2026 and wish you the best as you continue to soar at Georgia Tech next year. Board members, please join me down front for a presentation and a picture. NIA, on behalf of the Board of Education, please accept this plaque in appreciation of your invaluable service this year.
Need another person. Yeah.
Okay, in the middle.
All right.
Congratulations.
Yay.
Very great.
As we say farewell to NIA, we welcome Zoe Smith as the incoming 2026-2027 Student Board of Education representative. Zoe was sworn in by NIA today, taking her oath of office. Zoe, we look forward to gaining from your insights and perspectives and to serving with you in the upcoming school year. We also welcome Katie Bell, a rising junior at Decatur High School this year, who will work alongside Zoe in preparation for her service on the board in the 2027-2028 school year. Zoe and Kate, please stand. We began the pre-work session with an important safety orientation, followed by several discussions related to monthly agenda-setting activities and board member information requests. These discussions align with our ongoing work to achieve all indicator strategic plan objective of organizational effectiveness and excellence. There was also a draft policy on school utilization for continued discussion regarding school attendance zones. After pre-work, the board transitioned to the annual legislative wrap-up luncheon, where we received an overview of the 2026 legislative session and the actions taken. The report reflected the status of legislation as of earlier today. The governor has until midnight tonight to sign or veto legislation. Following the luncheon, the work session included 4 presentations. The first was on CSD's work with artificial intelligence, its impact in the classroom, and the way Zoe, our student board apprentice, has been working to amplify student voice in AI policy development. The next presentation was an end-of-year update on the state of student support services, including an evaluation of student attendance and behavior, as well as the integrated systems of work supporting students in career planning, future reading skills, and overall well-being. The board also received a human resources update on our current talent management and staff engagement strategies. Later, the board will hear for the first reading policies on emergency closing, the wellness program, and facility naming. These policies were discussed in pre-work last month. During the regular board meeting, we will vote on the FY27 tentative mill rate and the tentative FY27 budget. 2 policies will also be brought for approval related to charter schools and parental involvement in education. All Board of Education meeting presentations are available on the district's website and Simply. Our board recognitions will highlight several achievements by our students and staff. From College Heights ECLC, we will meet the winner of the Decatur mascot contest for her school. We will also recognize the World of Asian Heritage Affinity Group at FAVE, the finalists in the authors competition, the Student Center ambassadors, and this year's The Trouble Award winners. Human Resources will conduct our final recognition of our 2026 CSC retirees. Congratulations to all the students and staff honorees, and many thanks to our retirees for your many contributions to CSC. As always, we join the administration in recognizing this month's celebrations. I want to add that in May, we also recognize the national observances of heritage, experiences, and contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders and Jewish Americans throughout history. As a school district, we remain committed to cultivating inclusive environments where every student is seen, heard, and successful. There are just under 2 weeks left in the school year. I encourage families and community members to check the school newsletters via the CSC Weekly to stay informed about wonderful end-of-year events and activities. But first, we look forward to joining the DHS administration, district-wide staff, and families in celebrating our DHS class of 2026. This is an exciting time, and I wish our seniors the very best and continued future success. You did it. I want to highlight a few important dates for the public. Our next board retreat is scheduled for Tuesday, May 19th, 2026, from 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. at Agnes Scott College. Please note the next board meeting will be held on June 2nd, 2026, which will be the first Tuesday in June. Board members, do any of you have any thoughts you wish to share? Right? Okay. As I conclude, I want to reiterate that as the Board of Education continues its discussion and advances public votes on the matter of the new Early Childhood Learning Center, we remain committed to leading with students at the center, listening with intention, and making decisions that strengthen opportunity and excellence for the long term. That concludes my remarks for this evening. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Dr. Lunita Broom, Chief Financial Officer, to present the tentative FY27 budget for approval.
Good evening, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Hans, members of the Board, Superintendent Dr. Broom. Today's presentation outlines the proposed fiscal year 27 tentative budget for all district funds. While all budget decisions and requests align with one or more of the district's strategic accelerators, the Finance Department work is especially aligned to Accelerator Number 4, Organizational Effectiveness and Excellence through Financial Transparency. This is a snapshot of the current budget and actual revenues and expenditures as of April 24, 2026. This slide includes actual revenue and expenditures in the budget as of April 24th. Throughout this presentation, the budget is presented by function category. Descriptions of each function category are included in the appendix for reference. As of April 24th, the district has received approximately 83% of budgeted revenue, due largely to the collection of 99% of local property tax revenue, which is typical for this point in the fiscal year. At the same time last year, the district had collected 103% of projected property tax revenue and had received 86% of budgeted revenue. Overall, largely due to additional funding associated with the DeKalb County area. Although revenue collections are slightly lower than the prior year, current trends remain consistent with historical collection patterns. The district has expended 70% of the budgeted expenditures. Last year, this time, the district had expended 69% of the budgeted expenditures. Overall, when compared to the prior year, the district has collected approximately 3% less in budgeted revenue, while spending approximately 1% more in expenditures. Based on these trends, I remain confident that the district is currently in a stable financial position. Based on financial activity through April 24th, fiscal year 26 revenue is projected to fall approximately $472,000 below budget. This variance is primarily related to lower than anticipated collections and other local revenue, specifically K-12 tuition. Revenue is trending below expectations. Traditionally, the district receives tuition revenue from short-term enrollment of students whose families are under contract for new property purchases. However, the number of tuition-paying students this fiscal year has been limited. In addition, enrollment for K-5 non-resident students is below projection. Other miscellaneous revenues, including surplus sales and facility rentals, are also trending slightly below prior year levels. Despite these projected shortfalls, the district is still expected to achieve an overall revenue collection rate of approximately 100% of adjusted expectations. Based on spending patterns and vacant positions throughout the year, expenditures are projected to come in approximately $831,000 under budget. If the projections remain accurate, the fiscal year 26 ending fund balance, as shown in the bottom table to the right, highlighted in yellow, would increase from $20.4 million to approximately $20.8 million. Again, these figures are projections only and will continue to be refined as we approach fiscal year end and additional information becomes available. It is important to note that fluctuation in school district revenues and expenditures throughout the year are normal. The budget serves as a financial plan that establishes the parameters within which the district intends to operate, while also presenting projections of anticipated revenues and expenditures. As the budget is developed, adjustments occur frequently due to employee certification changes, benefit elections, staffing changes, and other personnel-related factors. Once the board adopts the budget, the budget is formally established, and any subsequent budget amendments require board approval. Last month, the board was presented with draft number 2 for the fiscal year 27 preliminary budget. Several revisions have been incorporated into what is now presented as the fiscal year 27 tentative budget. These revisions include an additional $600 annually per member per month in health benefit increases from the state. I have received the preliminary state QBE revenue, which increased by $393,030. Local revenue has been increased by 2% to account for an increase in tuition. Early tax preliminary digest information provided by the county indicates projected local tax revenue growth of approximately 4%. All other components of the budget remain unchanged, including compensation, option 4, which includes a 3% cost of living adjustment, staff increase for eligible employees, and the addition of 1 step to the administrative salary scale. Overall, the difference in projected revenue between draft 2 and the tentative budget is approximately 1%. On the expenditure side, the increase of $376,199 is due to the increase in health benefits. The overall increase in expenditures from draft 2 to the tentative budget is less than 1%. As a result of these changes, the ending fund balance from draft 2 to the tentative budget increased by $733,418, as shown highlighted in yellow on the table to the right under dollar amount of change. The ending fund balance increased 0.58% from 10.88% to 11.45%. As we continue through the budget development process, revenue projections will be updated as additional information becomes available, including the final tax digest growth projection from the tax assessor's office in the adoption of the final state budget. The fiscal year 27 tentative budget expenditures reflect both operational costs and salary and benefits, as discussed in the proposed compensation package, including a minimum of a 3% increase for all employees and a step increase for every employee. When comparing the fiscal year budget to the fiscal year 27 tentative budget, projected revenue increases by approximately $2.5 million, or 2%. Other grants have been removed from revenue and were removed from expenditures in the initial fiscal year 27 budget. The sale of 2 district houses have increased revenue by $1.4 million. Projected expenditures have increased by approximately $6 million, or 5%, driven primarily by salary and benefit increases for employees. The table to the right illustrates the fiscal impact of the fiscal year 27 tentative budget. Under the column titled Fiscal Year 26 Budget, the budgeted ending fund balance, highlighted in yellow, for fiscal year 26 is approximately $20.5 million. The fiscal year 26 ending fund balance becomes the beginning fund balance for fiscal year 27, as shown under the column titled Fiscal Year 27 Tentative, highlighted in green. The fiscal year 27 tentative budget reflects expenditures that exceed revenue by approximately $6.7 million, highlighted in blue. As a result, the $6.7 million deficit will be funded through the beginning fund balance. This results in a projected ending fund balance of approximately $13.7 million, or 11.45% of expenditures, which remains within the board policy DCL target range of 4 to 15%. From the fiscal year 26 budget to the fiscal year 27 tentative budget includes the following: removal of one-time grants previously allocated for instructional staff, training, federal grant administration, and safety and security. 15% increase in maintenance and operations, primarily driven by salary and benefit increases, as well as approximately $1.2 million in one-time repair and maintenance costs. 19% increase in support services central, primarily due to the one-time cost of $800,000 associated with the implementation of a new ERP system. A 68% decrease in other support services due to the reallocation of funds previously designated for consultant services to other functional categories. This reduction reflects the district's decreased reliance on external consultants as internal capacity and expertise continue to strengthen. The decrease in the school nutrition program is primarily reduced school nutrition service expenditures for College Heights and Fraser, which were slightly over budgeted for fiscal year 26. 29% increase in transfer to other funds is to cover the additional supplement required for school nutrition in the pre-K program for fiscal year 27. This slide and the next slide provide a breakdown of the fiscal year 27 tentative budget by function category, highlighting the dollar amount allocated to personnel and operations. For instruction, the largest operational costs are supplies, web-based subscriptions, and professional services. For general administration, the largest operational costs are for attorney fees and professional services. For maintenance, the largest operational costs are professional services, which includes landscaping, lawn care, custodian services, repair and maintenance, and energy. For support services central, the largest operational costs are web-based subscriptions and professional services. In previous versions of the fiscal year 27 budget, the following non-recurring costs were identified. As we begin to build our fiscal year 28 base budget and multi-year budget, all one-time costs were removed from the fiscal year 27 tentative budget. All grants were removed from both revenue and expenditures, and the sale of the 2 houses was removed from revenue. Additionally, all the one-time expenditure costs as shown one-time grants were removed from the expenditure. Fiscal year 28 base budget reduced by 3% with the removal of one-time expenditures. The new ECLC recurring costs for fiscal year 28 includes $3.2 million in ongoing operating costs, consisting of $2.3 million in personnel costs and $899,655 in operational costs. Expenditures that will be removed from the fiscal year 28 budget are the Fraser Center personnel and operating budget of $857,196. Anticipated revenue for fiscal year 28 includes tuition of $2.3 million from the three categories of tuition for the new Early Childhood Center: staff pay, full pay, and scholarship-free child care and parent services and partial services pay. Additionally, $669,695 in tuition revenue for Fraser will be removed from the fiscal year 28 budget. This slide presents the fiscal year 28 base budget projection. The second column reflects the fiscal year 28 base after the removal of one-time fiscal year 27 expenditures, as discussed on the previous slide. The third column reflects the removal of the Fraser Center revenue and expenditure budget. The fourth column reflects the addition of projected revenue and expenditures associated with the new Early Childhood Learning Center. The fifth column represents the resulting fiscal year 28 base budget. Highlighted in green is the projected fiscal impact on the general fund. The difference between the anticipated revenue and projected expenditures associated with the new ECLC is $918,318. After accounting for the removal of the fiscal year 27 Fraser budget of $857,196, the net fiscal impact to the general fund is $61,122. For planning and discussion purposes, I have rounded this amount to $70,000 to allow for incidental costs or adjustments that may not yet be reflected in the projection. This slide presents both the fiscal year 27 tentative budget and the fiscal year 28 base budget. The fiscal year 28 base budget has been developed using conservative assumptions, including a 2% increase in state general fund revenue and anticipated revenue from the sale of 2 additional district-owned houses. At this time, no increases in local tax revenue has been projected for fiscal year 28 due to pending legislation that might impact the growth of the tax digest. Based on these assumptions, the fiscal year 28 base budget is projected to result in an ending fund balance of approximately 9.12%, which remains within the board's established fund balance parameters. Next month, I will present a comprehensive 5-year financial forecast to provide a broader view of the district's long-term financial outlook. However, for purposes of this month's discussion, I wanted to specifically highlight the potential fiscal impact that the new Early Childhood Learning Center may have on the general fund moving forward. This is the proposed fiscal year 27 general fund budget. Total revenue is anticipated at $113,285,775. Total expenditures are $120,001,821. The beginning fund balance for fiscal year 27 is $20,461,261. Expenditures are $6,717,046. This leaves an ending fund balance of $13,745,215, and a fund balance percentage of 11.45%. This slide provides a breakdown of the fiscal year 27 tentative budget by function category. Instruction represents the largest portion of the general fund budget at 56%, reflecting the district's continued commitment to supporting teaching and learning. Maintenance and operation is the second category at 11%. It is important to note that district facilities average more than 60-plus years in age, and the maintenance budget includes approximately $1.5 million in one-time repair and maintenance costs. Pupil services represents the third largest portion of the budget at 9%, followed by school administration at 8%. In addition to the general fund budget, the board was also presented with the special revenue, school nutrition, and SPLOST budget during the March 10th board meeting. The special revenue budget consists primarily of various federal and state grants. The fiscal year 27 special revenue budget totals approximately $2.9 million. Additionally, grant-funded budgets are structured so that expenditures and revenue are equal, making the budget revenue neutral. For fiscal year 27, the district's special revenue fund includes a projected general fund supplement of $340 to support the pre-K program. The fiscal year 27 school nutrition budget totals approximately $4.3 million. The general fund is projected to supplement the school nutrition budget by an amount not to exceed $881,361. Any portion of the supplement that is not utilized will remain in the general fund. Additionally, the school nutrition program is required to maintain a fund balance equivalent to approximately 3 months of operating expenditures in order to remain financially stable and compliant with program requirements. The fiscal year 27 East Block budget has been revised since the March 10th presentation. Approximately $1 million in expenditures that had initially been reallocated to the general fund have now been reassigned back to the block. In addition, fiscal year 26 revenue projections have been updated to reflect the most current collection and exit. Based on these revisions, total fiscal year 27 East Block revenue is projected at approximately $12 million, while total expenditures are estimated at approximately $8.5 million, leaving an ending fund balance of $3.6. This slide provides a visual overview of the district's for fiscal year 2027 budget, totaling $134,679,377. As illustrated, the general fund represents the largest portion of the district's overall budget at 89%, followed by SPLOST funds at 6%. This slide illustrates the fiscal year 2027 tentative budget across all 4 funds. The distribution emphasizes the general fund, which constitutes the largest portion of 89% of the budget, with total expenditures of $120 million. The remaining allocations include capital funds, school nutrition, and special revenue. Fiscal year 27 budget highlights are 2.7% increase in employee health care, 1.8% increase in TRS, minimum 3% salary increase for all employees, for eligible employees, investments in early childhood education. The budget was built using a modified zero-based budgeting process. Tuition for non-resident students grades K through 5 maintains a fund balance within the board policy CCL range. Stipends and signing bonuses for specified teachers and paraprofessionals. Increase of 4 central office staff. Increase of 5 school-level staff, pre-K instructional reserve. The fiscal year 27 budget is intentionally aligned with the district's strategic accelerators and the board's fiscal year 27 adopted and approved budget priorities to ensure that financial resources directly support the district's long-term goals while maintaining fiscal responsibility. The budget development process has been comprehensive, deliberate, and transparent, with a strong emphasis on collaboration and stakeholder engagement throughout each phase. Feedback was gathered through multiple platforms, including more than 75 submissions received through the budget feedback portal, all of which were shared with the board. In addition, community meetings were conducted following each draft release to encourage public input and discussion. Each version of the budget, along with the overall process, was reviewed and discussed with the school charter leadership team, various advisory councils, and district staff, school and budget exercises designed to provide a deeper understanding of the budgeting process and funding allocation methodology. Throughout the development process, presentations were provided on key topics, including the budget, timeline, school allotment guidelines, budget parameters and priorities, a review of the fiscal year 25 budget, salary and benefit comparisons with neighboring districts, and the district's clean financial audit presented by the external auditors. The board also received presentations from the DeKalb County Tax Commissioner and the City of Decatur manager. Additionally, comprehensive 5-year financial review was presented and discussed, along with the planned use of federal, state, and SLOC funds within the proposed fiscal year 27 budget. The board conducted detailed discussions of Budget Draft 1 and Budget Draft 2, and today the board is scheduled to approve the fiscal year 27 tentative budget. The next step in the budget process includes the upcoming presentation regarding the tentative approval of the millage rate, in addition to 2 public budget hearings scheduled for May 19th at 6 p.m. and May 27th at 11 a.m. The board is scheduled to approve the final fiscal year 27 budget on June 2nd. Following budget adoption, 3 public millage rate hearings will be conducted on June 11th at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m., with the 3rd public hearing and final adoption of the property tax millage rate scheduled for June 22nd at 5 p.m. and 5:25 p.m. Upon completion of the budget approval process, the fiscal year 27 budget book is expected to be finalized and printed by August 31st. The budget feedback link is still open and active, and we encourage you to submit your feedback. I will be happy to respond to any questions.
I've got one, and I'm sorry because there's a lot of good information in here, but we can go to slide 5. Because I was taking notes when you were presenting, I think, the end of this year, and I want to make sure it aligns with what I'm reading in slide 5. So again, I'm sorry if I took notes, or my notes are incorrect, rather. But I heard less, but we also are paying 1% more, so that's like a 4% deficit or need, right? At least that's what I heard verbally. And then, yeah, and then I heard kind of some revenue sources were down. So K through 2, we mentioned when people, maybe they're building a house and they're waiting, that was limited. K through 5, I think tuition below projections. And I think you also said something about rentals or property. So I'm trying to kind of see how that comports with slide 5, where there's the projected 2% growth in local other and the local taxes growth of 4%.
Right, so the 2% growth is due to tuition increases. Tuition for K-5 has increased, and also tuition for the ECLC.
So then that would be simply the dollar amount of the existing tuition paying students, not an increase in the tuition paying. Because I thought in regard to next year, the tuition payers hadn't really committed the money yet. So we just have that they've accepted, not that they've actually signed any money. So is this, just want to confirm, because I thought I heard we were down in tuition, but now we're estimating for that increased tuition.
Right, so we have more interest for fiscal year 28 than we had in fiscal year 7. And we have had parents pay application fees.
And then, and I'm sorry if I'm just not getting this. So what accounted for the 3% less this year and the 1% more? How does that move us to next year? So if we're ending this year with, I think, 3% less than we expected and paying 1% more, I mean, I'm tired, but I take the -3 and I add the -1 and I get -4. Like that's 4% more that we're paying than we had budgeted or expected.
And when you refer to the 3%, are you referring to local property tax taxes?
It was the verbal explanation before we got to the slides, when first you mentioned the 3% less, but 1% more, and then you went into the 3 different revenue sources that were less, the K through 12 tuition, the K through 5 below projections, and the rental property.
So I think you're maybe referring to the projection.
So we're just projecting more next year, even if this year these.
So this is for fiscal year 26 year end projection, and for fiscal year 27, we are projecting more because we have the early preliminary digest, which shows the growth.
And then I'm guessing you didn't get to do this because I know when the agenda was posted, but given what we just learned and talked about at lunch with SB 33. So where is that going? You know, my understanding is now, plan on less tax revenue, because SB 33 passed.
Right, so the numbers that I have came from the county, that was their tax digest, that's the early preliminary, but they will provide me with another, and that, the numbers will be updated, they will, I should say. But the Senate Bill 33 does not go into effect this year, it's not going to be paid.
Well, I mean, I thought I heard at lunch there was, some people thought it was January, some people thought it was July.
It's January 1.
So either way, it's going to affect FY 27 some way, no?
Right, we get the numbers from the county.
Okay.
And the county's numbers, just to be clear, are already conservative based upon the assumption that SB 33 will pass.
Yes.
Right, so like when you look at digest growth in historic years, it tends to be substantially more than the 3% or 4%. So the reason why we're seeing it so low this year is they've already baked in that cap. And my suspicion will be next year when it is in effect, or not this year budget, but FY 28's budget, when we'll have that impact for the whole year, regardless of what the digest does, will be capped on local option at 3%.
And
Yeah.
there's still a lot of technicalities worked out.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I think a follow-up from an earlier motion. I want to make sure my numbers are correct here. So what I see is, on one of the slides, I can't remember which, but effectively $1,335,000 in ECLC startup costs. I think it's $420,000 for the professional services. Yeah, that was the slide, sorry. It was one before that. Yeah, so $420,000 for the ECLC professional services, and then $915,000. So added that, that's $1,335,000. I had clarified earlier in an email that this budget also includes the ECLC principal position. I think that's in the school administration budget. And then, I don't know if this is easily answered and by whom. I think I put it in an email and maybe everyone missed it, because I was listening to last year's budget meeting, when I expressed concerns about voting for it and ECLC costs, and specifically I was one of the two board members that specifically said publicly the ECLC is not in the budget. But then I was reviewing the 24-25 charter report, and it specifically says the FY 26 budget includes a reallocation of charter funds to support the new early learning center, and CTAE offerings, and then the student board rep. So besides the two line items there and the principal position for the ECLC, are there other ECLC related costs in the budget that kind of like these charter funds that were reallocated that I might not easily see?
This is in reference to.
Sure, okay. And then, yeah, okay. So then the FY 28 operating costs, we learned today that the new ECLC would actually run for 12 months, not 10 months like Fraser. So how does the operating cost from Fraser actually compare to the new ECLC if we're talking about running it for 2 more months? And then I think I had asked this because I think like Dr. Sultan was mentioning, going to Rockdale and seeing that you have this flexible building, there are more opportunities. And so I'm just wondering how those operating costs are factoring in that flexibility, whether it's security personnel, running the kitchen more.
So this slide shows the fiscal year 27 budget for Fraser, and it also shows the new ECLC fiscal year 28. And to the right are the explanation of the issue.
Okay, I think where I'm struggling is to understand how the new ECLC would only result in I think it's rounded up to 70K, if the new ECLC is going to run 2 more months between personnel and operating costs.
Right, and that's included in the tuition. so down in the green, you see the difference. New, the difference between the revenue and the expenditures for the new is $918,000. Then you subtract out the Frazier budget, $857, that's what is $61,000.
And then I guess the final thing is just the FY '28 expected operating cost is looking at a kind of apples to apples Frazier Center ECLC, not some of these other aspirational uses of the building that might be after hours with that other kitchen, et cetera. Like, that's not in there yet.
More modeled after college high.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay.
Chair Salton, Dr. Boone, you want to read the recommendation? Or you want me to read it? I'll read it. Okay. It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the FY '27 tentative budget.
Do I have a motion to approve the FY 2027 tentative budget?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second? Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the FY 2027 tentative budget. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to say something before we do this. I
Yes,
find it,
ma'am.
trying to think of the most responsible words to use here, but best thing I can say is I don't know how to vote for a budget that includes costs that we have not yet determined how we're going to fund. So this is out of any logical, chronological process that I can understand. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Or that are to vote for a budget with significant pieces of it, like the ECLC fund, not that confirmed one way or another.
And I think the only other thing to say is November is going to be interesting because we just had the SB 33 pass. So I think we were told we're looking at less tax revenue. And it sounds like the district is hoping, ironically, the district did not want to do a referendum on the PFA bond, but the district may be relying on two referendums, one for SLOST and one for the, I believe it's called like local home, so.
Homestead,
Yeah.
which the city would have to do for us.
So I,
But just to clarify, Dr. Broom, it looks like you have, into your budget, have put in a 3% digest growth. 3 to, okay, but.
Came from the county.
And that,
So the county, that's the preliminary. County will provide a final, so that number may change. That's why this is the tentative budget, and it will change for the final.
it will change for the final, and it's a possibility to go down to 3%, which is in preparation for this Senate bill that has passed.
Correct.
And in years past, that growth has been much higher.
Much higher.
So
So
I
the number
think,
that we have, the 4%, is extremely conservative.
so I don't want the public to think that we're not in acknowledgement that this bill is passing. And that LHOS that we talked about earlier, that is a sales tax, a penny sales tax, and that should go to a referendum, absolutely. It's required, and that would be sales taxing people. So that was my understanding. I had to ask that specifically. That would have to go to a referendum. Okay. Discussion? Since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to proceed. Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
no.
Board Member Herndon.
Aye.
Board Member Ariere.
Abstain, because I don't think we have enough information.
Okay. Chair Sultan, the tally stands 3 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
Ayes have it, the motion is carried. Dr. Whitaker, the next presentation.
Dr. Broom will remain to present the tentative FY '27 millage rate for approval.
A millage rate is the property tax rate used by school districts to locally fund education. It is expressed as meals per $1,000 of assessed property value. Assessed property value is 50% of a property's fair market value. 1 meal is equivalent to $1 for every $1,000 of assessed value. For example, a millage rate of 20 meals equates to $20 in taxes for every $1,000 of assessed property value. Local property taxes represent the largest source of revenue for the district, accounting for approximately 59% of the proposed fiscal year 27 budget. The millage rate is reviewed and approved annually by local governing bodies, including county commissioners and the Board of Education. While the budget is aligned with all four strategic accelerators, it is most directly support strategic accelerator number 4, organizational effectiveness and excellence through financial transparency. The budget process is ongoing and began in September with the presentation of the budget timeline. Since that time, more than 75 comments have been received from community stakeholders. In addition, input has been provided by various advisory groups, charter leadership. Each time the fiscal year 26 budget has been presented, the school charter leadership team has had the opportunity to review, ask questions, seek clarification, and provide feedback. The budget timeline was presented to the board in September and adopted in October, along with a review and discussion of fiscal year 26 school allotment. Based on the early preliminary tax digest, a millage rate of 20.30 would result in an estimated annual increase of $304 for property value at $600,000, or $51 per $100,000 of property value. While the district is not increasing the millage rate, overall property tax revenue increases are driven by a 4.99% growth in real property value prior to exemption. It is important to note that when property values increase, even with a flat millage rate, tax collections will increase, resulting in additional revenue for the district. The 5-year tax levy history reflects continued stability in the district's approach to maintaining a balanced millage rate while responding to economic conditions and district needs. For fiscal year 26, at the end of the table, highlighted in green, is the early preliminary net tax percent change. At the bottom of the table is the net M&O taxes levied, which shows the amount of estimated revenue generated from a 20.30 millage rate. To the right, highlighted in green, is the percent change from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26. Overall, there is a digest growth of 4.91% prior to exemption. Exemptions have increased slightly by 1.38%. This slide illustrates the historical trend of the millage rate from 2016 to present, and also shows the millage rate at 20.30 for fiscal year 27. In the last 10 years, the millage rate was 18.66 at the lowest from 2016 to 2027, and 21 at the highest in 2022 to 2023. Fiscal year 27 current proposed millage rate is 20.30. The millage rate fluctuates based on the economy and the needs of the district. Key highlights of the fiscal year 27 budget are the same that was discussed on the tentative budget. The fiscal year 27 proposed tentative budget includes total revenue of approximately $113.3 million and total expenditures of approximately $120 million. As shown to the right, anticipated revenues are approximately $6.7 million less than projected expenditures, leaving a fund balance of approximately $14 million, or 11.45% of expenditures, which are within the parameters of the 4 to 15% as specified with board policy BCL. The fiscal year 27 budget is directly aligned with the strategic accelerators and the board budget priorities. This table identifies each strategic accelerator, the fiscal year 27 board budget priority, and the fiscal year 27 budget alignment. Next step for the fiscal year 27 budget, 2 public budget hearings on May 19th and May 27th, 6 p.m. on the 19th and 27th, followed by the final adoption at the June 2nd board meeting. 3 public millage rate hearings will take place on June 11th, June 22nd, with the final adoption of the property millage at 5:25 p.m. The budget book will be printed and available for public review by August 31st, 2026. The budget feedback link is also an option for providing feedback. The link can be scanned using the barcode and is located on the district's main and financial webpage. I will be happy to provide clarification or respond to questions.
Can we just go back to the slide 5 that has the preliminary growth fiscal impact on property owners? I think I'm confused by the green and the blue below. So like I see the column of the current, so if someone has a house currently valued at $600,000, their assessed value is half of that. And then at this mill rate, they're paying $6,090 in tax. And then I move to the projected. So those 2 columns are clear to me. I don't understand the green 304.
The $304 is the projected annual increase before
The 6,394 minus 6,090.
$51 is based on 100,000 property.
So right now, just with the mill rate is 394. Is that correct?
304.
Sorry, 304.
And that's if there's a 4, almost 5% growth, which we've already said we're capping at 4 probably, or 3 something.
Right, because I always take out $1 million to account for delinquent taxes or non-payment.
So that's based on a 4.99%. But she's saying it's based on that Senate bill.
So this is a conservative kind of worst case scenario.
Chair Fulton, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education tentatively approve the millage rate of 20.30 for maintenance and operations.
Do you have a motion to tentatively approve the millage rate of 20.3 for maintenance and operations?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the millage rate of 20.3 for maintenance and operations. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say that I can't approve a mill rate, which depends on the budget. So we are continuing what I'm trying to figure out to kind of move it in rather interesting order.
The mill rate is the same as it was last.
Correct.
Right. But they're choosing not to lower it, right? That's the whole reason that we'll have to have mill rate hearings. If we were choosing to lower it, then we wouldn't have mill rate hearings, but because we're choosing to keep it the same, it ends up becoming an increase. Right?
We have to have a mill rate hearing regardless, right?
It's an increase.
If it's
I
not.
have a mill rate. So the mill rate is not increasing, but the property value is increasing, so we're receiving more revenue.
But I thought by
Because the
state,
mill is a percentage.
The only way we would not have to have a hearing is if we held the budget flat from year to year. The only way.
I thought law said effectively the mill rate is rolled back, and if a school district opts to not roll it back, so we are keeping it, that's factually correct. But it's also factually correct to say that because we're opting to keep it at this rate, which is not the rollback that the state says it is, you know, we can debate connotatively what we call it, but that's the reason we have to have the mill rate hearing.
The state level rollback it's not just any rollback. It is specifically rolled back sufficiently to keep the budget flat from year to year, regardless of inflation or anything else. And so, practically speaking, that doesn't happen, right? So even if we do reduce the mill rate, we would still have to have a mill rate hearing. The only way we would not have to have that hearing is if we cut the budget to the point where we kept it flat from you. Yeah.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll.
Chair Salton?
Oh, board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you're in favor, no if you're opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Salton?
Aye.
Vice Chair,
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
No.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Ariel?
Aye.
Chair Salton, the tally stands with 4 ayes, 1 no, and 0 abstentions.
Ayes have it, the motion is carried. Okay.
A lot of people here.
We'll now move to board recognition.
Yes, Chair Salton, I would like to call on Deputy Superintendent Karen Newton-Scott to facilitate tonight's board recognition. There are a lot of people here tonight. Board members, you want to go down so that we'll be ready to greet them? Yes.
Good evening, everyone. How are you doing? All right, we are going to begin our recognition. Tonight, we are honored to recognize students and staff whose creativity, leadership, advocacy, and service reflect the very best of City Schools of Decatur. Board members have already joined us down front. Thank you. And we will begin by letting the honorees know that please begin on your left and receive congratulations from each board member, and then join together in the center for a photograph. Okay? We will begin with College Heights. It is an absolute joy to recognize one of our youngest rising stars, Frankie Rashid. When the Decatur Education Foundation launched its City Schools of Decatur mascot contest, Frankie created the winning College Heights mascot design. Contest supports art programming across our district, and Frankie's artwork has already been featured at the district art show and an official mascot of Decatur t-shirt. Frankie, your creativity has made a lasting impact on our community, and we are so proud of you. And joining Frankie are her pre-K teachers, Stacey Jones, and paraprofessional Anna Grace Rittenhouse. Please join us in congratulating both Frankie and her teachers. Principal Knox, please join us up front. Thank you, Frankie, again. We are thrilled to announce that Noah Hagigi, if you're in the building, come on up front. Noah was named a finalist in this year's Young Georgia Author Competition for her piece, The Story of the Sticker Stuffy. This award recognizes the most creative young writers in the state, and we could be prouder of Noah's achievement. Please join us in celebrating this fantastic success.
Yeah, and then y'all can. Okay. Oh, wow.
Thank you very much, Noah. Hey, Principal Thomas, make your way on the front. Next, we are recognizing pronunciation, whoa, all right, the World of Asian Heritage at Fifth Avenue Upper Elementary School. WOKE is a student-centered affinity group that celebrates Asian American history, culture, and identity while creating a welcoming and empowering space for students with diverse Asian diaspora backgrounds. Through student leadership, school events, and community engagement, WOKE helps strengthen connection and belonging across the school community. Tonight, we recognize a fifth grade student representative from WOKE, if you would join us up front. As well as the sponsors, Paige Kate Perez, and the facilitator, Davis Mann. Please join us in thanking them for their leadership for providing this affinity space to students at this avenue.
Congratulations.
May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and tonight we are excited to recognize the launch of the Student Center Ambassador Program at Decatur High School. I know that many of the students also had a dinner. Dr. Lemon, do we have any representatives that were able to stay? They all had to leave. So we will call their names, just so that you know who they are and recognize them as the inaugural Student Center Ambassadors. So we have Saeed Abdikadir, Carmen Arreyes Rodriguez, Ian Cobb, Sarah Cullen, Nathan Malatu, Jason Park, Karma Solomon, and Gerald Winkler. If you would, Dr. Lemon, please join the board for a picture recognizing our student ambassadors. Next up are our Good Trouble Award winners. John Lewis was a leader of the Civil Rights Movement and a leader of the 1963 March on Washington and a longtime representative for the state of Georgia. In his final address to the nation, Congressman Lewis reminded us of the importance of community, a nation and world society at peace with itself. He deeply understood that democracy is not a state, but an act, and that building a just and equitable community requires courage, sacrifice, and action. He challenged all of us to say something, do something, and to get into good trouble, necessary trouble, in order to redeem the soul of America. That spirit is the foundation of the John Lewis Good Trouble Award. These awards recognize individuals whose actions demonstrate courage, advocacy, and commitment to equity throughout City Schools of Decatur. This year's nominees were selected by their peers and submitted a video of their work, which was reviewed by a district committee for their leadership and service to others. Tonight, we proudly recognize Lucy from Beacon Hill Middle School. Vivian Carter Kane from Tally Street Upper Elementary School. Stephanie Clark, our transportation department. Vanessa Williams, Academy Upper Elementary School. Hillary, Decatur High School. Dr. Ella Harley, Wilson Center. In addition to honoring each nominee, we also selected a district-wide Good Troublemaker of the Year. If you would, put your eyes on one of the screens.
When I stepped into the role of bus principal, transportation supervisor 3 years ago, I inherited a system where discipline was reactive and lacked standardized protocols. Upon closer review of the department, we recognized a troubling disparity. While some students were asked to write letters of apology for misconduct, students of color were frequently losing their bus privileges entirely. This wasn't just a transportation issue, it was an equity issue. These hidden suspensions meant our most vulnerable scholars were losing critical instructional time before they even reached the school doors. We knew that the way it's always been done was failing our mission of student success, and I chose to get in the way of these inequitable outcomes would help tremendously. To move from observation to we adopted a data-driven and creative approach. The principals and I utilized bus video footage, not just for monitoring, but as a tool for staff reflection and objective analysis. This led to tough conversations with our team. Together, we moved away from inconsistent punitive measures and developed a concrete, equitable standard for bus conduct. By implementing restorative practices and clear disciplinary tools, we ensure that consequences are fair, transparent, and most importantly, focused on keeping every child in the classroom. I am deeply grateful for the staff's willingness to reflect on our data and embrace a more intentional, equitable
my mic. Okay, there it is. Join us up front, please. Thank you so much, Ms. Clark, for all the work that you do in our transportation department. Thank you for getting in the way, causing the trouble.
Yeah,
And
lower
PSC,
down.
please congratulate our district troublemaker of the year, Stephanie Clark. It is now my distinct honor to recognize our retiring staff members. I'm gonna say that again. It is now my distinct honor to recognize our retiring staff members. These individuals have dedicated their careers and their hearts to the students of CSB. While we will miss their expertise and their presence in our hallways, we are incredibly proud to celebrate their legacy of service with a combined 293 years of service in CSB. On behalf of the district, congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for making a lasting difference in the lives of so many. At the conclusion of our recognition, retirees and their families are invited to join us downstairs in the PLC for our district retirement reception. We will begin with Carolyn Edwards. Carolyn currently serves CSB at College Heights, and she is retiring with 11 years of service in City Schools of Virginia. Thank you. Next up, we have Alicia Fulton. Alicia also currently works at College Heights, and she is retired with 15 years of service. Yes, Next up, we have Ian Hanson. Ian has served as a teacher, instructional coach, principal at Sage, and now is the director of assessment and accountability. Ian is retiring with 24 years of service in We will now honor Denise Henderson. Denise is retiring from Westchester with 7 years of service in CSD. Moving on to William Hughley. William is retiring from our operations department with 18 years of service in CSD. Lisa Johnson. Woo! Lisa currently works at Beacon Hill Middle School, and she is retiring with 8 years of service in CSD.
They're gonna be biking around there, I hope.
Yeah, we're too young.
Of course we do. Shout out to you.
Tony Olson Wilson. Olson Wilson. She is retiring from Beacon Hill. You can clap for her there. 12 years in CSD. Regina Jones. Regina Jones. Retiring from Decatur High School with 6 years of service for CSD. Angela Spencer. Angela is retiring from Westchester with 21 years of service. Christian Savelle. Congratulations, Kristen. She is retiring from Winona Park with 24 years of service in ESD.
I know, yeah. Oh. Congratulations. Thank you.
We are also honoring Julia Walsh. She retired from Westchester as well with 14 years of service. Christine, you're looking for several people. Yeah.
They might be downstairs.
Yeah. Okay, downstairs. Okay. Jackie White. She just told me she knew even held a baby. Yes. This wife has been with CSD for 42 years. She worked in several different capacities, but her latest assignment was Beacon Hill Middle School. Congratulations, wife. Mr. Doug Whitehead, 23 years of service. Yes, thank you for clapping. Another CSD OG, triple OG, Arlesia Williams. She has served as teacher and principal at Decatur High School, AP at several of our elementary schools, and is retiring with 29 years of service, serving as our Director of Alternative Programs for the Decatur Virtual Academy. Congratulations, Ms. Williams. Next up is Liz Williams. Liz is also retiring from Beacon Hill Middle School. Ms. Glenn, you're looking for several folks as well, with 10 years in CSD. Congratulations to her. And last but not least, another OG, triple OG, Greg Weinstein. He's been an instructional coach, he's been the principal of Beacon Hill, the principal of Winona Park, and he is retiring with 29 years of service here. We could get one more picture of all of our retirees before we, if you could come up and get one more picture. And then if you would, make your way downstairs, we have lots of refreshments and drinks. Part 2 of dinner, we have dinner.
Yeah, dinner with
And part 2 of the retiree.
40 years. You guys are important. We're literally the background.
Oh.
You got one comment. We're gonna meet. Okay, we're good. We're good. What's between the grass? You be in the front.
Right up here. Got the motion.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
We gonna miss y'all. All right, Dr. Whitaker, you're coming down to. Yeah, so, we're gonna finish up, and then we'll be done. Just, but you guys get started.
Started with the presentation.
Yeah, you guys get started, don't wait for us. Some of the cabinet members are gonna go down.
Okay,
That don't need to be here for,
okay, all right.
okay?
Public comment?
Yes, directly. I need to too, but, so. Wait a second. I'll give you your, ask me.
comment is limited to district parents, students, residents, employees, businesses, and organizations. Persons wishing to address the board during public comment must sign up by 5:30 p.m. and in doing so will be asked to state their connection to CSD and/or the City of Decatur. To allow time for the board's other business, public comment will be ordinarily limited to 1 hour or 20 speakers. At the board's discretion, the public comment period may be extended for a specified amount of time or a specific number of additional speakers. The time limit for all speakers will be 3 minutes. Persons speaking during public comment will not be permitted to yield the floor or transfer unused minutes to other speakers. Comments during public comment should be addressed to the board as a body and not to any individual board members. At the chair or chair's discretion, persons violating this policy may be asked to step down. Speakers should be courteous and professional. Speakers are not to list complaints about specific personnel or individuals connected with the district in a public session. The board strictly prohibits abusive language, threats, comments, jeers, applause, or shouts from the floor. Disruptive persons will be asked to leave the meeting room. The chair may terminate public comments that are profane, vulgar, defamatory, or disruptive. If any speaker's comments begin to verge into the areas of hate speech or defamation, I will have to ask the speaker to end their comments. Speakers may not address confidential student or personnel matters, but may submit such concerns to the superintendent in writing. Members of the board will not address persons presenting public comment or speak to the substance of any comments made during public comment. Instead, a member of the administrative team will follow up with persons speaking at the board meeting. Dr. Whitaker, will you please call our first speaker?
Michelle Hovata.
Speaking for an hour, so I have to bring myself down. Okay, so members of the board, my neighbors, and fellow residents and parents of CSD students, I ask each of you not to advance the new ECLC as proposed or the financing as proposed. When a public school system proposes to spend tens of millions of dollars and take on decades of debt, that discussion must be grounded in sound evidence and have broad public support. The project has neither. Dr. Whitaker is right to call out Decatur's long-standing learning gap and right to prioritize addressing it. My dad earned a master's degree in engineering, and my mom dropped out of middle school. Growing up, I saw firsthand how a learning gap creates a deeply unequal power dynamic. I don't want that for my children or any of Decatur's children. But wanting to address a community need is not the same as having a plan. Dr. Whitaker and her staff have yet to provide systematically and effectively collected data to justify the cost, scope, location, and long-term financial impact of the ECLC. This community is not against early childhood education. This community is questioning whether an overpriced new building is the best and the only way to close its learning gap. As of yesterday, state law makes it harder for Decatur to increase practice. This makes pursuing the expensive financing mechanism even more questionable. It is not a plan, it's fiscal irresponsibility. This current process has failed the very people it claims to serve. The board has ignored repeated requests from the Beacon Hill elders, a community whose buy-in is not optional, it's essential. You cannot lead a community you are not listening to. The board needs to go back to the drawing board. Early childhood education is important, and it's too important to get wrong. Closing learning gaps can start sooner, cost less, and carry less risk by renovating existing infrastructure rather than constructing a new building and taking on needlessly expensive financing. The children this project is meant to serve deserve a plan that will actually work.
The next speaker is Rudy Kohlberg.
Well, board, feels like Groundhog Day or insanity, doing the same thing expecting a different outcome. And I'm referencing the fact that I'm up here again, pushing for transparency, governance, accountability, fiscal responsibility, and ethical behavior, yet still not seeing that from you. Actually referring to you, the board. In my career, I've advised and worked closely with over 80, maybe even 100 organizations, including multiple public and nonprofit entities. I'm also a Latino board member of an educational nonprofit. I've never seen a leadership team as ineffective and unwilling to listen or change as a board. You resoundingly get an F. The poor engagement and behavior from this board is well documented. Community, elected officials at city, county, state level, the press, and numerous stakeholders. What is of greater concern now, frankly dangerous because of the implications, seeing the numerous cognitive biases this board has, and they are recipes for decision-making disasters. I've observed multiple, but I want to call out two. First is the sunk cost fallacy, or escalation of commitment. Dr. Whitaker and I's alma mater, or shared alma mater, has ample research showing how that is the most detrimental bias for decision-making. Moving forward with a poorly defined ECLC plan, grounded in flawed and incomplete data, is irresponsible and likely damaging the CSD itself and the community. Doubling down because this has been in the works for over 2 years and being unwilling to reassess the rationale and plans is the very definition of this problematic bias, one that ignores how materially circumstances, data, and community sentiment have changed. Second, you create false dichotomies or comparisons. You ask input on design options, but dismiss the input because none of the above was not an answer option. Nearly 80% of people oppose building anything at all. Remember, the City Commission received over 1,000 emails opposing the ECLC building and only one in favor of it. You say people are either for ECLC or against equitable education, but your ECLC story changes. You said for months the imperative was low-income communities, yet earlier today, CSD did not mention that and emphasized the main purpose is children of teachers and staff. So far, we've questioned your methods and conclusions. Clear now, Decatur must question your abilities and your intentions. The ECLC process has not been even close to what is basic practice for decisions of this magnitude. How you continue pushing this forward, aligned to the data and the world around you, is of greater concern. That is why the only path forward now for the ECLC process to restart. There's something, Vice Chair Utz, Board Member Kearney, Superintendent Whitaker, to resign.
The next speaker is Holly Grimes.
Hello, board members, Dr. Whitaker, and my neighbors, for all my neighbors. I have not been to a school board meeting in decades. My kids ended here all through from kindergarten on up, and they're long, I'm adults. But I do have a concern about financial responsibility, and the recent bill that passed increases that concern. And I think any decision you make, build a new building in a time when you don't even know if you'll have tax revenue to pay it back, or however it is you choose to pay it back with sales tax or whatever. Decatur, from my perspective, the property values have soared since I moved here. I've been here since 1985. It has been a real boomtown for Decatur. Get those property values and increase tax revenue from it. I've not objected. I've enjoyed seeing Decatur benefit from it. But I'm now tired of coming up with it. I have a bond that you're still paying for on my taxes. And now you want us to pay even more. And I think whether it's the ECLC, the high school, or any other building, where you're committing our tax revenue and our resources, I want you to reconsider that and think about people like me or new people coming here or won't come here, who do not want to constantly have all this money going out because you think we're an open pocketbook for you to take. You've been lucky all these years, and now it's going to be capped. And it really, you know, to be honest, maybe it's a good thing, because then maybe you can assess what's important instead of the money you need from these huge property taxes. One last thing. I actually, 2 years ago, when I appealed one of my assessments, talked to the assessor, and she admitted they targeted Decatur to raise the property taxes because we had so many sales and building and everything else. She said, yeah, you're right. I had in-laws who lived over near the lakeside area. Their house was a huge house, and it was valued much less than my house that's never been renovated. So it's something you need to consider is people are really getting tired of raising money. You need to think about being more frugal.
The next speaker is Caroline Burchuk.
Hi, friends and neighbors, Caroline, and CSU parent and alum. And Dr. Whitaker, you spoke about your grandfather recently, which was really powerful and what he meant to you. And I've thought a lot about my grandparents this school year as well. My grandmother was the first Title I administrator in South Georgia, the first person in Dougherty County school system to get a PhD, probably all south of the Nat line, who's dedicated her whole career to literacy. And I added it up, about 100 hours with you since the beginning of our school year. And I haven't heard a single strategy, action, tactic, or commitment that every child in this district will read. And I think when I think about, like, we've sent emails and the responses have kind of been Atlanta answers to Decatur problems. Like taking a hammer to a precision surgery, right? When you have APS as comp, we've talked about a lot, has 2,000 to 3,000 students per grade who can't read, and Decatur has 40, an intervention like after-school tutoring, which was in one of the emails we talked about. Yes, it's an intervention in Decatur. If it moves 10% of the needle in APS, it's hundreds of kids. Here it's 4. So we think about what can we do for each and every child to make sure that they can read in our district. The second, my grandfather on the other side started the first and still only exclusive Head Start daycare in the city of Decatur. It's over by Legacy Park. And I don't know what I would tell him either, because 40 years later, they still don't have a building. They have recognized that if you need free education in early childhood, you also need free medical care and housing support and transportation and food and supports and services for employment for your family. So their capital expenditures don't go to a capital building and capital projects, but they go to programmatic investments. And lastly, my dad was a public servant here for a really long time. And he set an interesting bar, like when he took office, he made sure that every county employee had a vehicle if they needed it, but he wasn't about to use a single DeKalb taxpayer dollar on his car, so he went down to the impound lot to pick out one. It's also how he got his office furniture, which is disgusting. But that was kind of the leadership bar for fiscal responsibility in my household for public service in DeKalb County. And so with that in mind, he also loves to quote Justice Brandeis and say, sunshine is the best disinfectant. If you have nothing to hide, you open everything up. Transparency is not a choice. Transparency is a requirement of our democracy and what we do. He also loves to quote Bob Wilson that says, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Just because you can go for COP funding doesn't mean you should. Just because you can push a public building against community opposition doesn't mean you should. Just because you can hire your friends as consultants doesn't mean that you should. And so I think about always doing the right thing, which is also a note that Bob left for my dad on his first day of office. Always do the right thing. Make the bold and achievable commitment that every child in this district will read by this time next year. Make the bold and achievable commitment that every child who needs it will get early childhood education. And make the bold and achievable commitment that we will lead Metro Atlanta in teacher retention and compensation. Please do the right thing.
The next speaker is Matt Quinn. The next speaker is Eva Bozeman.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Eva Bozeman. I'm the parent of a student at Westchester. I was able to watch part of the work session this afternoon. Unfortunately, I was unable to make any of the meeting in person after having worked a 12-hour shift last night, and now I am back again tonight. I would like to express on the record, though, my disappointment in the discussion today surrounding the alternative ECLC designs. The survey to provide feedback represented a false dichotomy to begin with. However, because of the open response format, the vast majority of respondents provided feedback reflecting the desire for no building to be constructed at the proposed location. Today, this seemingly was framed as something to be discussed as a different agenda item for community feedback, which has not been presented thus far. Of the respondents specific to ECLC design options, despite the data being read in real time that the majority of the pool chose the most aggressive redesign option, 3 board members plan to forge ahead and vote on the ECLC in its current state. This further reflects the unfortunate pattern of transparency, quote unquote, of community involvement being performative by this board and administration. I do not trust that decisions are being made in good faith or with a spirit of true stakeholder collaboration and sound data points. Thank you.
The next speaker is Akila McConnell.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. To the Board of Education, my fellow neighbors and parents, my name is Akila McConnell. I am a Decatur resident. I'm also the mother of 2 Decatur school kids who started at age 4. And I just want to start by saying the purpose that you all have here, I am totally on board. Increasing literacy rates, it is a wonderful thing. But right now, there is money needed within the K-12 program to improve literacy before we can fund a $28 million ECLC. And I'd like to give you 2 quick examples. So this morning, the Ed Tech group learned that Tally Elementary does not have enough workbooks and materials for the Wit and Wisdom curriculum. And so several classes are actually having to use Chromebooks, which is very much opposed to the whole purpose of bringing in Wit and Wisdom. Second, I want to share a quick snippet from an email that an anonymous teacher sent to me about how teachers need more time, training, as well as pay in order to put into place this literacy curriculum. So here's what she said, and I quote, right now, the early release days are a waste of time. Teachers need time to plan engaging, differentiated lessons because the ELA curriculum that has been purchased this year has left us redoing everything. If the district is so concerned about early literacy, then why purchase a curriculum that doesn't provide reading time or instruction? Teacher morale is very low, end quote. As you all know, this year, 8 teachers left CSD to move to a different school district versus 3 who left last year. We are losing incredible teachers, and pay is a really big part of this. Every single one of us here, we support our kids, we support our teachers, and I certainly support you as the board. My mother was a school administrator for a very long time. This is a very, very tough job that you have. And I know that you're making hard decisions. But I don't want us to lose sight of the importance that education is not created through walls. It is created by exceptional educators and exceptional teachers. And that's what I'm rooting for. And that is why I oppose this $28 million ECLC. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andisha. Oh, not present. Okay. The next speaker is Joanna Farley.
Good evening. I'm a proud parent of a student from Tally Elementary School, and I'm also a resident of the Swanton Heights community. And I would like to say I think that you guys are doing a phenomenal job for us educating our kids. And I want to speak on behalf of myself because I can't speak for everybody else when it comes to the Early Childhood Learning Center. I'm all for it, and I oppose working there as well because I have 6 years. I have 6 years of employment working in early childhood. I'm sorry, I'm nervous about it. Okay. And I think it would be a great access to everybody around this community because you never know what a person is going through for looking for that financial support and that financial help. By them enrolling their kids into the early childhood education center, they could get out, proceed to find jobs to better themselves. So I think it's a great job. You know, it's a great opportunity for everyone.
Chair Salton, that concludes those that have signed up for public comment.
Thank you. We would like to thank all of our speakers for taking the time to be here tonight. As board members, it is important for us to hear concerns from our communities. We will take your comments into consideration. Okay, one sec, Rob. Here. Yeah. Okay. Board, we will now move to items for action, information, or discussion. The first item is contracts. Each contract will be presented separately and will be moved to the consent agenda individually. We will then move to the traditional consent agenda items, including monthly reports on finance, nutrition, personnel, and field trips. We will conclude with the monthly financial presentation. There will be a motion to accept the consent agenda in totality. We will now proceed to items submitted for action, including contracts and license renewals exceeding $75,000. The board will review each item individually and, if appropriate, place it on the consent agenda. I will invite the board to comment on each item. Following the discussion of each item, it will be moved to the consent agenda. Okay. Contract 1, Convergent for Winona Park Fire Alarm System Replacement. Any? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Contract 2, 34ED LLC, AKA Centegix. Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Contract 3, Infinite Campus. Any comments from the board? This item can be moved to consent. Contract item 4, Renaissance. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Contract item number 5, International Baccalaureate IB. Any comments from the board? Item can be moved to consent. Contract item number 6, Community CIS. Any comments from the board?
Yeah, I've got one, and
yes.
It's regarding the sole source, and I just want to make sure I understand this because I've been teaching myself a lot regarding like sole source contracts here. So if I'm reading the letter, effectively, communities and schools is saying in the second paragraph, no other affiliate in the communities and national network can provide these wraparound services. So they're the sole provider of wraparound services in this identified self or created network. Because it's not saying clearly that communities and school is the only entity that can provide wraparound services. That would be illogical. But there's this like capital letters, communities, the C in communities and the N in national is capitalized. So I'm reading it as we are the sole provider because we are either the creators or the only members of this particular network.
They are the only communities in school of Atlanta. There's also larger community and schools. There's communities and schools of Georgia, there's communities and schools of Atlanta, the different ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what did you research about sole source letter? Because my understanding of it was when you provide a sole source letter, it's like, hey, we're the only one or part of a group, even if we're a franchise of a group, that can provide this service. So in lieu of a competitive bidding, the competition,
right.
This letter is acknowledging that we provide the service and no one else. That's what I read.
Yeah, so, I mean, one I have just read that, sometimes they face more scrutiny, right? Yeah. Why are they used? Because this one individual or group has patented this thing, so therefore they are logically the only, hence sole source of this. And so I didn't even look at the Infinite Campus because that's an extended contract. If I had to guess, Infinite Campus is the sole source provider of Infinite Campus only because they're the only ones creating it, but I don't know that. So I'm looking at this one, And at first I thought so it's a wraparound service, but effectively what makes it a unique wraparound service is simply the membership in this community's, the communities in the national network. So it's not unique to the wraparound service. It seems to be unique to its affiliation with this communities and national. Okay. So yes, that's what it is. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay, this item can be moved to consent. Contract item number 7, invitation to bid 26-004, interior painting service. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item could be moved to consent. We will then move to the traditional consent agenda items, including monthly reports on finance, nutrition, personnel, and field trips. There will be a motion to accept the consent agenda in totality. Dr. Whitaker, the first item.
Chair Salter and Dr. Lunita Boone will present the monthly financial report.
Good evening. The March 2026 financial report and definition of function codes are available in the assembly agenda for your review. The Finance Department continues to operate in alignment with the District's 4 strategic accelerators, with a primary focus on accelerator number 4, organizational effectiveness and excellence in financial transparency. For the general fund, as of March, the district has collected 82%, or approximately $91 million of the budgeted revenue, which consisted with collections at this time last year. Expenditures remain in line with expectations for this point in the fiscal year. The district has expended 66% of the total budget, or approximately $76 million, compared to 54% at this time last year. The majority of March expenditures continue to be salary and benefits, which represents approximately 86% of the total budget. For the month of March, there was a deficit of approximately $5.4 million, which means the district's revenue for the month were $5.4 million less than the month's expenditure. Last year at this time, the deficit was also $3.5 million. The variance is typical for this point in the fiscal cycle and has been reflected through a corresponding reduction in the fund balance. Approximately $5.4 million has been deducted from the fund balance, which is normal for this time of the year. Overall, year to date, there is a surplus of approximately $15.5 million. Last year, this time, the surplus was also approximately $15.5 million. The surplus of revenue is normal for this time of the year. The general fund balance as of March 31st, 2026 is $42 million, which includes the current fund balance and the beginning fund balance of approximately $24 million. March revenue for capital funds consisted of approximately $551,000 from SBLOC 6 proceeds and earnings on investments. Approximately $382,000 was expended. The $169,000 surplus was added to the fund balance. The district collected 67% of the budgeted revenue and expended 54% of budgeted expenditures. As of March 31st, the capital fund balance was approximately $4 million. Special revenue funds consist mainly of federal, local, and state grants not budgeted in general funds. The district collected 44% of the budgeted revenue and expended 59% of the budgeted expenditures. Grants received for the month of March included CTA T. Perkins Reserve, Title II, Title IV, and funds for the pre-K supplement. Reimbursable grants require the district to spend the funds prior to receiving reimbursement. School nutrition revenue is trending slightly less than the previous year. For the month of March, 66% of the budgeted revenue was received and 61% of the budgeted expenditures were spent. School nutrition operated at a deficit of approximately $48,000, which has been deducted from the fund balance. As of March, the school nutrition fund balance was approximately $1.3 million. This time last year, the fund balance was $1.7 million. When the fund balance reaches $1 million, the district will supplement the program through general funds. I will be happy to respond to any questions or provide clarification.
Just a very quick question on slide 6, maybe, or grant that paid us $47. Title II, $47 in March.
Additional, like we already have the grant, they added an additional $47.
Okay, apropos of no work or anything that we had to do on it, I mean, because it costs more than that to administer it, I just want to make sure.
State does that.
They just do that, okay.
Yeah, they'll look at the balance that they have left, and then they'll divvy it up.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
That's it.
All right.
Chair Sultan, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the consent agenda items 1 through 11.
Do I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 11?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 11. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Members, when your name is called, please respond aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Uriere?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tie stands at 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item.
Chair Sultan, I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to present 3 policies for first read and 2 policies for second read action.
Good evening once again, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the Board, Student Representative Boxer, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Today there are 3 policies from the work session agenda. Each of these policies was discussed in pre-work last month and is being presented for first read today. Policies AFC, EEE, and SDC are all review policies identified as part of our 2-year review cycle of our oldest policies, with minor revisions being presented last month. First is policy AFC, emergency closing. There are no new changes to the version that had minor revisions that was discussed in pre-work last month. May I read the recommendation? Yes, please. The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy AFC, emergency closings for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy AFC, emergency closings for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy AFC, emergency closings for first read. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Vice Chair, Board Member Anderson, sorry.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Uriere?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it and the motion carries.
Second is policy EEE, wellness program. There are no new changes to the version with minor revisions that was discussed in pre-work last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy EEE, wellness program for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy EEE, wellness program for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second? Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy EEE, wellness program for first read. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Aye.
Board Member Uriere?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 5 ayes, 0 noes, 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it and the motion carries.
Third is policy SDC, naming facilities. Based on the board's discussion in pre-work last month, a few revisions have been made. First, the word may was changed to will for appointing a special committee. Second, language was added around naming facilities after a deceased individual. Is there any feedback regarding these updates before I read the recommendation? All right, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy FDC, naming facilities for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy FDC, naming facilities for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy FDC, naming facilities for first read. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon.
Aye.
Board Member Urier.
Aye.
At 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion carries.
Great, thank you. These three policies will now be available for public comment via Assembly, and we invite the public to submit feedback by accessing these policies on the right-hand page of the Assembly homepage, which is also accessible from the CSD website. We also have two policies on the agenda for action.
If I may, before we move from policies for first read, I was hoping, or at least we had discussed in the last board meeting, that we would be looking at a policy around ICE and students. Just what is the standard, or when is that coming before us?
That's coming to June, it's pre-work.
I would greatly appreciate the wisdom of our current student board member, who will at that point be an alumnus student board member. And so can we arrange or in some way ensure that Nia is present or in some way able to participate in that discussion?
We will invite her to participate in that discussion for sure, and I still have her for, I think, like 2 more days, so we can make sure that we have conversations as well, to make sure that her voice is informed as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so the two policies on the agenda for action were all discussed in the work session last month and have been available for public comment. First is policy IBB charter schools. No public comment was received on this policy, and no revisions have been made to the version presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Please.
It is recommended the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy IBB charter schools for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy IBB, charter schools for second read action?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second? Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the recommendation of policy IBB, charter schools for second read action. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson. Board Member Herndon. Board Member Urier. Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion carries.
Last is policy LEDA, parental involvement in education. One public comment was received about parental involvement, specifically at the middle and high school grades. The commenter suggested sending students' tests home to parents. This recommendation is best addressed at the school level and has been shared with staff. No changes have been made to the version presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy LEDA, parental involvement in education for action.
I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy LEBA, parental involvement in education for second read action.
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the recommendation of policy LEBA, parental involvement in education for second read action. Is there any discussion?
Just very quickly, I know we shared that comment with the staff. Have we reached back to the individual that made the comment and looped them into the process?
Yeah, in full transparency, it was in a draft in my outbox, and when I was researching it, I realized that it had not gone, so that is something that still needs to be done, but we always follow back up with constituents when it is not anonymous.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All right, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon.
Aye.
Board Member Urier.
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands 5 ayes, 0 noes, 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Future dates, the board will have its, thank you, Mrs. Lynch, thank you. Yeah. The board will have its spring retreat on May 19th, 2026, from 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. at Agnes Scott. Topics to be included are governance, board management oversight plan 2026-2027, strategic plan update, Block 7 referendum and semester credit and grading. On the same day at 6 p.m., we will hold our first budget hearing at the Wilson Center. On May 27th at 11 a.m., the board will host the second budget hearing at the Wilson Center. The next board meeting will be held at the Wilson Center on June 2nd, 2026. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 7:14 p.m.